Πόση ενέργεια χρειάζεσαι για να αντιμετωπίζεις προκλήσεις και να κάνεις άλματα? Πόση ισχύς απαιτείται για σπουδαία κατορθώματα? Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Τέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα, με πρωτοποριακά έργα για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες, στον αγώνα κατά των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής αλλαγής, υλοποιούμε μεγάλες επενδύσεις που προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και κάνουν καλύτερη την καθημερινότητα όλων μας. Χτίζουμε στενούς ανθρώπινους δεσμούς με έργα που μας δένουν με τις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική πρόοδο. Ενισχύουμε την ανάπτυξη και την οικονομία της Ελλάδας, δημιουργώντας χιλιάδες θέσεις εργασίας. Συνεισφέρουμε στον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό και την ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία της χώρας μας, αποτελώντας τον κορυφαίο Έλληνα επενδυτή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Και είμαστε ακόμα στην αρχή. Τέρνα Ενεργειακή. Ηγέτης στην καθαρή ενέργεια.
It begins with a burst of sunlight, illuminating the opportunities of today's world. We harmonize with the symphony of energy transition, whether realizing a distant dream or succeeding beyond our grasp. The sun continues to guide us in our commitment to clean energy conversion. Determination to discover new frontiers. We continue exploring. Move beyond boundaries. Perfecting even the smallest details. In the pursuit of excellence, we endeavor to increase our merit, to be more reliable, more efficient, and create prosperity. We continue delivering upon our core values, sincere and pragmatic, precise and open, innovative and respectful, customer-oriented. Building more lucrative, healthier, and smarter solutions. To pave the way for a greener future. Sungrow, clean power for all.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. Και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Παρακαλώ καλημέρα. Παρακαλώ να μπουν στην αίθουσα οι πολλοί φίλοι που είναι έξω.
Good morning. I would like to ask my friends at the foyer to join us here in the room.
Καλημέρα σας, αγαπητέ.
Good morning, dear friends. Being here present on the second day of our conference on Renewable and Storage Forum, we'd like to welcome also the many friends that have been following us online, several thousands of them. We were able to witness that based on the data we collected yesterday. And this is actually rather usual in our event, people joining us from work or from home. We'd like to thank them as well. The discussions that took place yesterday and the processes that were addressed actually identified in essence the hot topics in the renewable energy sources sector. And it is not by chance that there is so much interest in this field for people to understand what they will be dealing with over the next years. And I believe that the proceedings of our conference will help them to that. I would like to thank the speakers for contributing in this cause, both yesterday and today. During this second day, we will continue with session 6, titled Requirements for a Smooth and Productive Energy Transition, the Difficult Decisions for Further RES Development, Storage, Networks, Interconnections, etc. We'll start with a discussion between Mr. Panagiotis Papastamatiu and Giles Dixon, CEO of Wind Europe, who has made the honor to be here in presence today. Would like to thank him for that. He has been joining us online many times, but it's a great pleasure to welcome him here in order to talk about the trends here in this sector. Mr. Papastamatiu, you can take it from here.
Boris, thank you for this excellent organization as always. And taking this opportunity, I would like also to inform our friend Giles that this conference is one of the most important renewables conferences in Greece. And the success of this conference is also due to the fact that many years ago, it started focusing exclusively on renewables. And it used to be, and it still is, the conference which promoted renewables in Greece. That's why we are always happy to be there, supporting and collaborating with Thodoris Panagoulis, who is an excellent supporter of renewables and especially wind. So, thank you for your presence.
Thank you for the invitation to be here. Delighted to be here.
I have read, Giles, your interview at the Greek newspaper To Vima last Sunday, and I noticed an optimism, a slight optimism, about the status and the prospects of our industry at European level, of the European wind energy industry, both in terms of the manufacturers and also in the rest supply chain. However, there are a lot of challenges. Can you tell us more?
Of course, yes. So wind is 20% of all of the electricity that we now consume across Europe. Of course, it's slightly more in Greece, and congratulations to all of you in the wind industry for the excellent job that you are doing, building new wind farms, operating, maintaining the existing wind farms, and now starting to think about the development of offshore wind. So 20%, that's not bad. By 2030, the European Union want wind to be 35% of all of the electricity we consume. And that means we've got to build, between now and 2030, twice as many new wind farms every year as we have been building. We are going to increase the number of wind farms that we build, but we will fall just a little bit short of the very ambitious target that the EU has set us. Nevertheless, things are looking good. What is especially encouraging is that in the European wind energy supply chain, things are turning around. The supply chain has had a very challenging past 3 or 4 years. There was a moment when all the turbine manufacturers were losing money because their costs had gone up, but their revenues had not gone up by as much. Now they are recovering, and most of them are back in the black. The European Union has helped to make this happen. Last year, they adopted the EU wind power package with a series of immediate measures to strengthen Europe's wind energy supply chain, new counter-guarantees from the European Investment Bank, additional support from national authorities for factory investments. And this is one of the reasons why the supply chain is recovering. It's been helped also by a stabilization of the input costs. But the supply chain is recovering, and it's growing. And this is the really good thing. There are now 30 different new factory investments currently underway across Europe for new wind turbine factories, foundations for offshore turbines, cables for the grid connections to the offshore wind farms, new transformer factories, converter platforms for the offshore substations, new tower factories. This is great. They're using the new support that the EU is giving, and they're responding to the demand from the wind farm developers and from governments that we need to be building more wind. So the central message is this. We're growing the wind turbine manufacturing capacity in Europe. By the end of next year, every year we'll be able to make 22.5 gigawatts of onshore wind turbines and 9.5 gigawatts of offshore wind turbines. And that is enough to meet the growing demand that Europe has.
Very nice, but all these are related also with permitting. And we see among Europe different speeds. There are countries which accelerate more than other countries. There are also different speeds among the different technologies. How do we stand in front of this?
The European Union recognized a few years ago that the permitting of wind and solar was a mess. And they brought in new rules. As of the 1st of July this year, the expansion of wind and solar in every member state of the EU has to be treated as a matter of overriding public interest. And well done to Greece for having implemented this. It's on the national statute book already, this new legal concept of overriding public interest. In addition, all the permit decisions now have to be taken within 2 years. The protection of biodiversity has moved back to the original common sense, protect the overall population numbers approach, rather than striving to protect every single bird, animal, or fish. And crucially, it's now a binding obligation for every country in Europe to fully digitalize their permitting processes. These new rules are coming into effect, and they are a game changer. Germany was the first country to implement this overriding public interest. What happened? The judges, they were getting appeals against the permits that have been awarded for onshore wind turbines. They used to get loads of appeals. And before overriding public interest came in, those challenging the permits would say they go against EU biodiversity rules, Habitats Directive, Birds Directive. And the judges would look at the complaint and they'd say, well, yeah, those rules apply here. And on the renewables side, well, there's a binding EU target, but that doesn't mean we have to build the wind farm here. So, okay, fine. You've complained. I agree with your complaint. No wind farm. Now, with overriding public interest, the judges have the biodiversity rules here, and they have to balance them with the fact that more wind and more solar is now a matter of overriding public interest. And so overnight in Germany, when this legal concept came in, German judges started ruling in favor of the wind permits. We had 3 judgments only. That was all it took in our favor. And what happened? The opponents stopped appealing because they could see they were now more likely to lose than win. So the appeals went down dramatically, and the civil servants in the permitting authorities thought, ooh, hey, this is good. I can issue a permit now, and that judge in the local court, he's got my back. He's going to support me. And it gave a new confidence to the civil servants, which they did not have before. And what has happened? The civil servants are now producing 4 times as many permits for onshore wind farms in Germany as they were 4 years ago. This year, Germany will permit 13,000 megawatts of new onshore wind farms. This is extraordinary.
And this is very important because there are a lot of populist voices in Greece saying that Germany is abandoning wind energy, while the reality is exactly the opposite.
Absolutely.
Germany is accelerating wind energy.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed, very nice. Apart from permitting, we have also the issue of the grid connection terms. And we see among Europe that there are countries which have introduced criteria for awarding new grid connection licenses. Others have not. Are we going to expect from EU some more binding rules, some more binding guidelines on this issue?
The EU woke up about a year ago to the fact that grid operators across Europe have been serve. You apply, we will review your application, and we will treat you equally to every other application. Okay, in the spirit of equality, that's quite nice, but we all know there are lots of speculative projects applying for grid permits that do not deserve to have people in the grid operators or regulators wasting their time looking at their permit applications, because their projects are speculative. And yet the huge volume of these speculative projects was clogging up the system. So the EU said about a year ago, okay, no more of this. Let's be strategic about how we process grid permit applications. There's nothing in EU law that says you have to treat every application equally. There's no EU requirement for first come, first served, not at all. So the EU is now saying, be strategic, prioritize, filter, triage, whatever word you want to use. Sift out the speculative ones. And Greece has been one of the first countries to apply this principle, and well done to IPTO and the regulator and the government for doing this and introducing criteria. You've got to get the criteria right, of course. And crucially, the most important criterion should be, where are the strategically important projects? Let's look at their grid applications first and get them through and get them connected to the grid. Can I add one further point on what is strategically important?
This is my question.
Okay. It is strategically important, it is vital that Greece and every other country in Europe not only expands renewables as quickly as possible, but does so in a way that the build-out of solar and wind is balanced. It doesn't work if one is growing much more rapidly than the other, because that's not what society wants. That doesn't correspond to the demand for electricity out there in the economy if you're building too much solar too quickly and not enough wind. So somehow these criteria have to reflect that.
Correct. And you are very right that the balanced mix is very important also for achieving cheap electricity and offering cheap electricity to consumers.
Yes. Yeah.
And this brings me to my next question or my next issue. Renewables are for the consumers, and we all know and we all want to have, in an effective way, offering cheap electricity through the markets from renewables to the consumers. We have several instruments and several options: CFDs, corporate PPAs, PPAs with the retail suppliers, auctions, and on top we have the marginal pricing, which is very important in order to provide to the investors the correct signals to invest in the proper technologies. So how we mix all this, how we secure that we will continue offering cheap electricity through the markets to our consumers.
Electricity markets, as they're currently designed across Europe with the marginal pricing, they are sending clear signals to the investors who want to put their money in wind and solar. If you try changing those rules, the investors will go away. And those of you who are investing know that far better than I do. So don't touch the rules. Don't reopen them. It's a Pandora's box if you try to. At the same time, we have to max out on CFDs and PPAs. And the Greek system is a very good one, providing CFDs, allowing PPAs. Then whoever's investing has a perspective of stable revenues for the first 15, 20 years of their project. They can go to the banks like what they see, they can see they're going to get paid back, they will lend debt to those projects, which means the projects don't have to rely so much on the more expensive equity. We all know that the big cost and the big challenge with renewables is that upfront investment and the capex, and it's therefore crucial to manage the financing costs, the costs of capital. And that's what CFDs and PPAs do. They manage the costs of capital, which make renewables even cheaper for the consumer.
Fully agree, and I have to add that apart from the renewables asset, we need also flexibility. And we see that EU regulations provide a clear priority to clean flexibility, storage, interconnections, demand response. How do we think that we can exploit and build on the experience of Europe here in Greece in order to promote and to be forward in this path? So
the EU rules say that wind and solar must have equal access to the balancing and other ancillary service markets, voltage control, frequency control, inertia, and so on. That is not actually being applied in every country in Europe, and it must be. The EU is now looking to promote storage, and it wants to promote demand response. It has a target by 2030. The EU must have at least 100 gigawatts of demand response capability. To promote storage and demand response, you need to remove disincentives that are out there today. In some countries, I gather not in Greece, storage operators pay tax twice, when they buy the electricity in and then when they sell it on. And that double taxation clearly is a barrier to storage investments. There are lots of good things happening in wind now, lots of wind farms being built with battery units inside them. I was at a wind farm in Romania recently that's now being taken on by PPC, the Fontanelle wind farm, one of Europe's largest. It's 600 megawatts of wind. They're developing 96 megawatts of storage and want 100 megawatts of solar PV in there as well. And the more you can hybridize the wind, combining it with storage and solar PV, the more stable the electricity we're providing becomes.
Very correct. Let's go to the next big thing. And then the next big thing is wind offshore. But here in Greece, we want to combine this with our opportunity to export also electricity.
Yeah.
And we want to increase our interconnection with Europe. And this requires a lot of capital. So we are looking here for a lot of capital for both offshore wind and large interconnection throughout the whole region. Are we going to expect some support from European funds or for private capitals? What are your view?
Yes, the EU wants to support this. It recognizes that the wind is always blowing somewhere. Yeah, more in some countries one day than in other countries. It was 37% of Greece's electricity supply on Wednesday, I think. Now, the key is to get the wind from wherever it's blowing to the consumers and where there is demand. And that means more interconnectors. The EU has a target, which is that by 2030, cross-border interconnector capacity, whether on land or at sea, should be 15% of total power generation capacity. We're a long way short of that target today. And it's very good that Greece has ambitious plans for exporting electricity to your neighbours and to countries elsewhere in Europe, because you have such fantastic renewable energy potential and capability already in this country, which you are expanding. And Europe is hungry for electricity, not least because we are now going to start seriously electrifying the European economy. Electricity is still only 23% of all the energy we consume in Europe. It's tiny. But when we're driving electric vehicles, we're heating our homes through heat pumps, and crucially, when heavy industry starts to electrify, and they want to do that, they want to be less dependent on fossil fuels as their feedstock. They want to decarbonize, they want to electrify. The steel mills want to go out of blast furnaces into electric arc furnaces. This creates huge new demand for electricity, which we are going to have to meet. So bring it on, as you would say in this country, bravo to Greece.
Thank you very much. My friend, I know that it is your first time here in Greece. We had yesterday some very important meetings. We are going to have today also some more meetings, very important. But I see that you wear a very nice tie with a Greek alphabet.
Thanks to you. Yes.
So should I take as a promise that you will visit Greece as well next time more often?
Certainly, yes. My first visit to mainland Greece.
Bravo.
Panayotis, and I am determined to come back frequently. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Μετά την καταπληκτική...
After this amazing presence of Mr. Dixon with fewer communication capabilities, let's say, we're going to move on to our next panel of the same section, which is going to start with a keynote speech by the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, and then we're going to talk with Mr. Giorgos Margaris, Mr. Lulumis, Mr. Kostas Papadopoulos, and Mr. Apostolos Panos, who I would like to ask to come to the stage. But first, let's hear from Mrs. Doukou, who is also going to be participating in the panel.
Καλημέρα.
Good morning. Shall I start?
My very good friend Giles, I think I'm in a difficult situation. I know that all of you were very impressed, so if you allow me, if we can give one more, please, applause for my friend. Now you're committed that you will come every year in Athens, with this tie, right? I welcome you in Athens, and thank you very much for being here. Κύριε Παναγούλη, είναι η...
Mr. Panagoulis, this is the 6th time that I've been invited to this forum. I know that I didn't have time to hear what you discussed yesterday, but I'm certain that you've had a very interesting day with many concerns. I'm not sure whether there was a kind of positive or negative mood, or whether it was optimism or pessimism, maybe just a bit of everything. From my side, I just like to be a bit more of a kind of realistic and a bit more. And coming here for the 6th time, I believe that there's a slightly different situation every time that I come here. What I mean is that in the past, some of the things that we talked about have been a little bit more predictable and a bit more expected. But even at times of uncertainty, like during the pandemic or during the war, again, during the past 4 years, we had a slightly clearer agenda. But today, and I think that's something that you'll share as well, because Giles gave us a broader picture of what's happening in Europe. And what's going on is that there is a little bit of insecurity and uncertainty and a lack of visibility when it comes to what's happening in the far or even the near future. And why am I saying this? Because, for example, in 4 years we have examples in the US. We have elections in the US, and it's a battle that could go either way. And the choice between the two candidates, beyond any ideological or political aspect, it's also going to have implications for the energy sector globally. Because one of the candidates in her track record, she has the Inflation Reduction Act. The other candidate also has the withdrawal of the US from the Paris Agreement. So you understand that there's a very different approach, and you can see how the different implications might affect Europe. But also in Europe, with the establishment of the new European Commission, it might not bring as many big changes as the presidential elections in the US, but even there seems to be a shift in the strategic direction as we've gathered from Ms. von der Leyen's priorities, strategic priorities for the next term in office. Is going to present a strategy for a sustainable industry within the first 100 days of her term in office, and I think this is a signal that the European Commission is understanding the serious lack of competitiveness in Europe, but the speed and the effectiveness of the European Commission to bring her political the policies into kind of tangible acts is something that we haven't seen in a year. May I remind you of the energy crisis and some of the important delays in decision making. So there are some dilemmas there about whether we remain at just realizing what the problem is, or the industrialization of Europe, or whether we're going to move on with more innovative solutions. And of course, beyond this political uncertainty that there is both in Europe and in the US, there's also a level of uncertainty that comes from, stems from the Middle East and the war in Ukraine, the role of Russia, the role of China. So why did I want to sort of give that kind of broader picture before going to our little our domestic issues? Because within this landscape, each one of us, from their position, they have to plan, they need to use resources and prioritize options and choices, and we also need to implement certain actions, and this is a difficult exercise and also entails a certain risk. So when you're asked to do all these things within this kind of environment, so in this environment of a high degree of variability, it's important to find a good and strong basis, so that despite of all the changes that are going on in the world, we can have a strong basis. So I think one of the key elements of that basis is the strong commitment of this government and our economy to what is happening here, which is the green transition. And I need to say it, and this is not a political event, but when we talk about the green transition, I don't believe that this is a political message. I don't believe there's just a slogan. I think it's multidimensional. Of course, there's an environmental aspect to it, but I think, and that's where the value comes in, because it has a very important kind of growth and productive aspect, creating investments around sustainable green technologies. We want the extroversion of the Greek economy. We want to increase our exports and develop our economy. Of course, there's also a very important social aspect to it. We want to protect vulnerable citizens. We want to decrease energy poverty. We want to increase jobs. We also want to move to a just transition. But above all, what we want to achieve is the reduction of energy cost. So therefore, all these aspects of the green transition that I've just mentioned, I believe that they're just a guide to, during periods of global uncertainty. I would like to focus on some of the kind of more tricky difficult measures which have to do with the priorities of our ministry within this landscape. You were talking about, yesterday you were talking a lot about the kind of various elephants in the room, about the renewables generators and grid space, etc. Another elephant in the room is certainly the cost of energy, because it affects everyone, households and businesses. But we always say that this transition, there is a cost to that transition when it comes to its implementation. And we also say as a government that our goal is to maintain this cost as low as possible for the end consumer. However, the citizens, while we're talking about green transitions and we talk about all the positive aspects of the green transition, we can see that society does not seem to be accepting this, because they don't see this benefit of renewables being reflected in the cost of energy. However, we in this room, we know why this is happening. We know that that's not very accurate. But I do understand when my mum, my aunt, say, well, I'm still paying a lot of money through my electricity bill, while at the same time you're kind of installing PV panels. And I think this is what happens every time I just go to a family dinner. And of course, this is happening because of the limited participation of renewables when it comes to demand, and of course that leads to a decrease in wholesale price, and yesterday I think we had, they covered around 63%. I might be mistaken. I think I just saw it that it was the total demand. It was 63% they covered, which meant that the average wholesale price was under 90 euros per megawatt hour, which took us to the 8th cheapest wholesale market in Europe, which was the lowest. So the answer to reduction in energy cost is renewables. And I think yesterday, as it was mentioned, that we need a more quality energy mix with a more balanced combination of wind and solar, with the necessary, of course, role of storage. Now, moving on to another question, which is also something that was discussed yesterday. What is the support mechanism for renewables? I would like to make clear, first of all, that our goals are not, they go beyond 2030, because often we talk about 2030 as if it was the end of the world. Our planning extends to 2050. We have a goal of an installed capacity that goes up to 61 gigawatts. We certainly made a lot of progress these years with this installed capacity that we have, and with these connection terms that will help us expedite and accelerate the goals of 2030. And why am I saying this? Because this doesn't mean that we're going to stop supporting energy investments and the development of renewables. So we're not going to say that what's done is done and we don't want any more. Because there's also, we have the goals for 2030, but then we have the 2040 and 2050. So this, because I don't want to be misunderstood, this doesn't mean that we're going to have fixed prices. But even there, I may say that there might be technologies that might not be sustainable, like biomass and biogas or offshore, which of course they do need to be supported so that we can see these kind of investments. But support means that there can be other tools to safeguard the application of this, the implementation of this project. And I'd like to talk a little bit about Apollo project, because it's very much related to the support for investments and PPAs, of course. And support means using the cost of guarantees. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here yesterday. I was at the Parliament. We talked about the end of tariffs and the kind of easy times where we had subsidies and high tariffs. Certainly, our country every year makes certain progress, and we're going to move closer. I think the last auction was in September 22. We stopped we ended with tariffs in small projects, solar projects, but also with wind projects. But despite all this, and because there's certainly a low cost of energy generation through renewables, we need and we should find other tools to further utilize this production. And here I may say that there is a program that we have been presenting at all local governments over the past few months. This is a program that aims at the reduction of energy cost for municipalities, and it has a very clear social aspect, but it's also a project that's going to give a way out and an investment opportunity for renewables that at the moment they don't have a fixed price, they don't have a PPA. So we're going to start with the first tender that relates to vulnerable households. We have a study from the University of Piraeus that's identified 150,000-160,000 vulnerable households in order to cover the needs of for energy. About 400 gigawatts are required and 650 megawatt hours in batteries. For those renewable stations that are going to be identified, we have secured funds from the Recovery Fund, which are also going to be used for the necessary storage systems. We have the right ministerial decision ready that determines all the specifications for the project, so that I can proceed to the tender. This is a process that we're going to follow with other future tenders for every municipality and region of the country. We've calculated the energy needs. We need to cover around 2.8 terawatt hours, again through tenders. That's here we're going to ask for renewable generators to sign a PPA so that we can have a fixed prices for consumers. What else have we done? You've also seen it in the yesterday's legislation. We've also reduced the cost of guarantees, an additional grid space for smaller hydro stations and small wind turbines and biomass, etc. But also the big bet and the priority in our ministry is to set up the process for the implementation of storage projects with clarity and Speaking about storage projects, we need to look at the first and the second tender to see where they are and why there are delays. I feel that there is a certain delay. Mr. Margaris, I'm still waiting for you to give connection terms. You promised it back in August and I still haven't seen it. No, there are only 2 or 3, okay. There's going to be a meeting again at the Ministry for the contractors from the first and the second round, because we need to move fast. When it comes to any limitations in injection curtailments, we need to make sure that these are done in a kind of fair way. I understand that the investors are concerned about their own projects and they are pushing so that they can be exempt from many curtailments. By the end of the year, we need to issue 2 ministerial decisions based on the reports issued by the project management team. In one of the 2 ministerial decisions, we've also included the fact that we need to define the offset mechanism, and here I think, as it was mentioned yesterday, the generators need to have this mechanism. We were forced to give a 2-month extension. This is going to change. There will be penalties. As of, well, I'm not going to say. And as far as storage is concerned, I think you mentioned it yesterday. For us, the goal is to have a tender based on specific selection criteria that's going to prioritize access to the grid, and we will continue for the period to come to implement the policies in terms of bizonal tariffs. We saw the text by Rai yesterday. We believe that this can be helpful to up to 155,000 consumers, and which covers low and medium businesses, small and medium businesses. This is very important because it's more than 46%, and our goal is by the end of 2025 to have certified metering data for the application of dynamic tariffs. Then the next goal is fixed tariffs for households, and within the next few months there's a lot of work to do. There's a major shift and there's a major change in our life. I believe that you also talked about the transition from net metering to net billing. Self-consumption is very important. We want to support that. We have 816 megawatts in net metering at the moment. 700 of this has been created after 2020, but because the European directive promotes trying to protect European consumers, this is a system that needs to be further strengthened. We're not sure how, but we're going to look into it. When it comes to interconnections, Mr. Margaris is going to talk about it. Offshore, my friend Giles, we are making certain progress. Of course, we need to move faster. I think Mr. Panagoulis, we certainly do have a long way ahead, a steep road with challenges and difficulties. But despite all that, I think we have proven that both in easy and difficult times as a government to join forces and find the best possible solution at the time, given the circumstances. I think this effort that is being made for a higher degree of penetration of renewables and storage infrastructure and the shift of demand that you've mentioned and the interconnections, these are all things that need to be accelerated in the periods to come. But as you know, I'm optimistic by nature, and despite the difficulties, we'll find the ways to deal with this. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Will you please do come and sit down with us? And you will also have the opportunity to answer to more specific questions in the course of our discussion. Thank you very much for this initial intervention by Mr. Sdoukou. And let's move on to Mr. Margaris, who's going to respond to the question posed by Mrs. Sdoukou. I do apologize. You might not be able to hear me because
intervention, and thank you very much for making these points. Just one small comment before I start on your question. You mentioned the overriding public common good approach in permitting wind in Germany and in Europe, and I would like your support to make the same for the grids, because we've been trying in Greece during the last years to support the Environment and Energy Ministry to change the permitting framework for building new networks of transmission system and distribution as well, and we haven't managed. So basically, the permitting framework we are following to develop new networks is still the same as it was, which is of course not enough for the acceleration of building new transmission lines all over Greece. And we've been trying to get European experience around that, because it's a big issue in Greece, of course, all over Europe. So I would appreciate, as an institution, also from you to get proposals of how to accelerate permitting for new lines and substations in Greece, following best practice from Europe. And thank you very much for the comments you made for IPTO. Να πάμε λίγο στο θέμα μας. Οι προσφορές για το δεύτερο διαγωνισμό μπαταρίας, το θέμα που συζητάμε σε κάθε συνέδριο του Energy Press, και αρχίζω να θεωρώ ότι είναι
We have completed the process for the last tender batteries, and I want to make clear something that I always say when people come to our offices, and I think the market already knows that. There are two parts of it. There's the IPTO, and there's also the... And then there's the producers, but since there is a certain margin, of course, there's the bids. So it's the negotiation essentially that there is whether you're going to connect here or there, and whether the line should be 20 kilometers or 16 kilometers. That takes time. There's something that's been analyzed, and I don't think we should talk about this any further. I'd like to start with the figures that we have in renewables. At the moment we have around 15 gigawatts of renewables in total, of which 8 is with HIPNO and 7 with IPTO, ADMIE. So 15 gigawatts that's already in operation, and another 15 that's been offered. Then that takes us to 30 when it comes to operation. If you add the offshore that we have for the first phase, we have 32 gigawatts of committed grid space for the next 2 years. When I'd like to remind that the national plan goal for small and medium PVs, and I'm not including I'd like to remind that the goal for 2030, of course, as we said, the goal goes beyond 2030, and our goal for 2040, if I remember well, that goes up to 43 gigawatts. So therefore, from the 32 that we already have secured for the system, by 2040, this 32 needs to become at least 43. So therefore, not only we're not far, I think we're on track. But of course, we're talking about a difficult situation, and the issue that I'd like to pose today, because there's no time to analyze it, I think the framework that we've had in the country up to now when it comes to access to the system and the grid, as part of that framework is that certain regions, like for example Peloponnese and Evia, there were congested areas. This is all obsolete. We now need to kind of find a new interpretation and a new understanding of what the new terms are going to be when it comes to access to the system and the network when under congestion. And of course, there's no point saying if in Western Macedonia there are places that are kind of worse than others. Well, we need to look at the European directive, and especially the 944 of 29, which provides for a new meaning, talking about flexible connection offers. And if we looked at the meaning of flexible connection office is what ADMIE has been doing for the past couple of years. There are certain restrictions, there are certain requirements either for expansion of the system or requirements about what capacity we can guarantee. This is something that's now included in all the agreements of ADMIE, and often we just say that we cannot guarantee the offtake of that capacity. Now, the flexible connection offers included in that European directive provides for part of that capacity. There is a commitment, there is an offtake commitment, and another part of that capacity, the offtake commitment depends on certain conditions and terms and conditions for these congested areas. Because we often talk about congestion in Greece, and then it also talks about how this is not going to undermine the stability of the system, because this is something that we should not forget. Because at the end of the day, we do all that so that the system can generate and utilize renewables. So this directive, it needs to be harmonized by Greek law by January. So therefore, we're waiting for the final decisions to be issued, and then legislate accordingly. We as ADMIE, we say that we're examining all these projects by looking at how many hours per year you cannot generate based on the utilization of solar or wind energy generators in the area. And the European directive, it just gives us a way of going beyond that when it comes to what you can guarantee or not guarantee when it comes to access to the system, so that there is also visibility as to what investors should be expecting from their business plans. So as a government, we need to go back and look at those rules. Peloponnese, Crete and Evia are not the same regions, but I believe that they need to be looked at in the same way. They cannot be dealt with differently as to the rest of Greece, and of course we need to integrate this European directive into Greek law. The connection offers if we all become victims of this concern, let's say, of the consumers when it comes to time and acceleration, then they become offers without any real value. I don't believe that's anyone's goal, and I think we need to be careful so that we can create a framework for access to the grid that's going to protect both the grid and the system and its operation, but of course the investors at the same time. And this is why we talk about the curtailment compensations. That is very much linked to this discussion, because since we cannot have any rules about when to guarantee the offtake or not, then of course the discussion about this compensation is very much part of this discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Margaris. It's a very interesting proposal, what you're making at an institutional level and regulatory level, but also on a political level, and maybe the Deputy Minister can say a few words later about the protection and inverted commas of the operator. But I would also like to give the floor to Mr. Papadopoulos, who can he's the president and CEO of Hitachi Energy in Greece, and he has experience from from global markets on how they deal with kind of maximum utilization of existing and potential networks. You have a microphone, you can speak.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the invitation to this panel. This is a main core technology development area of our company for the development of substations, of connections, etc. A week ago, I was attending an event in which nearly all players from the US, from Europe and Asia were taking part, discussing what will be the development of the green transition. And two takeaways: digitalization and power electronics. When you hear of that, power electronics, you were wondering what it is, what it has to do with RES. Renewables are converted from DC to AC. In batteries, we take AC we turn AC to DC and then give it back to the system. Interconnections running on DC cannot run without power electronics. And of course, digitalization, because you need a remote control of the system. Half of the megawatt capacity are in the distribution network. We don't know whether they come in and go out because we're lacking this knowledge. The knowledge that we need to use technology to tap into the existing network and find ways out of the congestion system is key. 10 years ago, interconnections were among states. You had cheap electricity, I had cheap hydro, and we could trade. Right now, the trend is shifting in that countries domestically try to find new pathways and corridors to bring energy generated in Germany to the south. For a line to be built, years will go by. So the idea is to utilize underground cables, DC current from Germany, from Munich, transmitted to other countries, or from Greece to Slovenia and Germany, north-south, south-north. This is the main concept. And thereby, the planning has also taken a different turn. Italy is planning DC corridors from the south to the north, where production takes place. In the Northern Sea, in the North Sea, where wind potential is cheap and where one can build easily and at low cost offshore wind farms of 2,000-3,000 megawatts. They can use cables to bring that to land, Scotland, etc. We as producer are experiencing the following issue. 10 years ago, we were building 2 interconnections. Right now, we have 1 interconnection per month, where it was 2 interconnections per year, now 12 interconnections per year. And there is also competition. There are consumers, there are clients that have placed orders for 17 interconnections domestically within their countries. This demonstrates that there are ways, but then again, there is another issue. Because of this need, this necessity, new tools such as SVC, STATCOM have been developed to solve problems that were not there in the past. We had heat stations in the past, but right now, for every gigawatt of renewables, the system needs to be counterbalanced with instruments to simulate the past good working, good running of the stations. The power electronics are there to provide that. Whereas there is no power generation, you can have virtual inertia that is necessary for milliseconds. You can get that from power electronics. And this is where we're heading towards. I understand that technology delivers solutions so that problems and issues we have been addressing and will address to be mitigated, namely curtailment issues, zero price issues, negative price issues, grid capacity. And now I'd like to turn to the 4 representatives of the market who are confronting this problem right now. You are saying that the current problems based on the existing technologies can be addressed. Is it so? Let me just quickly say this. Since we have been addressing interconnections and permitting, ADMIE indeed is doing excellent work. There is heavy workload. There are numerous stations that need to be put in place. In terms of the connection terms, they do the best possible thing. But what we need to stress here is that ADMIE's involvement does not have further on the adequacy and the connection agreement signing, which takes time. This is a long, dragging process, months, when you have to meet deadlines, referring to batteries, and this is very difficult. The battery projects are under stress because you can't place orders. You have orders based on connection term offer, but in order to order all materials, you need a connection agreement. Let's say you get that by the end of the year. If you are to finish the project until September, how would you be able to build the substation? I'm saying this because the Deputy Minister is also here, who is influencing the deadline issue. I'm sorry for barging in, but it is a highly actual topic, and it is very important to those that will be joining the 3rd tender. Well, the Minister yesterday, talking about this, said that investors are delaying their investments to get better prices. This is not true, or maybe not. This is not the case with all players. Since we have been discussing this issue, would you like Mr. Capella to keep elaborating on whether the elephant in the room, as the Deputy Minister said earlier, or the issues of curtailment, of negative and zero prices, of the inability to offtake the electricity produced, whether within this setting investments can be attractive in the RES field. You, as an entrepreneur, as the representative of one of the largest companies in the sector, how would you address that? And I would then like to ask the other panelists to address that as well. Well, the environment has changed, as the Deputy Minister said. 2-3 years ago, we had feed-in tariffs, feed-in premiums. Investors would build a project, will then connect it and then get the money. Things are changing gradually and now even at a greater pace. Curtailment is critical, especially when it comes to projects that where the investment decision is not taken right now. When curtailment started, curtailments were not there, were not projected, and this of course influences the return on investment. Some projects then are impacted at a higher level than others. Curtailment of 3.5% to the generation. There are projects indeed, high voltage PV projects, that are curtailed by 11%. The ADMIE, in its turn, this is understandably, will cut out the large projects. There are projects that undergo no curtailments. Yes, no, indeed. ADMIE also, but we need to make this clarification here, because there is this history. We have, we're inviting everybody at Agios Stefanos so that they can understand how ADMIE implements curtailment. We're saying that it depends on the project capacity production at the time when the curtailment order needs to be enforced. A project in an area where there is no wind will not generate, so you won't get the benefit from that. The gap in curtailment, since we are engineers, are the no gigawatts that are not curtailed right now. This is a big issue. And therefore, you were suggesting, transparency by publishing what curtailment takes place where. I guess that this will not solve the problem, but transparency is key and is required by the Greek and the EU legislation. Curtailment will not be resolved until all projects in the system are balanced. Let me just move on by saying that curtailment brings risk into the system. A second imminent risk to an investment, inherent risk to an investment, is that the energy market is not a niche market anymore. Interconnections are there and they're playing a key role. Interconnections to Bulgaria. Let's look at Bulgaria, at Romania, at Germany. What is the natural gas price there? Energy is a commodity, is an stock exchange commodity, and investors should make forecasts about their revenue in the future. Aurora, Afribarica, the forecast houses are projecting lower prices each month. The market becomes even more competitive and tied to higher risks, and this, of course, entails losses for the investor. To address the risk issue, you need diversification. You need a diversification. You lose some, you win some. You diversify among batteries, RES, and of course, in the sense of merchant or feed-in tariffs, as long as they continue to exist. So you're trying to actually mitigate the risk. And of course, this requires a certain magnitude when you're entering this game to absorb risks and costs. This does not mean that the RES market is not attractive. It remains attractive, but the rules of the game change. You need to be cautious when you enter into such investments right now. Mr. Lalumis, addressing the same question. How does your company, Metlen, deal with that? First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. And well, I won't differentiate to what has been said. The markets have changed. The energy transition has lost the initial favorable setup it had. Geopolitics change, curtailments come in, negative prices are there. Zero prices and negative prices will follow. We haven't had that so far because of the regulatory framework. Investors we should take that into account, because it is highly likely that such aspects will become even more important in the years to come. Metlen, with its presence in 40 countries, in different continents, and methods of working, we have identified the need to stay resilient in curtailment, negative and zero price environments. And we have developed a diversified portfolio aiming at a flexible energy production mix with a component of achieving stability at the energy cost reduction, and another component of utilizing market conditions, for example, high or low prices during midday hours. Establishing such a diversified mix is based on a large portfolio of storage systems, more than 2.5 gigawatt hours in capacity, and of course strong pillar in our portfolio is the Protergia B2B and B2C power needs, and of course aluminium in Greece, one of the largest industrial off-takers. So this could be a group internal hedging, so to speak. You are representing Metlen Energy and Metals Mytilineos, a large corporation. Mr. Kapellos noticed that the magnitude, that considerable magnitude in a company is key. How do you see the aggregation of companies in the energy sector? Mr. Kapellos pointed out, I guess, earlier that there were times when RES were considered an investing El Dorado. Anyone with the connection terms thought that they will have revenues for the days to come. Things change. Investors are looking at different points in the market. The market looks at certain components differently. At some point, there was this say that renewables becomes a play for the big guys. You have to have a large pocket for that. I think it has been said many times so far that the renewables sector is changing. New technologies are considered, and we should all stay close, stay put to see what's coming. Mr. Rokas, do you think that the large players will sweep the smaller projects, and there will ultimately be small players, just large players in aggregation in the market? First of all, I would like to thank you for the conference. It's the second day in a full room. This is very pleasant. If large corporations are willing to take on strategic approaches to enhance their portfolio, well, this is a free market. Everyone is making their choice. Based on the very interesting takeaways from yesterday's talks from the Minister, from the Secretary General, from the Deputy Minister, and from all market stakeholders, I would like to point out the following. Yesterday, Megalopoli and Meliti 4 phase out was announced. This is tremendous news for further development and deployment of renewables. 10 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about that. Imagine that. This showcases where the market is heading to. And I mean, we should not worry to the extent we are worrying about what will happen in the near future. I am not concerned, I'm not afraid, that I have no fear that renewables will cease to exist or will be diversified to such an extent that will make it highly risky for someone to invest. Diversification will be there, things will change, but it won't be highly risky for an investor, serious investor that understand what investment is all about, to make a move. Mr. Laloumis well said. We used to think that having a PV project would lose our life's projects. But you know, I'm a little bit older than you. Within 20 years of the PV project, and to put it aptly, the investors have taken back their money, you know. So it went well. And up to 80–90% of those that have invested, they had very good return on investment. Perhaps not what they were wishing for, but it was an investment. If you have a fantastic house as an investment, you can't be certain that you will be receiving money throughout the exploitation time. You know, you had the haircuts, there were guarantees. Some had to use their houses as guarantee for financing the renewable projects. What I'm trying to say is that renewable investments are here, will stay, and will continue to be in the market. Imagine 2019, 5.5 gigawatts. I thought we were standing at 13 right now. We heard what the Deputy Minister said, what Mr. Margaritis also said. Well, we have to be cautious right now. Perhaps the market is for fewer players, but I'm sorry to say that, but jobs were never for all of the people. And I'm talking about my company as well. We don't know what will happen. In the composition of companies, what would be necessary in order to stand strong in the new environment? Well, they have to have guts. Guts is A and O, is the A and O here. I might sound like an old wise folk, but I hope I'm not. Well, I'm not wise, and hopefully I'm not that old. We were the first ones, and life, turned out like that. We brought wind turbines in the 90s in Greece, and people thought we were suicidal. Banks were just turning their backs to us at the time. Indeed, I believe that you need guts, courage, and perhaps a larger pocket, a stronger pocket to be resilient when there is a hardship. There will be an aggregation, there will be accumulation of businesses. However, if you have planned well, if you can sustain cats, we have a project in a 10 megawatt project has been curtailed. We don't like that, but we will get through, we'll get by. And I guess people that are looking to investments in a serious way, they consider it. In the US, one says there is no freelancing. You are, as a company, you will take risks, and the deputy minister said that put that very aptly. We shouldn't be political, but would you like me to? Do you allow me to turn to the deputy minister, who has two hats and has very good understanding of what renewables are? We have to admit that, but he's also part of the government. In the next stages, investments will be necessary for the PPAs to bear fruit. Just make sure that we bring investments in Greece for the Motilineos or Terna or any other stakeholders' projects by 2030 can feed this energy somewhere. And I will conclude. We have many jobs being generated, been created. 12,000 new young people come to us. They're highly skilled. So this is an attractive business. Let us do what we have to do, always with the backup of the government, in order to develop this model even further. And last but not least, reactions. This is a huge issue. It is huge. Pendelli was burning during the summer, and people were thinking that they were doing that in order to install wind turbines there. I mean, this can't be serious. We all, entrepreneurs from the largest to the smallest, have to bring the community in to make them part of this. Apart from the benefits for the community benefits, 2-3%, this is not enough. You have to take the community aboard, to make them part of that, to show them that you install these irons, these crystals in the mountain to help the environment, to help the region, and to help your pocket. We have to take them aboard. This is my view.
Of course, this is a huge issue that has been demonized, if you like, as if it was, we're talking about wind turbines and PV panels, as if they were toxic waste. Yeah, even networks, as Mr. Margaris was telling me. Yes, 7 or 8 years ago, we didn't have that kind of level of reaction like we do today. And everywhere in Greece, in Crete, in Evia, in the islands, in continental Greece, we go for an aerial line. They say put it underground. If you put it underground, they just say that you're putting it under our houses. So I heard about a hiking club from Chalkida managed to stop an offshore project. I mean, a mountain hiking club at sea. So if I go hiking in Giona, in the mountain of Giona, for example, is the wind turbine going to stop me? I don't understand. Yeah. No. Yes, we've talked a lot about the issues of society and the reaction of society. Yes, I was also impressed yesterday in Parliament. One of the main reactions was about how wind turbines and PV panels destroy the environment and the landscape. A couple of years ago, I had talked about when we see about different political forces that they seem to be like an indicator of where the kind of more populist sort of forces, when they react, it's an indicator that there is an established view in society about this. Of course, in order to convince the residents of my village to accept having a wind farm, they need to feel that there's a benefit. So they believe that I've already started in my office to, working on an institutional so that we have some kind of compensation, so that they can actually receive some kind of compensation over 3 or 4 years. So there needs to be a change that we need to look at good practices from other countries so that the benefit can be seen by the consumer immediately. Have you seen something? Yeah, we have some good out-of-the-box ideas, but I can present it to you in due course. We're going to give the floor now to Mr. Panos, who hasn't spoken yet. I think we've kind of opened the agenda, we've opened the discussion, we have a lively discussion. So we then going to give the floor to Mr. Margaris, and then Mr. Stoukou is going to respond. Yeah, as I said, this is the 6th time for this forum, but we've repeated this many times, but it's actually good to repeat these things. And as a company, what we've said in the past is that renewables, they've now moved on to a new reality and a new status. They're no longer investments that had to deal with a licensing problem, and they had guaranteed revenue and participation in the markets and their operation. Investments now have a different profile. It means that they're more interactive with the markets, and I think renewables need to adapt to these new conditions. This adaptation happens through their flexibility, because what's going to be paid for over the coming years is flexibility. And flexibility doesn't mean that we're not talking about standalone storage units. The renewables themselves, they need to position themselves in the market in a way that they're flexible. But even curtailments, when it comes to positioning in the market and participation in the market, they need to be profitable. So in order for that to be profitable, they might even need to change the technological profile, and that's why we've talked about the integration of storage solutions and not necessarily batteries within renewables, and the hybridization of 2 or 3 technologies, because it's ideal to have wind and solar and battery in such way that combined in such way that you can have a good profile that creates an optimum operation for both the system that I've just described, but also the use of that grid, because we're talking about really valuable grid space, and we cannot stick to kind of old ways of thinking. And he talked about the change in European legislation. We cannot carry on saying that I have a PV unit that have secured grid space at nominal value. When we give a connection offer, the study always takes into account the production profile within certain scenarios. I just want to clarify that. So therefore, if we talk about integration solutions, that's going to create more flexible projects that will be able to deal with the challenges of the market, but beyond the economic challenges, also the technological challenges which relate to the fact they cannot find the adequate grid space to connect to. If I have a storage system, it's the one that commits space, then you can have a window during the day. So that they can. So this is how we investors can start adapting our projects. The critical factor of infrastructure development and international interconnections, but also the electrification, somehow that needs to be coordinated, so that because only that way the right grid space can be created for new investments in renewables, which of course are going to have a different profile to the one that we're used to today. This as to the challenges for renewables over the coming years. I'd like to point out a problem that we've been seeing all of us who've kind of won the last battery tenders, because it was also mentioned that there are delays in order to have a slightly higher IRR, and this is not the case, and that's had to do with the investment decision. When I go to a bank, the bank has certain criteria that need to be met by the project in order that to be funded, and at the top of the list is the connection terms. If there's a delay in the connection terms, but there's been a delay of 8 months from the tender to receiving the offer, so that has brought us closer to the deadline. And what Mr. Capello said, there are certain steps that need to be taken until you have the connection agreement, and there are technical aspects of this agreement which potentially can have a negative impact on the investment, something that you wouldn't know when you participate in a tender. So you can imagine that when we have to make an investment decision, there's a high degree of risk and there are a lot of grey zones, and so then this risk can be taken by the investor. And of course trying to stick to the timeline, that's very important. So how investment decisions are taken in different companies can vary. So there's a different risk that I can take as a multinational, and a different risk that a Greek company may be able to take. They might have if we had time, kind of ask you to talk more about the fact that you're representing a company that is part of a big global fund. It might not be of interest to many people, so it doesn't really matter. Just one final remark. Because there seem to be it's the whole kind of industry is overheated, and it's very interesting because we as professionals can just move from one company to another. But what's important by DAPEP and RAE and the operators, they all need to be able to attract skilled people because that makes our life and our jobs easier. That is to the benefit of everyone. Yes, this is important, and that's something that's been talked about the ministry, about RAE, the operators, and everyone. Okay, Mr. Margari, if you can just make one final comment. I interrupted the other speakers a lot, so therefore there's absolutely nothing to add. And I think it's important what Apostolos just mentioned about human resources. Yeah, all the things that we've just mentioned require people. We do not have the human resources necessary for infrastructure projects here, and I'm not talking about other public works. Every year, all the fora, we talk about the fact that if we want to bring people from abroad, we need to offer the right salary levels. We're losing people who actually go to other projects. So what's going on? An engineer leaves us, they go to one of their renewable developers, and they come and they ask for another offer. That's one scenario. And this is a real example. They were talking about a real person who left, and then came back later, and they just said, when are you going to give me connection terms? Another story, another example. I'm not going to go into the details about the delays in connection terms. A large company, that's another example. We went through the kind of discussions about how these projects were going to be connected. Then they started putting pressure on us because we were delaying the connection terms. But then we called them and they said, what? We told you, we gave you connection terms and you didn't like them. And he said, what can I do? I need to say something. So either we have an agreement, a formal agreement, a connection terms is going to be what we think is the optimum for the system and the grid, or we accept that we want to optimize the connection, and we can go with the available human resources. And as I've said, we've already issued connection offers of 14 to 15 gigawatts, and we're just waiting for these to be implemented. This is not a complaint, it's more of a comment, but at some point as a country, we need to agree on what we want and implement this, so that we don't have this sort of slightly uncomfortable situation of talking whose fault it is, if it's the investor's fault, or that's not the point. The point is how we can move on. I didn't know that there was room for negotiation in the connection terms that you offer. Of course, and because that determines the cost of investment, if you give them an underground cable or not. For example, we gave a connection offer for an area that had an area line of 40 kilometers. There was absolutely no other way of connecting. But the investor came back 3 months later and said, the people who are just going to do the environmental impact assessment, they said that there's no way that we can go ahead because there's a strategic planning that basically says that you couldn't have any area lines in Natura zones. So that's, you just hit a brick wall. I'd like to ask you, Mrs. Stoko, if you can make a few comments. And since we do not have somebody representing small producers here, for those who attempted to use the opportunities given by the system so that they can actually make an investment, which of course is much smaller of the kind of investment that would be made by a huge group. If these are in the kind of radar of the ministry, or maybe they should just decide that they should just change jobs. They're here, aren't they? Yeah, a lot of them are here. Yeah, I have the same problem with Mr. Margaris, but I don't know who to talk about. I've realized that there are about 250 ministerial decisions that need to be issued from various laws that have been passed over the past few years, and I'm still kind of wondering what kind of resources that we need. Each ministerial decision has its that is very significant, and of course the kind of workload that we have at the ministry is so much higher than it used to be 10 years ago. From everything that I've heard, that's been very interesting. I'm just going to point out one thing. We, Mr. Panagoulis, we have a role at the ministry that goes beyond setting up the rules and the regulatory framework for the smooth operation of the market. The market doesn't really want to kind of interact with the government that much. They just want to be left alone and so that they can do it the way they know better. So you need to create the tools and let the market do its job. Our role, and that's the message that I'd like to give, is to kind of assess what is the level of exposure to risk for these projects and to what extent this risk it's a deterrent for investors. This is something that, as we are in this kind of uncertainty, we need to be more alert as a ministry. So we can't just say, forget about tariffs, it's a free market and you just do whatever you like. We do say that, but at the same time, we need to be alert to see if businesses and companies can respond to that or whether there are any obstacles. And that's why we need to be alert to revise and follow up and to see what's needed. And in this context, we also need to evaluate the impact of curtailments and zero prices as concern the sustainability of the current projects and see what is required in terms of state intervention. Under that prism, I would also like to add all the small and medium and very small investors. Yesterday I was presenting in Parliament some of the very small energy communities or projects that are below 1 megawatt. There's absolutely no doubt that small investors have been supported, and it would just be unfair when we have people that we have supported over the years that we should not stop offering this support from now on. Thank you very much, everyone, and I would like to thank the Deputy Minister who, despite the very busy schedules, has been here with us to respond to all our questions. And since yesterday we talked about some signals, I think maybe the signals today might be a little bit more positive and a little bit more optimistic than yesterday. Of course, yesterday was October and today is November. So thank you all very much.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε κανονικά την ροή του προγράμματος, μπαίνοντας...
We're just going to continue with the forum, moving on to the main section that has to do with storage. We're going to start with a presentation by Mr. Pantelis Piskas from the Aristotle University. He always gives us very interesting information. Mr. Piskas, please come up so that you can start with your presentation.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, the presentation is not going to focus on standalone batteries like previously, but we're going to talk about behind-the-meter batteries. So our analysis starts with a new legislation went through Parliament that provides for the installation at PV stations and converting them to hybrid stations through battery arrays with a capacity that is going to be at least 1 hour of the installed capacity of the substation. So this provision has remained in the law in comparison to common exclusive networks that provided in the previous version of
Γίνουν ουσιαστικά υβριδικές μονάδες με πάλι τουλάχιστον 1 ώρα αποθηκευτική, ωφέλιμα αποθηκευτική ικανότητα.
This second provision was withdrawn from the Act for reasons that we are not aware of. The provision that we're going to talk about is a provision for a typical hybrid station with PV panels and inverters. Already have the PV panels and the inverters, and with so we're talking about a container of a battery, and a converter that of course is going to convert the DC to AC so that they can store the surplus productions from PV panels, and potentially not only the store even more production from the panels. Then of course you have the meter that connects the hybrid system to the distribution network. The assumptions made in our analysis is that there's probably no further infrastructure required. So that can be part of the market. So another assumption is that there's no offtake by the system because this is done. The conversion is done at the 11A station. Then we, at another stage, we carry out a vulnerability assessment. There are 2 advantages that we possibly avoid the cost of a new housing unit, transformer, and of course there's likelihood of no significant additional connection costs required. So with this assumptions and this we can can see how the battery participates in this, what's the battery's role in this hybrid station. As you know, that there is a limitation of 73% of static limitation, and beyond that, that is undoubtedly used for new stations, which they're at the state of readiness from 2023 and beyond. There are further constraints by the DNATME, some dynamic constraints that are due to the surplus production in real time. Then the operator needs to safeguard the safety and stability of the system, and this is why we have dynamic curtailments, and this is why you just see this green area that's going to be curtailed anyways. And beyond any of the static and dynamic curtailments, by having a battery, a generator can store even more energy to the battery, going beyond those curtailments, so that they can inject that energy later on after 4 or 5 hours and enjoy the benefits of selling that energy at a higher price. Before moving on, let's just do analysis of these three curves. Without the battery, the area in orange of the static curtailments cannot be avoided by the producer. However, if they do not have a battery and somebody else uses a battery, so if other people around the area use standalone and not hybrid batteries, then the curtailment due to dynamic constraints can be avoided. So therefore the question that is raised is whether I can avoid dynamic constraints with the use of batteries elsewhere in the system, or do I need to have my own battery in order to avoid them? This is an interesting question. Of course, if there is no battery, they cannot the arbitrage and cut down on the production during the day so that they can sell at night. So therefore, without having the battery, they cannot avoid the orange part. They might be able to avoid the green part, and they will not be able to do the purple one. By having the battery, they'll be able to do all three of them. But based on this, we've analyzed, and based on the analysis that the financial analysis by a wholesale market simulation using different scenarios, I'm going to show the main scenario that's been used here for the study, which shows that such station, when it has the ability to produce offset energy, not as a standalone but as part of a portfolio that consists of other stations, and for a scenario of 1 megawatt, which is a typical energy community with a PV park of 1 megawatt and 2 megawatt hours, then with the reasonable assumptions that we can make on the expenses, both when it comes to capex and opex, then we can see that the average, for an average scenario, we have a good IRR at around 13-14%. Of course, it's a kind of worse scenario, which is around 8-9%, and an even better scenario that goes beyond that. What's worth looking at this scenario is that the revenue from the energy stored in the battery, either through the static or the dynamic constraints or the arbitrage, then it's around 45-50% in the first year, but end up being 80-90% of the revenue for 5 years. And that means that if there are more batteries that are being used in the system, then it is understood that, of course, competition brings a market. And that's why it is expected that these revenues are going to go down. Stations are not able to supply offset energy, and the only solution is to absorb energy from the PV and re-injecting it later on during the day. As you can see there, the revenue is much lower, and especially during the first few years, and therefore the IRR of this particular investment is not acceptable for the investment and for the banks. But these investments, of course, can play in the market just like any other standalone battery. But the Ministry needs to make it clear whether that's possible, so that investors will know whether they can actually have an amortization of their investment over a reasonable period of time. The regulatory framework is a very important parameter for the viability of investments, and we've seen that the participation or non-participation in the offset market can make a sustainable an investment in behind-the-meter batteries. And also, if we just talk about a common connection network, this is something that has been taken out of the legislation, but our analysis has shown that this is not a financially viable investment, because when there is no when this surplus cannot be absorbed by the system, then the curtailment that can be injected, of the energy that can be injected back into the system, is not enough to make this battery financially viable. Then, of course, if the battery can absorb that energy, and then we're talking about a completely different story, then it's very viable, and it can and it's a very different story. I'm not going to talk about standalone batteries, but I'm just going to say the following. As you know, I'm very familiar, and I have a great interest in the Cypriot energy market, and there are different there are many collaborations with when it comes to the regulatory framework, which is 15 years behind when it comes to opening the market. But they've already given connection terms for merchant batteries of hundreds of megawatts, which are going to be connected to the transmission network, either in existing lines or in new lines. So therefore, for the merchant batteries, we already behind our friends in Cyprus. Thank you very much.
Δεν ακούγεται. Ναι. Καλησπέρα κύριε Πετρόπουλε. Θα έχουμε μαζί μας τον κύριο Πετρόπουλο να κάνει μια παρουσίαση. Είναι energy...
Hello, Mr. Petropoulos. He's an energy modeler at the Annex. You have the floor. Hello, my name is Apostolos Petropoulos. I work as an analyst, energy analyst. And looking at the battery market, 50% of the demand came from portable devices. Two of the largest e-mobility battery producers started with producing batteries for mobile phones. Well, the landscape has radically changed. 10 times bigger market. 90% of lithium batteries come from e-mobility and generation of electricity. We have millions of billions of devices. The reduction of the cost and the improvement of the battery characteristics make batteries a key component of the market, both in the energy sector as well as in terms of handheld devices, portable devices. We had the previous speakers focusing on the challenges. What provides a good signal is the reduction of the battery production costs. Since 2010, we have 90% decline in the cost. Renewables are the only field with similar reduction. And of course, this leads to a great reduction in batteries for power generation. Cost reduction combined with battery penetration support policies lead to an increase of the penetration in e-mobility and power generation. In power generation 2023 we had a 100% increase. It's 2 times more, 40 gigawatts, and this year we're going to have a record high of 100% increase. And this of course entails both utility scale batteries and batteries behind the meter. In terms of the e-mobility batteries, there has been 40% increase compared to the previous year, and in 2024 the increase will be 25%. Obviously, quantities in e-mobility will be higher, demand will be higher, based on the scenarios that the International Energy Agency is elaborating. We will have high demand, and therefore we understand that there are synergies for batteries in e-mobility and power generation. As to how this large demand will be addressed, currently the production capacity worldwide is 2 terawatt hours. Demand is less than 1 terawatt hour in 2023. Will reach 1 terawatt hour in 2024. This is a utility factor of 40%, owing to China. Based on the announcement and plans that battery producers have put in place, this will be 4 times higher until 2030. Battery producers, notably, are preparing themselves for a future where demand there will be 1.5 degrees Celsius of increase, reaching net zero by 2050. And another potential is where batteries are produced, 80% in China until 2030. This share will go down to 2/3, 60%, since there is an increasing battery production in the US and in Europe. This is associated with the policies being put forward. In the US we have the Inflation Reduction Act, and in Europe the Industry Act, whereby the governments attempt to ensure domestic battery production to secure energy efficiency, supply, and create jobs. Both Europe and the US will be able to generate capacity in order to cover domestic demand. Internationally, looking at the money value of batteries, that's 120 billion dollars until the end of the decade. That will be $500 billion if the increase is 1.5 degrees Celsius. $500 billion as a benchmark are investments for oil, natural gas that flew into the market last year. But the market unlocked is wider, and the market's influenced. It crucially affects the automobile industry, $4 billion, based on our analysis, and 1.5 degrees Celsius from now up to 2030, $6 trillion in wind turbines and batteries internationally, worldwide. What about the role in the system and how batteries can support the energy transition in terms of challenges and costs? Batteries bring together sectors that traditionally had no connection: transport and power production. The transport sector traditionally was using up to 99% diesel. E-mobility becomes key, and this is where this combination plays an important role. Analyzing how we can proceed from a baseline scenario, highlighted blue, to the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario, we see that 20% of emission reduction required until 2035 is directly associated with batteries, be it e-mobility or PVs, which are paired with batteries. Another 40% is owing to the indirect electrification of end consumers and consumption, and additional renewables injected into the system. Batteries, as we can see, play a vital role to attain the various targets, climate targets. Yesterday and today we addressed costs and what point batteries become competitive. The mean cost, looking at the mean cost and the value of batteries in the system. A benchmark scenario run based on hourly models in different markets, we see that we'll have a 40% decrease. I'm referring to the battery cost as a system. This makes them competitive in most markets worldwide. As of today, it is more competitive to have PVs tied with batteries compared to coal-based systems. This is also the case in the US, where over the next years these units will be more efficient than natural gas plants that also help cover peak hours. In the current year, 80% of the newly installed capacity in the US will be PVs tied with batteries. Another important aspect that is that in India, 50 gigawatt will be included in auctions, PVs tied with batteries. This is equal to coal capacity investment over the last decade. We understand that both the industry and the states and the countries acknowledge these characteristics worldwide up to the end of the decade. A baseline scenario is 2.5 degrees Celsius, increase in the increase by 2.5 degrees Celsius in the environment. Batteries will provide higher capacity than fossil fuels. This translates into more than 700 gigawatt benchmark scenarios until 2030. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Petropoulos. Let's move on to the next presentation. I would like to invite Angelos Alexandropoulos, manager at AFRI Management Consulting, to the podium. He is an expert in the Greek electricity market and has interesting things to share before we move on to the next panel. You have the floor. Good morning. I would also like to thank Energy Press for the opportunity to present to this forum two solutions in terms of storage and what is the right balance between PVs and storage. As to AFRI, it is a company with more than 1,800 consultants, management consultants, and 19,000 experts. We have been covering the energy sector for more than 15 years. Banks and investors trust us in terms of the bankability of our forecasts. After so many years, the time has come, and last June, our offices in Athens, Greece, were established. And this is a slide showing all the figures. The clicker isn't working. Perfect. The questions asked in terms of storage are manifold. I would like to address the right balance between PVs and storage, and whether there is a chicken and egg issue in the interaction of the new technologies. If we improve storage, do we improve the other technology as well? Let me start by a theoretical exercise, an analysis focusing in 2030. We begin with a rather conservative scenario whereby 12 gigawatts of PVs and 1.8 gigawatt of batteries are installed based on the premises for the Greek system and the wider region. We have a capture price for PVs highlighted in yellow. If we add 2 gigawatts of PV, we have a reduction in capture prices. Let's add 2.5 gigawatts of batteries. Capture prices increase, but return to 95% of the original scenario. 2.5 gigawatts of batteries cannot offset the capture prices decline for the additional 2 gigawatts. And let's add 2 gigawatts of PVs. We have a reduction capture prices of 20%. Now, if we raise 2.5 gigawatts of batteries, and thereby we can showcase that increase of PVs, higher cannibalization, adding batteries, cannibalization goes down, and the PV economics are improved. If we'd like to see now if the same logic applies to storage. Let's go back to the scenario and calculate the gross margins, 2-hour and 4-hour batteries. Those gross margins will be compared to the levelized cost of storage in terms of shares, which is lower in the 2-hour segment than the 4-hour. 4-hour levelized cost of storage 80% by 2030. We end up with 4-hour batteries being more efficient. This is rather rational in a Greek market that is dominated by PVs and energies. Storage energies are tied to arbitrage, where 4-hour batteries are better off, compared to systems where ancillary services are provided. Let's add on top 2 gigawatts of PVs, gross margins, as expected, increase, larger PV penetration, larger volatility, and larger spreads for storage. And now, problems start. 2.5 gigawatts of batteries, and these are the ones that bring capture price to 85% of the scenario, and we have a gross margin collapse. 2-hour batteries, we have 60% down of the levelized cost of energy. The chicken and egg problem stops here. If we add 2 gigawatts of PVs, we no more go back to the gross margin levels. At 2-hour batteries, that's 60% of the LCOE. As a result, storage helps PVs, but we should strike a balance between the value of PVs and the zero prices and the economic viability of storage. Another question that is hot is how we can bring storage here to Greece. The answer is co-location. There is a question linked to that needs to be addressed. A battery can absorb from the network or not. It can be a 2-hour, 4-hour, 3-hour. The capacity of the battery could be the same or different to the capacity of the PV. What is the optimal solution? In order to address that, we take into consideration 2-hour batteries and 9 different configurations. On the left side, we have an undersized battery, 20% down in terms of the PV, and on the right-hand side, 2 times higher. If we assess the IRR projects before taxes, we end up seeing that 40 to 60% share of batteries to PVs are the optimal solutions. Secondly, systems with batteries that can absorb from the network have higher value for the system because they have 1% IRRs. Conclusions. The increase of in economic terms is unavoidable if we try to offset that 100% by using batteries or storage. The only thing we can have is mismatch in storage. We can therefore focus on large duration storage. Co-location could be a solution, and the optimization of the sizing is very important. We have to optimize systems absorbing from the system because those bring the highest value to the Greek system. In my view, the biggest benefit of co-location is a location map. Siting is something that has not been discussed very largely. We have to elaborate a plan to site standalone co-located systems in regions where we'll be facing the biggest problems. Thank you. Thank you. We'd like to thank Mr. Alexandropoulos. You can join us in the panel. We can move on to the session 7 theme, that is energy storage, market trends after initial tenders, challenges and opportunities. Mr. Galanos, country manager of Sangro, is with us, Mr. Makriyanis and Mr. Kavadias from Austria LAS, Director of Industrial Inspections and Renewable Energy. Would like to thank you for being here with us today. It is quite clear, and we have already addressed us in the previous panels, the market knows where we're standing at the storage field, 710 megawatts through 2 tenders. A third tender is in the pipeline. The course has been set. There are different levels of maturity. among investors. And having said that, I would like to pose a common question to all panelists that could be the starting point of your comments. We're not at the points at point zero, we're point one, point two. What are the trends, the challenges, and the perspectives in the Greek market? Since we are at a different point right now, and it makes sense to assess the course from where we're standing. Let's start off with you, Mr. Galanos, for a first intervention. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to discuss here and be among renowned colleagues. Thanks again for the invitation this year. Of course, we're not at point zero, we're at point one. My understanding, talking with many investors over the last time, is that the market has been a little more, has matured, but at an aggressive pace. The PVs and tied with storage is a new technology to us all. And I would say that these are challenges, there are certain challenges we need to address. The biggest challenge investors are faced with is technology, is the performance of the system, and security. These three pillars should be the ones where investors need to address challenges for their investment to be efficient and help, of course, the energy transition in Greece that we have been discussing over the past time. We, as a company, have already experienced that in other companies in Europe. And I'm referring to the market in England that is much more mature than the Greek market. The Greek market is innovative. Looking at those two tenders, well, in England we had this process. Projects have become mature in a different way, perhaps, but there is a market where we're actively involved. We have numerous facilities and many orders in the tune of tens of megawatt hours. Tapping into this experience, I could say that the increasing technology, support to investors, being aware of the requirements of each system and in what markets it can be utilized, as well as how this utilization going forward also continues, this is something that all energy storage producers should have in mind. The trend right now in the market, and this is going to be the trend in countries that are at an early stage, is the trend of full integration. I said that last year as well. The producers should look at the energy storage system as an integrated solution, providing customers with an option that won't be, so to speak, a turnkey project that comes from the EPC segment, but rather be regarded as a solution, an option that has no problems throughout the life cycle. When you starting with the system design, you need to design a system based on the requirements of each market and the requirements of the tenders, as is the case with Greece, and requirements, as we know, are rather strict in this case. But you need to consider also the design during operation, during troubleshooting, etc. Thank you. Mr. Makrigiannis. I also want to address the technology issue because our standpoint is similar. We are looking at the trends of the technology in terms of battery capacity increase and security. I think last year we addressed the security issue. And regardless of how long we are talking about it, unless projects are licensed, we won't be having any results. We need to see batteries running, being connected to the system, because technologically wise, the figures we're talking about are 2 or 4 hour batteries. This is less than what we demand. We need safe technologies of higher capacity that can showcase the benefits. Producers are thereby moving forward, driving new technologies, although the existing ones have not been put into operation. I don't want to address the red tape before licensing or connections terms being offered. I'll just leave that aside and talk about technology. The numbers of PVs that have to be backed up with batteries are way larger than the ones we're talking about right now. And the objective should be for the battery not to be just an arbitration of energy or support the system or cover for curtailment, but rather enable small grids, microgrids on islands to help relieve the system of other energy sources. Let's not talk about support, let's talk about an integrated battery support to PVs and wind turbines to facilitate the creation of integrated solutions using batteries. This will establish trust. The first projects will come, problems will arise, and of course regulations cannot foresee your problems. Some regions might have issues with the installation site, fire safety, or the ground conditions. This needs to be discussed with the competent bodies. And as long as this materializes, it will give trust to the investors.
Can I have your contribution to this discussion? The question was what happens after the tenders. First of all, the tenders are going to the right direction. The government needed to show that we needed to moving towards battery systems. Why this need was born? This came from the need of the great penetration of renewables, and especially PVs. At the moment, there is a technical plan that provides for 2013 a penetration of renewables. We know that we have 8 gigawatts at the moment of PVs, and the connection terms that have been issued by the operators is a further 12, which means that there's a total of 20. So what we understand is, even in the national plan that provides for 4.3 gigawatts of battery systems, clearly this is not going to be this is not going to suffice, because I believe that there's a certainty that we're going to be at least at 20 gigawatts by 2030. So of course, as we now have 8, and our company alone is in control of 3.5 gigawatts are under construction. 11.5 we have, just from what I know personally myself. So obviously there are all the other investments, but we know that it's a total of 20 gigawatts with connection terms for PVs. Obviously, as I've said, the huge penetration of renewables and the high generation during daytime. Of course, we need to take all that energy and shift it to nighttime energy, and that's what we need the battery systems for. But in our opinion, the 4.32 gigawatt is not adequate, and that's been set out in the national plan. Of course, this was a result of the forecast of 13.5, but if we're going to have at least 20, we need, based on our calculations, we need at least 8 gigawatt hours so that we can have curtailments of under 5%. With this 4.32 gigawatts, we're at around 15% of curtailments in by 2030. So therefore, we need to move more swiftly to the development. There is growth. There is 50% of gigawatts that has already been given connection terms by RAI, that we need to move on to the implementation. We need to start by the connection terms. There is clearly an investment interest in this matter. We're not going to talk about the ones who are going to win the tender in the third phase, and they have some revenue, some constant revenue. The issue is going to be more the challenges of how other stations are going to be paid for, the ones that are going to come as merchants. They're going to be buying cheaply at during the day and selling during the night. What are we going to be buying for during the day, and what are they going to be selling for at night? At the moment, it's just there are some estimates. However, when they enter the system, are we going to be able to close that curve, the duck curve, as mentioned by the professor yesterday? So this gap is going to be reduced. But if we're talking about 20-year investments, how is a bank going to give a loan for an investment that does not know what the revenue is going to be, not even in the next 5 years? So our view on this is that given that storage stations offer a certain degree of stability to the network, and based on other capacity factors, etc., it might be a thought for the government to see how they can incentivize the same way they did with thermal stations in the past, the battery capacity at a certain level, and then the energy that's being sold, this gap between the energy price will be the primary end of view, but there should be a minimum revenue for those battery systems. Thank you very much. Let's move on to you, Mr. Cavadias, and just go through the second round of questions. Let's just talk about your experience, because you've already talked about the issues that need to be resolved, but let's just see what you can do and how you can contribute to this. We are part of the company of the Austrian group, ETV Austria in Greece. We're now celebrating 30 years in Greece. We've been here since 1994. We have horizontal activities in different kind of training and security operations center and workshops in the food industry and many other services. And of course, from 2010 onwards, we've been in the renewables market from the first series of great investments that were made in 2011-12 up to mid-2013. We're a certified organization for PV park inspections. We're also in the market of battery systems. We are the first independent stakeholder for certification and verification of the DAPEP registry. In recent years, we've implemented 22, we've carried out the due diligence for acquisition of portfolios of 22 gigawatts, out of which 16 or 17 is PV, around 3.5 gigawatts, and total is around 2,500 gigawatt hours of assessment for acquisitions for battery systems. So therefore there is great interest from investors. Everybody wants to invest there. The issue is how they can find the right funding. And may I add that at this point we have completed, or we are at the stage of completion of 4.5 gigawatts as a technical consultant. We're also technical consultants in the Bank of Cyprus, and we believe that we provide a wide range of services, both in renewables, but also in generally in the investment world. Thank you very much. We're going to go back later on in our discussion. Mr. Makianis, I'd like to ask you a question concerning the presence of Zinco in Greece and but also in Eastern Europe, especially in the area of storage, because we also had that similar discussion yesterday where it showed that Zinco is moving on to more construction investments. And but what do you see generally in the storage market? We've already touched upon some issues. Zinco is we know that it's been investing in the past 3 years in batteries. The strategy was clear that in order to continue with the growth of renewables and PVs, we cannot be doing this without the use of storage, and that's why an investment, a huge part of their capitals in the development of utility scale systems and commercial, both commercial and industrial, but also smaller systems for household applications. And the goal is, of course, to participate 100% with this product portfolio. Products which have already received the necessary certifications, and it is now clear that Zinco's position in the market, and this is known by the investors. We're talking about systems which are of all 5 megawatt hours, and Zinco, especially for Greece with the current requirements, is now looking at the market. Of course, together with the development of PVs and the support of existing PVs, we believe that we are in the right direction. But as I said, we need all these parameters to be in place so that we can see the growth. Large batteries do need to be installed, but talking about the smaller systems, the commercial and industrial systems that we often hear about, the 9 that are coming for businesses, that if we look at the operation of a hybrid system using PV batteries, we often observe a very increased return by these investments through this hybridization of energy generation, and this is where Zinco comes in with CNI to support the market. Zinco is so storage is undoubtedly here and needs to be moved forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Galanos. What's required here? Where do you focus so that you can make the storage technology more attractive? And what I mean by more attractive is to see some kind of a level of reduction in terms of capex, but also as a technology, as you mentioned earlier, how it can deal with certain challenges. First of all, beyond capex, we also have opex, which kind of runs alongside an investment. We focus on the aspect of technology. We're a company that has 40% of its budget in R&D, and we always try to be the leaders in the market when it comes to technological developments. I think over the past years it's been proved on a global level, and that's also been proved in battery storage systems, because Sunrow has more than 20 years experience in facility and storage systems. At the moment we're at one of the top 3 of installers global level, and one of our goals when it comes to the optimization of CapEx, both our CapEx and OpEx, is focusing on the technological aspect. We make sure that we have technologies that have a high degree of technological density, innovative systems with power conversion systems that come from the experience that we have from PV inverters. This do have been integrated in a 20 feet container, the batteries and the PCS, and this solution that we offer through under the name Pilot Titan 2 is a leader in the market. It offers exceptional output, and it has many technological advantages, both in terms of safety and in terms of performance, and in terms of generation, testing, logistics. It minimizes the installation time in the field. It helps the various certification companies to make their life easier, because it's already pre-certified, which means that you do not need to certify the battery and the PCS that's already included in the unit, which Mr. Cavadias probably knows that this is a very time-consuming process and often a difficult one. And then this whole package is a package, as you can understand, helps the investor to minimize their OpEx. We as a company can offer maintenance services. We're moving to that direction, either through preventive or corrective maintenance, so that we can offer a single package to investors. We see that this is a tendency that we'll see more of in the future. We also see a trend for going for systems that go beyond the 4 hours. We see that already in the UK, and we see that in projects in Spain. I believe that this is where the direction we should be taking, not just us, but all of us, through local experienced teams with the right installations, see the kind of primary obstacles and overcome them. And so our philosophy is to move towards that direction. In the remaining time, I would like us to focus a little bit more and also include our other speakers in this discussion. Just a final comment, how many of these things that we've described we've already seen in Greece, or we're going to see in the near future, because what you've said about both CapEx and OpEx has been reduced much kind of faster when it comes to battery systems. So therefore it's really an issue of how much of this we've seen already and how much we've seen in the near future when it comes to technology, R&D, etc. Mr. Cavadias, if you just give me a brief comment, and then everybody can comment on this, and also based on the other interventions. I believe that when we saw the first calls to tender, there were 2 aims. One of them was to have the market going to that direction and have the right regulatory legislative framework, and the other thing was that the market couldn't cope with the high cost of batteries. And now we've seen that the battery prices, I wouldn't say that they've plummeted, but they've been they have significantly gone down. So for an investor, it seems to be a much better investment because of its reduced price. At least they've gone below the 200,000 per megawatt hour. I'd like to make a comment on the fact that there has been a downward trend for prices. I'm not sure if this has happened for the right reasons or not. I'm not going to comment on that at this point. Quite possibly, sometimes cost goes down because of the penetration of many different suppliers of unknown origin and quality. I believe that investors, because these are the ones who should be concerned about, need to look at the most credible solutions with companies that have a long history in the energy sector. Prices are going to go to where the market determines. There's going to be a self-regulation by the market, and it's not in our control. Investors need to look at the experience and the support that they can receive and have a system that's going to operate in the next 10 years and have peace of mind, because what's the point of having something very cheap that's not going to work? I believe that Chinese companies, they monopolize the market, but I'm not referring to this. Mr. Makrigiannis? Yeah, we do have the figures, not just Jinko, but also other battery companies. Yeah, we know that they're primarily Chinese, and they're going to develop that technology even further, because we're talking about a certain battery capacity. But these figures, if we look at it from a scientific point of view, these are still very low if we see what's been happening in labs in terms of R&D. So at some point the price of battery is going to be stabilized for a certain period of time. Of course, that goes down through the level of penetration, so some supplier can gain market share, but what's most important, that after this fall of prices, we need to look at the OPEX, because this is what essentially the battery is trying to improve. It's not trying to make a project cheaper in its construction, it's trying to make it more effective and offer a better performance in the long term, and offer green energy. And of course, let's not forget about the issue of recycling, which is a huge aspect of the cost of battery, because we have one certain price with recycling and a completely different price without recycling. Well, this is a completely different discussion. There should be a completely separate forum on this. Mr. Biskas, just a comment. I wasn't going to talk about standalone batteries, but I'm going to give in. I'd just like to comment something that was mentioned by Mr. Kavadias earlier. In the States, the biggest part of the revenue, the biggest part of the revenue of standalone batteries does not come from arbitrage. It comes from the provision of services of offset energy and storage. So we're talking about secondary and tertiary services. So also in the States, where it's an energy mature market, they have capacity markets, which means that there are capacity availability markets, where different players can offer long-term availability, and through that services there can be, and I'm talking about standalone batteries, not the ones that are already subsidized, they can be paid for these services. This market is not available in Greece, at least at the moment. I agree with you, we do need to create such market in which standalone batteries can also be eligible. Mr. Alexandropoulos? One comment that I would like to make is that when it comes to storage, batteries in general, it's a great technology that can offer many different services. But what I keep telling everyone is that the revenue from different markets is not necessarily positive, and it's not easy to assess. And in that, especially when we're talking about some of the players that we have with us today. Well, I think we can close this discussion here. I think we've covered most important matters. This is something that's been talked about last year and this year. It's probably going to be on the table again next year, but the issue is to kind of see what's new. And I think the key here is the installation of this first project that's going to confirm or not, some of the assessments. And in parallel, of course, we need to have a discussion on the revenue, because it's a big part that may very much relate to the forecasts that are going to determine the size of these projects as well as timeline. But these projects do need to go ahead, yes, undoubtedly so, yeah. We'll be here and we can talk about it. Thank you very much, and we can now move on to the next panel.
προς τα πέρα να πάτε. Συνεχίζουμε την ροή του προγράμματος.
We will continue with our program with the pivotal issue, which is self-generation from net metering to net billing. There is a large number of companies involved in this domain, and we have had a significant change in the framework. In the beginning, there were some concerns about that and some fears, but I believe that in the meantime, the landscape is becoming more clear. Concerns and fears have been reduced, and there is a lot of anticipation on the market for further development. So it's more of an opportunity than of a problem. We will have a discussion with Mr. Yorgos Aliagas, who is a consultant at the Ministry of Energy. He will be moderating the discussion. Then we have Mr. Yannis Papadopoulos from ENGEA, Mr. Sakas from Goodwe, Panagiotis Mitopalas, MGD. Stelios Psomas is mentioned in the program. He would have participated in this panel, but unfortunately he had a problem, not a very serious one. So he will not be participating. Just let me say a few words about the part of Stelios Psomas, who will not be participating. In terms of capacity, systems from 9 to 10 kilowatts are account for 50.2% of the market. In parallel, there are 370 megawatts of unexecuted projects in network metering, and there are another 100 megawatts in virtual net metering. This shows that there is a considerable market, plus 85 megawatts from the project PV on the field. Stelios Psomas was going to speak about the new framework that creates new electrical space, 60% for self-generation. He would also have said that internationally there is a wide range of activities in terms of self-consumption, because technology, and this is new, this has not come to Greece yet, allows for what we call PV on the balcony. This is a large market internationally. This market is expected also to be created in Greece. And Mr. Psomas was going to propose 2 kilowatts of such solar panels to be allowed for each apartment. We have heard Mr. Psomas in his presentations, his estimates for the future, and his estimate for self-consumption rather, is that until 2030, which is not very far, 2.7 gigawatts. This is a considerable number. And I would like, on my part, to pinpoint what Mrs. Duku, Vice Minister for Energy, said. She talked about the strategic choice of the ministry to support self-consumption. The methods for support do not necessarily have to be linked to the consumers themselves. So there are different resources, different funds, for example, the RRFs that can be used for this purpose. With this introduction, I would like to give the floor to Yorgos Aliagas. He's going to be moderating this module. 30 minutes, please. Keep it within this time frame. We have changed our roles. Mr. Panagoulis, I will be moderating now. Now, an issue that is entering the homes of each and every one of us is what we're talking about. 700 megawatts in net metering have been put into operation in the last years, as we heard from the Vice Minister. First of all, this is related to the energy crisis that we have been experiencing. And this is also a tendency in the whole of Europe. When consumers see their bills going up, when they see these fluctuations in prices, they try to do something about that. And they want low prices. In the last years, they have shown that they want to take the situation in their own hands. Purchase a PV system, and then they would not have to care about their energy bills. So this is a trend that is now changing again. So we have even more active consumers now. They are adapting their consumptions to the hours of the day that their PV systems are producing. So not only are they installing their own PV systems, Europe does promote distributed generation. And Europe is also promoting rooftop PV systems. Now, what is your take on this matter? What has happened in the last years with the net metering stations? And how do you see the new model, the new measures and policies that are being promoted by the government for self-generation and self-consumption? We have Mr. Murtopalas from MGD Energy, Mr. Papadopoulos from ENG, and Mr. Sakas from Goodwe. I think you are the ones who are observing the market closely. You know also how the technical companies, the engineers, the manufacturers are involved in this. You also get the consumers' feedback, what households and companies want. So maybe you could give us your own perspective, and then we can discuss the implementation of the previous model and the current model. My name is Thanasis Sakas, and I am Commercial Director of Goodwe in Europe. I believe as a company we have a good image, a good picture of what is happening in Greece and in the European market. The 700 megawatts mentioned by Mrs. Zdoukou is an impressive number, but this lies in the past now. We have to look ahead for new interventions to continue this trend. This extremely good performance of our market is linked to the instabilities in the electricity prices of the last 3 years. So we should learn from this, not only we, the ministry, and the citizens. We should not expect the next energy crisis to come along so as to respond to that. As if we are firefighters. And I might add later on something. Mr. Murtopalas, thank you for this invitation. MGD is a company that provides holistic services in the PV sector. We have a significant market share in auto production, and it is a market that we actively support because for the final producer, this is the best tool for them to save costs and also manage risks. And when I talk about risk management, I am referring to this volatility that we have experienced in the last years, and also this volatility requires more flexibility on the part of the consumer. So I'm here to talk about all these matters. Thank you. Mr. Papadopoulos. Let me also thank you for the invitation, and let me add that every year this event is getting better and better, and it has significant participation. I followed all the presentations yesterday, and I'm following the works of this conference today. And as a company that is involved in PV, I'd say that many presentations have only focused on one part of the matter. So we are here to also shed light on the part of the consumers. I don't want to talk about the different problems that were caused by the target model. This is not the issue we are meant to be discussing right now. Our perspective stems from the the consumers themselves. Yesterday and today, we have been talking about problems, about the problems of the past. But these problems lie in the past. We're trying to see what we'll do with the curtailments, etc. But my opinion is that self-generation is the future. So this is what we should focus on. And the problem will be when the penetration of self-generation will be higher. So people want to know if net billing is worth doing. We see priorities, measures for electrical space. Net metering is over. Exactly, this is my point. And this is also what we talk about with our clients. They should consider an internal PPA. What are their needs for electricity? They should also draw up a plan. And after that, they will see that the cost is rather low, 3, 4, 5 cents. Even if storage is part of the package, it is an equation that works out. And of course, there will be some instruments and a better framework to promote this. What is your point of view? Well, we had net metering and now we have gone over to net billing. We have been waiting for that for a long time. In the other European countries, net metering belongs to the past for 2-3 years now. I think a mistake of the Ministry of Energy was that for a long time there was a gap between net metering and net billing that had not been regulated and legislated, and that froze the market. This should not happen again. Once you announce something, you should go on to implement it. Otherwise, wait with the announcement. Now, net billing has two pillars, the household and the industrial pillar. In both cases, it is a great solution. And our opinion is that for household systems, something needs to be done with the VAT. Mature countries such as Germany do not impose VAT on household systems, but you cannot use this as an argument that Germany is very advanced, because the Ukraine also has taken out the VAT from the household systems. And we're not talking here about subsidizing or any other thing. Right now, the market is low because electricity is rather cheap. But if you look at the big picture, in the last 5 years, Germany has 30 cents, euro cents for household systems. So in Greece, we need to get prepared and get to the next step, which is net billing. Now, what is your take? You are a company that wants to implement projects. You have been implementing net metering projects in the last years. What are your models right now? How many years are needed to pay back? So for the Greek consumer, how many years do they need to get some return? We heard that investing in renewables and especially in PV may be insecure, that amortization may not be very quick. But when you have self-consumption, this is also a type of amortization of your investment. With net billing, this is exactly the way that you can you can create a mechanism on the market that offers flexibility. And this is also the best solution to save energy costs. I should stress that. And when we talk about household costs, this is very important. We all understand that. But this is even more important when we're talking about companies, because this is linked to competitiveness. These are industries that are facing the international competition. And the international competition has already incorporated all these instruments for some years now, net billing, that is. So our companies and our industries are facing this competition when they want to export a product whose price is made up partially by energy costs as well. So they have to respond to this competition. Now, our company has manufactured more than 60, 70 megawatts of self-generation systems in the country. And we believe that, of course, first we need to examine the sustainability of the system. We also need to enhance self-generation as the first and main instrument for a company to reduce its energy costs. Mr. Papadopoulos, how can we enhance self-generation, or rather self-consumption? Well, the first thing is to create the framework for this. There have been some delays, but still we have now virtual net metering, which is a very important change. Storage, we believe, is the future also in self-consumption, so that a system can store energy and provide more freedom to companies to stand up to the competition. So first of all, we need to create the framework for this. There are some minor issues that also need to be clarified. The VAT mentioned is one of those. I'm not sure how easily it can be done, because for a company, for corporate energy costs, you don't have this issue with VAT. You only have it with household systems. And the country needs storage. For that, you need stability, you need a regulated framework, and whatever is announced should be implemented right away. Otherwise, one should wait with the announcements. On the part of the manufacturers and the salesperson, do you see a gap here? Apart from the VAT issue, I understand that this has been clarified in other countries. Do you believe that companies and households should combine PV with batteries, with storage? They should also have zero feed-in solutions, because for small systems we have committed electrical space, but for those companies that need like 500 megawatts, they may have a problem with that. So zero feed-in may be a solution. In the beginning, we used to hear that we don't want zero feed-in because our consumption is early in the morning or late in the afternoon. But now the mentality is changing slowly. What do you believe, or what would you propose to a household and an enterprise? Let me say that unfortunately we're going through a period of geopolitical instability. And I'm talking about the wider region here. There are a lot of studies indicating that any problems in the geopolitical situation will immediately have an impact on the energy prices. So even if we talk about household or corporate systems, amortization is the most important issue. We saw that there were plans for 8-year amortizations, and then the amortization was concluded in 5 years. So net billing investment should not be seen as a project that will be concluded in 5 or 12 months. Forget that. This is an instrument that helps you save, and you should look at it in the long term. Either you are a household or an enterprise, there will be a benefit in either way. Of course, we do not want the worst case scenario, but we are living in a unstable period and region. And of course, by no means should any subsidies, any funding be announced for this. This will stop the market altogether. So the numbers that we heard from Mrs. Zdoukou are very nice, but now we should look ahead. Very few of our fellow citizens are making use of these benefits, so we should look at this investment in the long term. Mr. Murtopalas, what should an enterprise do? Should it go on to net billing, or should it wait for 2025, 26, 27 for the prices to fall, or maybe for some new subsidies by the government? The best way to answer this question for an enterprise or a household is to talk with someone who has already installed such a system. Because if you speak with an industrialist who has experienced what Thanasis talked about, that is the energy crisis, and tried to tackle that crisis, that industrialist will say that it was the best investment made in the last years, even if it's not a productive investment. In other words, it does not have an impact on production. So this is the future. In the Netherlands, 42% of installed capacity are household systems. In Spain, 28% is self-generation. France, 12%. And we have very good numbers indeed in the last 2 years in this segment. But this shows that we have a good pace that we should follow to reach the levels of Europe in 2030. So net billing is the solution of tomorrow. It is a solution that offers flexibility, and it should be supported by all means, also by legislative means, so as to be a sustainable solution for companies. Mr. Papadopoulos, our time is almost up. What message would you like to convey to consumers and others who are listening to us? I'd like to highlight something that has not been mentioned, the electrical space. We are from northern Greece, from Ceres, so there have been some changes announced, but there are some regions, especially in the north of Greece, that do not have any electrical space available. I think that this is something that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. There has been an intervention with 200 kilowatts, but this is not enough for large industries. Talking about sustainability, I will agree with the previous speakers, and I would add something. We heard about the energy exchange yesterday. I was thinking about the paradigm of mobile telephony, because it's sort of a PPA that you conclude with your provider for 2 years. Now, if you have surpassed your limit, then you have a different costs. In this sense, the entering the spot market should not be seen with concern. I don't think that we will have lower prices. It is an investment in an autonomous system. Even if you distribute it between spot and self-generation, it is even better because the prices will not fall, and they have not fallen. This has not worked. So they should consider it. So should we go on to net billing? Of course. I think we all agree here that PV are not what we used to know, the solar panels. This is over. We're talking about net billing today, and combined with storage, we can achieve great results. So storage and lower costs for the consumers. So this is a message to be conveyed to everyone. You don't need to be concerned about which model you preferred, net metering or net billing. The market has spoken out. It works for consumers, and let us hope that the ministry will support this concept even more.
Η ηλιακή ενέργεια, η αποθήκευση της ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας και η ηλεκτροκίνηση αποτελούν πλέον τον πυρήνα της ενεργειακής επανάστασης, μειώνοντας το περιβαλλοντικό αποτύπωμα και δημιουργώντας ένα πιο πράσινο μέλλον. Η ENG, μία από τις σημαντικότερες εταιρείες στον χώρο από το 2006, εξειδικεύεται στην ανάπτυξη, κατασκευή και συντήρηση φωτοβολταϊκών σταθμών, συστημάτων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας και σταθμών φόρτισης ηλεκτρικών οχημάτων. Μέλος του Eco Era Group και με γραφεία σε Αθήνα και Θεσσαλονίκη, έχει αναπτύξει περισσότερα από 700 ΜΒ φωτοβολταϊκών εγκαταστάσεων, 300 ΜΒ συστημάτων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας και έχει εγκαταστήσει πάνω από 400 σταθμούς φωτοβολταϊκών. Αποτελεί τη νούμερο 1 εταιρεία λειτουργίας και συντήρησης φωτοβολταϊκών σταθμών με περισσότερα από 700 έργα υποδιαχείριση. Διαθέτει πλήρως εξοπλισμένους αποθηκευτικούς χώρους 800 τετραγωνικών μέτρων. Διαθέτει κέντρο ελέγχου και εξειδικευμένο εξοπλισμό για την βελτίωση της απόδοσης των εγκαταστάσεων και το πιο εκτεταμένο δίκτυο τεχνικών συνεργατών στην Ελλάδα. Τα 2 τελευταία έτη, με την επωνυμία ENG Charge, λειτουργεί σταθμούς ταχυφόρτισης ηλεκτρικών οχημάτων με μερικούς από τους μεγαλύτερους σταθμούς στην Ελλάδα σε στρατηγικά σημεία ενδιαφέροντος. Ως αναπόσπαστο μέρος της εταιρικής ευθύνης και της περιβαλλοντικής φιλοσοφίας της, η ENG είναι πρωτοπόρος στην έρευνα και την ανάπτυξη στον τομέα των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και στηρίζει συνεχώς πρωτοβουλίες ενεργειακής αναβάθμισης και ενίσχυσης του αστικού πρασίνου. Σε μια εποχή συνεχόμενων εξελίξεων, στόχος της ENG είναι να ηγηθεί στην ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνολογιών και εφαρμογών στο τομέα των ΑΠΕ, συμβάλλοντας στην ολοκλήρωση της ενεργειακής μετάβασης. ENG. Positive Power.
Αφού ευχαριστήσουμε τους
After thanking the representatives of the companies and Mr. Aliaga for the previous discussion concerning the issue of self-generation, we're now going to have a presentation about a important matter that maybe some of the older renewable investors know it from the kind of a negative side, but now the expectations are that we're not going back to the old times, and we talk about the financial health of ELAPE, the special account for renewables, and for the smooth flow of payments to investors. That's going to be presented by Mrs. Vassiliou, who's responsible for ELAPE, for the renewable special account, and DAPEP.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Παναγούλη.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panagouli. Good morning, everyone. I will just talk about the special account and these new circumstances, but we're going to look at it from the beginning and look at some of its KPIs. The account was created in 2000 together with SME for the development of renewables. At the end of 2002, we have as a key component €0.50 in order to support 230 megawatts. 10 years later, we have the installment of 3.5 installment, and that's become to almost €9, and there is an immediate and imperative need for finding new sources and creation of mechanisms that will support renewables. And 10 years later, we've now exceeded the 10 gigawatts with a surplus that exceeds the 1 billion. And if we're going to look at the picture today, we have a very complex structure with connected projects, and the account of the new projects post-2021 that is also going to support later on the offshore wind projects, the storage account that is going to start operating from 2026 onwards in order to support battery and pumped storage projects. In both accounts, there is a charge for suppliers that will cover possible balance deficits, and we're soon going to see an account for the account for the redispatchment of renewables. Let's just see what's been happening since 2019, which is the year where we have the operation of the aggregators and operators, and also the remaining balance. In other words, what's the financial output on a monthly basis. We see initially some periods of deficits with low prices in natural gas and low prices in the energy markets. The price can go to 62 or even 45 euros per megawatt hour. Then we have the energy crisis. Then we have the war in Ukraine. We have up to 42% per megawatt hour. And then we have a upper limit. Then we go negative again, and there's a recovery where we go into periods of low, zero, or even negative energy prices and new deficits. If we look at 2024 in more detail, we see some periods either with low capacity that is set by the high production from renewables, and we have low prices or zero prices in the market, deficits for the special accounts, or periods of high demand where the renewables are not sufficient, and the energy prices is determined by natural gas, and we have surpluses for the special account. The same kind of picture we have for the aggregated balance. We see in 2022 the gradual injection to the energy transition fund and the support, the consumers' contribution to that. From both graphs, there are two conclusions. One of them is the variability and the resilience. The special account is not unaffected by the geopolitical situation, therefore there's a high degree of variability. Also, despite its ups and downs, there was not a single month that affected the flow of payment to the renewables generators. So therefore there's a high degree of resilience. And when it comes to new projects, we see these ups and downs, but a much more limited range, because originally the limits that were determined is very close to the average compensation prices for the projects included in this account, but also after this account the market price is can cover these projects. So what we saw happening in the past which also are concerns for the future, are the risks and the uncertainties, both as concern the evolution of this account, but also in terms of its sustainability. Let's look at some of the more critical financial factors. There are the national planned goals in terms of penetration, which we're going to achieve. However, to what extent, how many of these megawatts are going to be part of the RES operator depends on. We also have curtailments of renewables, where we have this low, zero, or negative price, but also the special price for PVs. In other words, the price paid for the technology by the market becoming a lot lower than the cleared price as determined by the market. We can see how the revenue of the special account has shrunk, and we'll see how we can have a smoother injection of renewables, and so that there's a reduction between the fluctuation between day and night, but also regulatory interventions, just like the 2-year measure, which can go up to the 4 megawatts. Taking all this into account, we can see how in 2024 this is going to look like. We assume that 100 million from diesel is going to go to the special account, and there's a deficit of 50 to 60 million. In terms of the special account, this is easily managed. Now the picture for the new project account is similar. We're also going to have a similar picture in the scenario for 2025, but this is going to be published soon, and of course I wouldn't omit our vision for the special account, which is to keep the special account as a reliable source of revenues for renewables generators when it comes to the flexibility and adaptability for the special account, but at the same time with the resilience for the operators, both on a preventive but also as a preventive measure and corrective measure. And finally, finding new resources and new mechanisms for supporting renewables and dealing with climate change, with additional and supplementary measures to the financial support. Thank you very much.
Μπαίνουμε τώρα στην ενότητα 9, η οποία λέγεται...
we're now moving to the next section, which has to do with technological developments and the cost of wind, solar, and storage systems. We're going to hear some very interesting things because obviously the technological developments to a large degree determines the market developments because we have new opportunities just as a result of these innovations. We're going to have a presentation by Nasos Plainos, who's a country manager of LONGI for Greece and Cyprus. Plainos always has some interesting things to share with us.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. It's a technological presentation by LONGI in Greece for the first time. This is the first time that we have a technological presentation of a product. This is necessary because LONGI has managed to have a breakthrough in the markets by launching a revolutionary product. Just very correctly put by Mr. Panagoulis. We have a unique opportunity to now have some products which offer unique solutions, and these are the ones that we're going to present. Just a few words about LONGI. What is it and how it started? LONGI is a company that was started by 3 people in a lab, in a university lab. And those 3 people, the founders, are also the owners of LONGI. They're obsessed with technology, and this obsession led them to create a company that focuses on technology. So therefore, technology is in the LONGI's DNA, and this is what we focus on, and that's why you see all these results and the quality of LONGI all these years. It's quite funny, the story behind its name, and it just shows kind of more or less what is our real target. It was the name of the Vice Chancellor of the university, and that's why the founding members are still students, they're still learning, they're still in a lab, continuing to kind of create new products. They made what is truly a revolutionary product, which is HIMO 9, which is based on many of the principles of ancient Greek philosophy, looking for a unique pathway without following the kind of beaten track. For many billions of dollars have been spent in the past, has been spent in order to get to this point. We've already developed the contact technology, which have introduced in the market in single-phase panels, and now we have the same technology being used in bifacial panels. Since by nature the Greek market is primarily utility projects. So we now have this technology that's giving solutions to some kind of basic problems. PV panels have always had some problems which we've all taken for granted, and thinking that this is never going to change. And this is where LONGI comes in, saying that this can change. First, one of them is the limited space, the limited surface, the limited area that we can use. The second one is a partial shading, which again we've taken for granted, and even the simulation programs that we have, they take this as a given. And now it's very easy to carry out simulations on these products launched by LONGI. The third one is hotspots. Again, this is one of the kind of problems of the panels that we've accepted. We've kind of assumed that there are some hotspots, and we give some new panels. This is for a small investor. It might be one of the kind of slightly sort of sore points of the investment. But when it comes to a multi-million investment, that can create a huge problem. And the same, one of what LONGi was trying to create, and obviously the ultimate goal, was to reach a lifetime liability. And this is very important because when you're making an investment, you need to be certain about the money you've invested. Not only because you have a guaranteed interest rate, or you have a guaranteed government framework that is not going to change, and guarantees our investment, but also just make sure that the panel can kind of keep its word, can be true to its word. I'm not going to go into more details in the presentation because I've brought some videos that can explain what are the outcomes and what are the results of this technology. Of course, we're there to offer further explanations, not only about this technology, about these benefits, but also other benefits of this technology. First of all, you can see the visual difference between the new panels and the old panels. If anyone wants to buy the older technology, the old technology is there, but one of the problems that we're facing as a company is that we have such high demand for the power content that's creating a problem when it comes to satisfying the current demand. You can see on the left-hand side of the slide, the panel, you can see that the advantages that come with the fact that it's a one continuous panel. Basically, if anyone who just kind of follows that path will have a 6.5 to 8% increase in the power generation within a certain area. Of course, we can go into detail point to point how we get to these results. First of all, let's look at the limited space, one of the issues that we talked about. We talk about 5% more in stored capacity within the same land. That might seem low, only 5%, but in many cases, and especially in Greece, when developers have a very challenging installation, that can give you the advantage that you are looking for. So you're on a slope, for example, so you can avoid certain areas that create problems. The other one is spatial shading, and this is one of the biggest problems of PV panels. They stop generating when there was spatial shading. And how did that happen? We're going to watch a video. We can see that gradually part of the panel is being covered. You can see to the left there's a HIMA 9, and then there's an N-type panel, HIMA 7 for example, and you can see how gradually through partial shading the generation goes down. You can see the simulation here and how it reaches zero just by partial shading, while the other panel has a reduced performance, but only to the extent that, so if only cells have been covered, there's only those 5 cells that are not producing. The rest of it is still continues to produce energy. This is a huge advantage of that technology. Here we see another benefit of that technology, which is where you see that under very dark conditions the panel starts fading out. How we can fade out in its production, that in today's production, where we have a fluctuation in production, in an investment such as a tracker, then we have multiple benefits. A third aspect is the uneven current. What is this? This is when there's something covering the panel. There could be some leaves or that might be blocking this particular cell. That cell overheats to the extent that it creates problems to the panel, and at some point, sooner or later, not only that part of the panel is going to stop generating, but it also creates high temperatures in the panel, and as a result the panel is overworking, and eventually we start having problems with the panel. And finally, in many cases, I believe that this is the most important issue of these panels. There are panels that have a lifespan of 5 or 20 years, and some of them that we know that they have the right technology that can assure that they will reach that kind of lifespan. If we look at the cell used in this panel, this is the Tyrate cell. It's a very high reliability as a material. This material, you can see that what we're simulating an egg size. There are 2 wafers. One of them is one of them is a Tyrant and the other one is an N-type. And it has the ability, this panel, to have the stress resistance, so they can cope with the dynamic loading, especially due to the high winds and the large size of the panels. And this is why you see here that one cell breaking. Of course, it's not going to happen in the panel, but it just gives you the level of resistance that the new cell has, and this is what's going to make the panel last for 30 years. Of course, the cell is not going to break, but there are going to be micro cracks from the kind of continuous vibration. And conventional panels, the N-type panels, and all the previous technologies, we used to have these bus bars from the top of one cell to the bottom of the other one. This was creating pressure, so you can imagine if you put someone at 100 meters below the sea level, it's going to have a certain pressure. What we've achieved now, we just went from, it's a bit like having brought a panel from the pressure that would receive 10 meters under the sea level and bring it to the sea surface. You can see that, you can imagine the kind of pressure that's being put on. This is what offers additional strength to this technology. So this panel clearly is something that we didn't suddenly discover it just out of the blue. What LONGi has done, like it had done in the past in 2018, it managed to bring this new technology at market price. It kind of made this technology accessible by everyone. We all want to have the best car, but nobody can. But not everyone can buy a Rolls Royce. If you manage to give this to consumer at the right price, this technology was being sold at a much higher price, and LONGi is the first one that has managed to bring at that level and at that price level. From my side, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you very much, and if you need any more information, we're there for you. Thank you.
Meet HIMO 9, a game changer for global power station asset owners. It's not just the best solution, it could be the ultimate one. Introducing the next generation HPBC cells, ultra high efficiency, utilizing brand new silicon wafer, Tyrate. HYMO 9 delivers exceptional performance, achieves remarkable efficiency and superior power. Optimal degradation performance ensures consistent high power generation for a lifetime. Ultra-low temperature coefficient. HYMO 9 never compromises with high temperature and power generation. Uneven radiation will no longer be a problem. And current non-uniformity risks are effectively mitigated. We anticipate every risk in a world of uncertainty. Surpassing industry standards, assure quality with digital manufacturing and AI-driven inspections, guaranteeing peak performance.
We will carry on with the ninth panel, talking about technological advancements and cost of equipment in solar, wind, storage, and energy transmission. Michael Schmeller, Executive Advisor and Director of Market Intelligence of Solar Power Europe, is following us online. Mr. Thierry Paulet, Energy Sector Executive, Innovation Driver, Power Digitalization at Huawei. Mr. Andreas Andonopoulos, Siemens SA. Mr. Ilias Kouros, Channel Sales Manager, Greece and Cyprus of SKE. Mr. Kostas Kastanis from Elvan. And Sterios Logothetidis, Founder and President of the Organic Electronic Technologies and the Hope A Companies Association. Thank you all for being with us. You are experts in technological developments in the fields of solar, wind, storage, and also energy transmission are very rapid. In the last years, we have experienced very fast advancements, especially in batteries. CapEx has improved significantly, but also in other fields we have seen similar advancements. So we have companies being represented here that are working in these fields, and a main element of their development have been projects that need to follow upon technological advancements. So technology is an important element. So with these few introductory remarks, I would like to ask the members of this panel, Mr. Schmeller, would you like to start? I hope that you can hear us.
Yeah, hi. So the floor is yours. You can start your presentation, please.
Wonderful. From Brussels. I'm the only one we have a holiday. Will be next to you. Myself, but can you still hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Go ahead.
Because then I don't hear myself now. Okay, so we're Solar Power Europe, the association of the solar sector in Europe. We're representing around 320 organizations across the value chain, from silicon to deployment, from small companies to big utilities. And we work closely with 30 national associations, mostly in Europe, obviously, and also with the Greek Solar Association. So we are based in Brussels, and we are trying to get the best for solar in terms of legislation. Okay, so a little bit on technology, depends how the sector is doing. So just 10 minutes to kickstart. So again, 2023 was a record for solar, installed over 60 gigawatt, first time ever. The market has been growing dramatically over the last years, from between 40 and 50%, last year doubling. The reason was mostly driven by the energy crisis and the fear of people for blackouts, which has been unseen in Europe so far mostly. That has changed a lot. So if we look at our market outlook, we see that the market in solar is stabilizing for this year. And I think we have a pretty good overview now after 3 quarters are done. We anticipate only 5% market growth and the low 2-digit growth numbers for the coming years. The reason is obvious. So the electricity energy prices have returned back to normal, sometimes even than before, and so the driver is not so much anymore. That brings us almost to a problem, because we need to install at least 60 or 60 gigawatt DC in average for the coming years in order to meet the 750 gigawatt DC target of the EU Commission. So we believe it's possible, but there are some challenges, and we see problems with the grid, problems with flexibility, and problems with electricity consumption. Also an important trend to look at, while the market in Europe was mostly dominated by rooftops in the past, dramatically by rooftops in the past, that is changing now. Demand is moving more towards the ground-mounted segment, so that towards 2030 we see an almost 50-50 market. So that means the rooftop segment increases from roughly 2/3 market share last year to around 50% by the end of this decade. So what's the reason? As I've already mentioned, we've seen the challenging with purchasing power. Energy costs have come down. Inflation have been high. It's coming down now, but that plays even more into the hands of utility scale so that they can invest and or get investors invest also in solar systems. There's political uncertainty, grid connection issues, even on the rooftop side. Utility side, also some challenges, but nevertheless more opportunities, because costs of equipment have come down dramatically, and the popularity of PPAs is increasing on the one hand, but there's also a lot of tenders in many countries, and solar has become often the lowest cost technology. Next one. Genau. Quickly coming also to battery storage, which is more and more important. If you look at certain markets in the rooftop segment, you have attachment rates like in Germany of over 80% for behind the meter. And that was also the driver of for this battery sector in the past. So most of the systems in the past were residential systems, 60% in 2022, 2023, 70%, and the market has been also doubling over the last few years. Unlike in solar, we continue to see the market grow with average growth rates of 30-40% in the coming years. As of this year, it's flipping. Utility scale solar is becoming bigger. Residential is losing in shares. That will continue while the C&I market that has been not so strong and rather a niche market is growing in the coming years. Quickly on prices, we've seen prices across the solar module chain decreasing over the last 2 years due to huge overcapacities in China, where most of the products are coming from. Last year, prices for modules were 50% down. And this year, year to date, this is on the big table, you see price index taken from yesterday. Module prices towards the bottom are also up to 30% down year to date. These are Chinese prices. You see that silicon wafers sell, everything prices down. But the same is also true, of course, in Europe. And here you see in the lower left table, module prices on the distributor level in Europe. And here prices are higher efficient technologies, down 40% for low-cost modules, sometimes still on inventory, also down close to 30%. Quickly on technology, what's happening, we've also seen that in previous presentations, there has been a dramatic development in the technologies in solar. We have been moving from PERC to TOPCon. You can see here in the table that the ITRP, that's the International Technology Roadmap, assumes that close to 50%, so first time ever, TOPCon will dominate the market. But I believe that is already too conservative. When we look at the big companies this year, probably TOPCon will have a 70% market share, and it will be even more. So TOPCon is a new nanotechnology. There's an interesting thing happening in solar at the moment. Companies do have IP, and they are also now claiming their IP. There's a lot of lawsuits going on in the sector. In the US, that means, for example, there is a renaissance in manufacturing, that companies start actually their productions not with the latest technology, TOPCon, but mostly PERC, to avoid conflicts in that field. If we look at efficiencies, you also see efficiencies continuously increasing. Efficiency is the key driver to get, on the one hand, down, which is so important. Today, basically no module manufacturer makes today's prices actually profits. So the profits must come from different businesses. And in order to get into the profit zone, because at the moment, nobody really sees if that prices are going up, unless there is some protection measures, like in the US, where there's only a limited amount of certain modules getting into the market. You do see actually that efficiencies are going up with better technologies. So we do see here at the moment efficiencies in the range of 23%. The best module efficiencies that are out in the market have already increased 24%, and we're going further up year on year. We, or at least experts, expect a technology change in 2026 when we're leaving the single junction technology field and tandem technologies. So that means two layers of different technologies, often silicon with perovskite, come into the play. We see a couple of companies already in the market positioning themselves, but experts expect this segment to become really visible in 2026 and bring then the efficiency front to the next level, and then hopefully cost also further down, which will help companies to maneuver better in this difficult cost environment. Quickly on solutions, we see in the market the need for new technologies because topics like biodiversity, land use become an issue, so agriculture, float are really hot topics, and we are working hard on legislation support schemes set for the technologies. Maybe I think one final slide which illustrates the key challenges for solar. We need to further grow electrification, but electrification is stable in Europe for the last 5 years. For that reason, there is a challenge because we want to reach 55%, but we are only at around 23% now, and over 60% in 2050. So in order to get there, we need great investment and flexibility, which is also not advancing as fast as we need. And on this slide, you can see how many times we have negative prices in Europe, with events have been increasing.
Μάλλον υπάρχει κάποιο τεχνικό θέμα. Mr. Smela? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Smela. Thank you very much. Let's go on. Mr. Pollet, the floor is yours, so please.
To be guarded by the divine waves of the Acropolis here in the vicinity. The topic that I will cover today is a technical topic. It's a technical session, and I will discuss about a key capability that we'll have to build up also in the Greek network in order to sustain the introduction of renewables and execute on the roadmap of energy transition. And the topic is called grid forming. Grid forming is a capability that will be needed in inverter-based technologies, such as battery systems, solar systems, HVDC systems, to contribute to the grid stability. And I will explain why this aspect will become important. We'll start with having a look at the energy system in Greece and the market dynamics in Greece. And then I will spend a few brief words on grid stability. Grid stability, and in particular the aspect of inertia. It was brought up by some of the speakers earlier. Why is inertia important? This is one of the few elements of grid stability. And on the broader scope, there are other aspects that are needed to be implemented to have a stable grid in the future. Why is it important for investors in renewable technologies? Because it will allow them to tap into new services that will be introduced in the ancillary support markets. I will also give a status on where we are in Europe with implementing and regulating those features, and I will end off with the key summary and conclusions. This is the system as it stands now in Greece. We have about 17% PV in the energy mix. We have a fair amount of wind, but we also still have a number of conventional energy generation resources based on natural gas, on oil, and this means that we still have quite a leap to take in order to become carbon neutral in the future. If we just look at the PV sector, it would have to double by 2030 as part of the execution plan that was presented yesterday. And this is quite a challenge because if you look at PV today, it already represents about, we said here about 17% PV. We have a build out of 7 gigawatts. We have a total capacity of 24 gigawatts. So let's say one-third, one-fourth is attributed to PV in the system. How does it translate into the markets? Here I've taken the spot market price from last week, as well as the various sources of energy that contributed to the electricity that was generated. And obviously, during the day, there are peaks where there is an overcapacity of energy because of the intermittent character of solar and wind. At those times, the prices drop significantly, even till almost zero. And in other periods of the day, the more conventional sources are entering into the mix at more expensive prices. So there is a larger volatility in the pricing as more we introduce those intermittent renewables. In the last 2 days, we have been discussing many times about the consequences of that, namely the reduction of the curtailment that happens because of the economic mechanism. We have the price volatility, which is a challenge, but also an opportunity for a number of players. Think of the demand response players. And we also discussed at some point in time that curtailment is not only done because of economic reasons, it's also because the grid just cannot support the capacity to transfer the power. So we have an access issue to address. If we look at the grid in a broader perspective, we have to make sure that the grid stays stable. And if I think of all those, let's say, thermal generated synchronous generators that generate electricity, I take sometimes the parallel of a tumbler. It has a kind of massive tumbler that is rotating. It has a mass. It has, when it's rotating, a kinetic energy. And the behavior of the grid is very simple. You have the connected synchronous generators that create a torque, which is compensated by the electronic torque. And as long as there is a balance in the grid operates at a stable frequency. And there are two key parameters that drive the stability in the grid in terms of frequency. That's the balance of power, but it's also the inertia constant. So what is the inertia constant? It's basically the time that it takes to dissipate all the kinetic energy in the synchronous generators as the power flows in the grid. And typically, this is in a range of a couple of seconds, between 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds that each generator is contributing to the grid. Now, what happens if we retire synchronous generators? What happens if there is more power flowing from renewable energy? The consequence is that the inertia drops. And here I have demonstrated for Greece and some other countries the distribution of that inertia in terms of seconds as we move towards the transition. We see that the inertia constant is dropping. And the lower that value, the quicker the grid gets destabilized if we have a disturbance happening. Is that important? Yes, because that means that very quickly the frequency drops below a certain number where the loads are getting disconnected and the grid is basically collapsing. I've shown 3 other countries, Ireland, UK, and Germany, that have a similar profile. And all of those companies are taking measures to introduce grid-forming capabilities for inverter-based renewables. I've also shown the country where I come from, here in Switzerland, and there the profile in the future is still, I would say, quite okay from that perspective. Greece seems to be in the category of countries that have to cope with low inertia. So here I in a kind of artistic way, sketch what's happening if we lower inertia. On the top curve, the frequency curve that you see, this is the normal situation. If we introduce renewables and the inertia drops, and there is an event happening, an imbalance in the grid, then the frequency will drop much, much quicker. And one of the parameters that is describing that is the so-called ROC-off, the rate of change of frequency. This also comes very high, so that means the frequency drops very fast. And how do we avoid that? Well, there are two ways. Either the TSO is installing infrastructure in its grid to compensate that, but in most of the cases, it is relying on the market parties, so the investors in generation, to help support unbalance. And today, most of the services and the ancillary service is based on frequency containment reserves and automatic restoration reserves. In the future, this will no longer be sufficient. We will have to have mechanisms that react much, much faster than in the past. Mechanisms that react on a, let's say, sub-second level, and this is the area of what is called firm or fast frequency reserves that is already introduced in various markets in Europe. So the systems need to be able to support that, and it will also lead to new service opportunities in the application mix. There is another element, and that's the pink on the left-hand side, that is the support that is needed in a very short time frame, just a few cycles, milliseconds. And this support is needed also by renewables when we are more and more retiring conventional synchronous generators. This inertial support can be enabled by grid forming. That's the core aspect of grid forming. It provides a kind of virtual inertia, substituting the mechanical inertia from the rotating masses of the synchronous machines. Also, this type of services could be procured on the market. Here I've given an overview of all the various grid stability services. Frequency stability I focused on for the virtual inertia, but there are a set of other services that can be procured from the market if they are, of course, introduced by the market players. This gives, again, opportunities for revenues for battery players, provided, of course, they support all of these services. Here I give an example of the UK market that is, from that perspective, more advanced. And you see on the left-hand side the type of services that I have introduced. The inertia service, which is in trial today, the short-circuit level support, and the dynamic voltage support system. And they have built out a complete framework in order to support that in the future. Where are we in terms of regulation and standards? There is an important standard to be complied to for investors in generation, and that's the requirements for generators. These are being updated to support all those features for grid forming. This is ready to be approved. And then there is a whole set of standards that is following that, which are implemented in each of the various countries. In the middle piece, Germany, Italy, and Spain already have requirements for that. Another element that I wanted to highlight is that a battery system is much more than just a set of cascaded cells. It becomes a IT/OT system that helps to support the grid while it is delivering energy. Summary and conclusions. Grid forming will become a necessary technology to enable the transition, also in Greece. It will allow inverter-based systems, such as battery systems, to support the grid similar as synchronous machines did. It provides virtual inertia and other stabilizing capabilities, and the standards are well underway, the regulations are well underway. From a commercial perspective, opportunity perspective, the key takeaways are the following. BESS, battery systems, can turn imbalance effects into a commercial opportunity under peak shaving or arbitrage. Secondly, if there is a lot of curtailment, it tends to start thinking about co-location of PV plus battery or even hybrid systems. A hybrid system is where the systems are truly integrated. And there is an opportunity to capture revenue in the merchant markets, in particular the ancillary markets, because certainly new services will come. And then finally, if you're investing in storage systems, battery storage systems, think about what stack you want to build up, a combination of services in the energy markets and in the capacity market. And also be aware that over time, the optimal stack will change. So manage your application set well. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Πόλετ. Ήταν ιδιαίτερα ενδιαφέρουσα παρουσίαση.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pollet. This has been a very interesting presentation, and we will go on with Mr. Antonopoulos. Maybe you can tell us what you have observed until now. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to this well-established event about energy. There's a lot of interest for this event that rises year by year. Talking about technological developments, they indeed are important. In renewables, we need to invest to address two challenges mainly. The energy transition to be accelerated, and the digital transition. We need to mitigate the impact of climate change and at the same time apply new technologies that will help the sustainability of the whole system. Now, the cost of these technologies may appear high at first glance, but we should look at it bearing in mind what the whole life cycle is, and also bearing in mind what the role of these technologies is in addressing GHG emissions. So in the beginning, the cost may be high. I remember in the past for batteries had such a high cost that no business plan would consider them. But now this has changed, and batteries can solve problems. The same goes for monocrystalline or polycrystalline or bifacial systems or hydrogen technology. It may not look very attractive in the business plan, but in the long term it can provide solutions to problems. So what I'm trying to say is we have to be open to technology and consider it in the perspective of the future, sustainability, and the energy transition that is in the interest of everyone. Now, Siemens is a global technology group. It is synonymous with innovation, quality, and this for more than 170 years. We have been in Greece for 124 years, and we have been contributing to technological development in the country. Electrification automation at Siemens is focusing especially on renewables. It is providing an integrated portfolio for energy distribution and transmission to allow for the optimum incorporation of renewables in the grid. Against this backdrop, Siemens has set the priority of providing innovative solutions. We are using a blue GIS technology with clean air for 12, 24 and 36 kilovolt. Also automation, the automation sector for substations at 300 kilovolt is also something that we can support. The technology that we use there and that we are developing creates a lot of competitive advantages, and it can respond to important needs. Another solution that we offer concerns the grid and smart algorithm. We have the relevant technology that we are constantly developing further. And we also have an additional solution, IoT platforms, IoT applications. Electrification X is here the response of Siemens. Subsystem of associates and people who will help in this response.
Mr. Gouros, I'd like your own assessment on this. What do you see as a company? First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation and on behalf of SKE. Going back to your initial question, in my view, it is clear that growth is good for pricing, and the competition has shifted to growth and research, and beyond the competition that we see in the market. Personally, I believe that this is a good thing. It's clear that companies are investing in R&D. For the benefit of consumers. I heard something that the minister said yesterday, that at the end of the day, everything is just paid by the consumer. So therefore, this is why we do this, and this is why companies need to differentiate themselves in the market. Allow me to make a little introduction of who we are, and going to look at the proposals that we have in terms of innovative products in the market. SKE Engineering is based in Austria, Linz in Austria, and we're positioned in the market as a value-added partner of Huawei, which basically means that we are the commercial branch or the commercial partner of exclusively for Huawei in Greece and another 16 EU member states. The Greek office is based in Thessaloniki, and of course, apart from Greece, we also cover Cyprus and our neighboring countries in the neighboring countries, and in North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Albania. Apart from the commercial part, our company trains its partners and the installers in what we call the Huawei Fusion Solar Solutions, and we actively support Huawei PV Smart Community. Finally, it is important to mention that we have a dedicated team in our company for customer support, both on a product level but also on operational. So there's a first and second level customer support, so we can offer an excellent customer service support required by the Greek market. I need to say here that our support department It's a 5-star technical support system. From a product point of view, and based on what we've already heard about what solutions we offer in the market, and the 3 categories of household, industrial, as well as large projects, one of the products that has penetrated the market when it comes to household. We have the Sun 2000 5 to 12 KTL0. These are new products that support 3-phase systems, where it has the balancing phase of the system as well as backup solutions in the case of kind of grid problems. And some of the products that we have that do make the difference in the market. We have the Sun 2150 and also a new proposal. And for larger projects with great response by the market, we have the Sun 2330-KTN, which is a high performance product that's been awarded by Intersolar, has received the Intersolar award. As far as storage is concerned, it is obvious that what we expect from the market is what it is, and we're here to hear the latest guidelines made by the government. We see a market, we see a household market that is being developed, and it's estimated at around $6 billion by 2028. It is clear here that our company, always in collaboration with Huawei, has solutions to offer on this. Luna 14 and 21 kilowatt hours, and it is clear that there are also solutions for industrial and large projects. Do you have specific goals when it comes to the Greek market, when it comes to your products? Do you focus on your renewables and storage for the coming period? Do you see what the response there is, or were there any concerns from the market? The concerns, the market, we see that there is a recession, which we expect that to last until the second half of 2025. But beyond that, our goal is to maintain the kind of good market share that we have. And what we also see, always together with our main supplier, Huawei, is issues related to storage and all categories of consumers. Yes, of course, this is going to have to come first in industrial projects. We're already in the process of receiving orders and installation of some of the bigger batteries. I'm talking about 200 kilowatt hours, megawatt hours, etc. Mr. Kastanis, thank you for the invitation. It's also for me the 6th time that I'm coming to this forum. Allow me to go back and present our company. Elevan is a Greek industrial company. Everything is produced in Greece. We work a lot in metal construction. Many of us will just know us from PV bases. We also have lightning protection equipment that is offered mainly for PV parks, and the product that was first that the company started with. It was just it was from cable racks, which is also going to be used now with batteries, and especially with standalone batteries where they need cable racks. This as to who we are. Okay, but when it comes to the technology, because you also have great experience, because you've been here since the first forum that we organized, you've seen that do you see any technological challenges in your kind of area of activity? Yeah, I have to say that I'm always very surprised by how a product, which essentially is integrating a low technologies, it's like fixed bases for PV panels, it's not inverters or panels. It really surprises me how within 2 or 3 years we've seen technological developments which have allowed for the cost to go down. Just to give you a very rough figure, 3 years ago maybe we were talking about a base at 70,000 euros per megawatt, and now we're talking about a figure around 40,000 within only 3 years. How did that happen? Of course that happened through technological developments. The fact that the steel industry gave us new materials that are a lot more resistant. We managed to lower the base, the tonnage. The fact that, so what is important though, what I said earlier, that in a material where you're not expecting to see such a rapid technological development, there is, and we have a very impressive reduction in cost. Does the climate change influence the design of PVs? Yes, I'm afraid so. We've seen all the different climate phenomena, as you saw recently what happened in Spain. This is not something that we were seeing in the past. The problem, of course, as far as we're concerned, we, based on the regulations, we design based on the European code on how to design a mounting system for solar panels, but that does not provide for what is going to be happening in 20 years in terms of climate. On the other hand, we're not going to kind of oversize a structure just because we're kind of predicting that there's going to be more extreme climate phenomena, and this is why, you know, we're more expensive and we're not receiving orders. But of course, this is something that maybe should be taken into account by investors, by insurance company. What is certain is that in terms of how aggressive these phenomena are, things are going to get worse before they get any better. We're kind of hoping with a high penetration of renewables, but this is something that should be more of a concern for investors and insurers. Unfortunately, our hands are tied. Thank you very much, Mr. Kastanis. Mr. Logothetidis. Thank you very much, Mr. Mastorakis and Mr. Panagoulis. I'm very pleased to be here to be presenting to this audience, to present a new technology, not only for PVs, for the third generation PVs, but also for the generation green generation, which is now a reality in Europe and also in Greece, in Thessaloniki. It's very nice to hear from Mr. Plainos about LONGi. That LONGi was was founded by university students, and the name comes from the University Vice Chancellor. So it's interesting to see that there are new technologies that are emerging, which now need to be integrated into our attempts for a climate-neutral economy, which of course has a degree of complexity. That's something we've heard today and we see it every day. But it brings many opportunities through technological solutions. I'm going to talk about one of these solutions, which is very much connected to the creation of a new industry. It started from the Aristotle University. It's a spin-out company from the university. The lab started in 1991. And it's now bringing a new industry, a new solution, which is the semi-transparent, flexible PVs produced by an automated manufacturing line based on the principles of nanotechnology and automation, giving us many different solutions that we're just going to look at. I'm going to give you just mainly images. Let me just give you the kind of bigger picture. The problem for the climate-neutral economy is a complex problem that needs to be looked at holistically. For example, we're talking about the installation of PVs, but on the other hand, we see that food is increasing by 7%, water scarcity we see is an increase of our cities, and this is something that needs to be looked at holistically, offering specific solutions. Allow me to remind you that agricultural production is around 12 trillion, with half of it to be food production, while greenhouses are around 50 billion in the market, which of course require a more holistic solution, which is the triple use of land for the production of water, food and PVs. Of course, there's a renovation wave that is where 40% of our energy is being consumed in buildings, 97% of European buildings being adequated, and promising a new market that's about around 20%, but we see in the coming years with the integration of new technologies on panels, not only on roofs but also on glass windows. Now, what are these properties of these semi-transparent flexible organic PVs? The main thing, the main use is in agriculture with a triple use of land, and the building integration, in electric vehicles and many other applications. So why do we use PVs today? First of all, the technology that I'm talking about is a disruptive technology. It just makes a leap, and primarily in production. So production is in the air, in contrast with all the other technologies that we know today. There was a Nobel Prize awarded for this new technology, for this new material. So this new technology gives us the opportunity to produce using printing technology for these semi-transparent panels with a choice of colors. So therefore, the industry itself is using 10 times less energy compared to the energy resources being used by current technology. So therefore, it has a much lower CO2 footprint. And of course, the produced panels are recyclable. The first manufacturing line was constructed in Thessaloniki. This is funded directly by the European Union. This is a manufacturing line that is of nanotechnology, and it's going to produce 1 million square meters by early 2026. Please note here that this line is going to produce 100 megawatts when 23 years ago, the very first manufacturing line with conventional panels could only produce around 5 megawatts. So what are the products? First of all, we can have retrofitting on any surface. We also have the solar energy window, which is an embedded solution, and the solar curtain that can be integrated so they can just give us energy positive buildings, as well as limiting the radiation. We also see the applications in different kind of facilities where we have the right energy system, not only to generate energy and shading, but also a high degree of aesthetic solutions without occupying too much space. Now, going back to the greenhouses that I mentioned earlier, the triple use of land is now becoming a reality, mainly because of the transparency of the panels and the UV filtering and the shading, where we have an increased crop yields by up to 30%. For example, in a tomato greenhouse, we have a reduction in water. And you see here the example of how the height is increased by around 15%, and how the production of tomato is also increased. But beyond greenhouses, this is also used for other agricultural uses. We're talking about 40 billion hectares in the whole planet of greenhouses, with 100 times more space being used for conventional agricultural systems. Now moving on to electric vehicles and other automotive applications, I'm referring to the issue of weight. If we look at a parking space with a total weight of around 2.5 tons for supporting the panels. And in tourism, with a series of applications, automations, and high aesthetics. And let's say that next week, from Monday to Wednesday, we have 2 conferences that are going to talk about these technologies. We have the building integrated for PVs, as well as the Greek islands. And here I'd like to thank you, and also thank the forum that's hosted this year. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Logothetidis. I can see that we only have 3 minutes left, and then there's a lunch break, so we cannot go over time. If there's anyone who'd like to make a final remark in order to close this discussion, if anyone from the panel would like to add something. But I believe that this discussion shows that there are rapid developments in technology. There were many comments made on the cost and what that adds to the life cycle of a product. I think Mr. Antonopoulos talked about it, and also Mr. Pollett talked about the operation of the network, and how the technological solutions are reflected on the price. And if we see what's been happening over the past 10-20 years, and how technological innovations are reflected in the prices, but this is something that needs to be done more specific, and especially if we're talking about household consumers and how the system can be more accessible so they can be utilized. But also, of course, new technologies, as described by Mr. Logothetidis, that can give answers to modern challenges and modern problems. And with all this, I think we can close the discussion. Thank you very much.
Πόση ενέργεια χρειάζεσαι για να αντιμετωπίζεις προκλήσεις και να κάνεις άλματα. Πόση ισχύς απαιτείται για σπουδαία κατορθώματα. Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Δέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα, με πρωτοποριακά έργα για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες, στον αγώνα κατά των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής αλλαγής, Υλοποιούμε μεγάλες επενδύσεις που προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και κάνουν καλύτερη την καθημερινότητα όλων μας. Χτίζουμε στενούς ανθρώπινους δεσμούς με έργα που μας δένουν με τις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική πρόοδο. Ενισχύουμε την ανάπτυξη και την οικονομία της Ελλάδας, δημιουργώντας χιλιάδες θέσεις εργασίας. Συνεισφέρουμε στον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό και την ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία της χώρας μας, αποτελώντας τον κορυφαίο Έλληνα επενδυτή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Και είμαστε ακόμα στην αρχή. Τέρνα Ενεργειακή. Ηγέτης στην καθαρή ενέργεια.
It begins with a burst of sunlight, illuminating the opportunities of today's world. We harmonize with the symphony of energy transition, whether realizing a distant dream or succeeding beyond our grasp. The sun continues to guide us in our commitment to clean energy conversion. Determination to discover new frontiers. We continue exploring. Move beyond boundaries. Perfecting even the smallest details. In the pursuit of excellence, we endeavor to increase our merit, to be more reliable, more efficient, and create prosperity. We continue delivering upon our core values, sincere and pragmatic, precise and open, innovative and respectful, customer-oriented. Building more lucrative, healthier, and smarter solutions. To pave the way for a greener future. Sungrow, clean power for all.
ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. Και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Η ηλιακή ενέργεια, η αποθήκευση της ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας και η ηλεκτροκίνηση αποτελούν πλέον τον πυρήνα της ενεργειακής επανάστασης, μειώνοντας το περιβαλλοντικό αποτύπωμα και δημιουργώντας ένα πιο πράσινο μέλλον. Η ENG, μία από τις σημαντικότερες εταιρείες στον χώρο από το 2006, εξειδικεύεται στην ανάπτυξη, κατασκευή και συντήρηση φωτοβολταϊκών σταθμών, συστημάτων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας και σταθμών φόρτισης ηλεκτρικών οχημάτων. Μέλος του Eco Era Group και με γραφεία σε Αθήνα και Θεσσαλονίκη, έχει αναπτύξει περισσότερα από 700 ΜΒ φωτοβολταϊκών εγκαταστάσεων, 300 ΜΒ συστημάτων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας και έχει εγκαταστήσει πάνω από 400 σταθμούς φωτοβολταϊκών. Αποτελεί τη νούμερο 1 εταιρεία λειτουργίας και συντήρησης φωτοβολταϊκών σταθμών με περισσότερα από 700 έργα υποδιαχείριση. Διαθέτει πλήρως εξοπλισμένους αποθηκευτικούς χώρους 800 τετραγωνικών μέτρων. Διαθέτει κέντρο ελέγχου και εξειδικευμένο εξοπλισμό για την βελτίωση της απόδοσης των εγκαταστάσεων και το πιο εκτεταμένο δίκτυο τεχνικών συνεργατών στην Ελλάδα. Τα 2 τελευταία έτη, με την επωνυμία ENG Charge, λειτουργεί σταθμούς ταχυφόρτισης ηλεκτρικών οχημάτων με μερικούς από τους μεγαλύτερους σταθμούς στην Ελλάδα σε στρατηγικά σημεία ενδιαφέροντος. Ως αναπόσπαστο μέρος της εταιρικής ευθύνης και της περιβαλλοντικής φιλοσοφίας της, η ENG είναι πρωτοπόρος στην έρευνα και την ανάπτυξη στον τομέα των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και στηρίζει συνεχώς πρωτοβουλίες ενεργειακής αναβάθμισης και ενίσχυσης του αστικού πρασίνου. Σε μια εποχή συνεχόμενων εξελίξεων, Στόχος της ΕΓΕΑ είναι να ηγηθεί στην ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνολογιών και εφαρμογών στο τομέα των ΑΠΕ, συμβάλλοντας στην ολοκλήρωση της ενεργειακής μετάβασης. ΕΓΕΑ. Positive Power.
Meet HYMO 9, a game changer for global power station asset owners. It's not just the best solution, it could be the ultimate one. Introducing the next generation HPPC cells, ultra high efficiency, utilizing brand new silicon wafer tie array. HYMO 9 delivers exceptional performance, achieves remarkable efficiency and superior power. Optimal degradation performance ensures consistent high power generation for a lifetime. Ultra low temperature coefficient. HYMO 9 never compromises with high temperature and power generation. Uneven radiation will no longer be a problem. And current non-uniformity risks are effectively mitigated. We anticipate every risk in a world of uncertainty. Surpassing industry standards, assured quality with digital manufacturing and AI-driven inspections, guaranteeing peak performance.
Ο κόσμος αλλάζει με ενέργεια από τη φύση. Ο κόσμος μας αλλάζει ραγδαία και η ανάγκη για καθαρότερο περιβάλλον είναι πλέον επιτακτική. Φανταστείτε μια οικονομία, μια κοινωνία όπου τα οργανικά απόβλητα από αγροτικές, κτηνοτροφικές και βιομηχανικές δραστηριότητες μετατρέπονται σε καθαρή ενέργεια. Η μετατροπή οργανικών αποβλήτων σε ενέργεια συμβάλλει στη μείωση των ρήπων και ενισχύει την κυκλική οικονομία της χώρας. Παράλληλα, με τη χρήση φωτοβολταϊκών συστημάτων και μονάδων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας, η Ελλάδα μειώνει την εξάρτησή της από τα ορυκτά καύσιμα και επιτυγχάνει ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία. Η ΕΚΟ-Ελλάς συμβάλλει στην οικοδόμηση ενός καλύτερου και καθαρότερου μέλλοντος, εφαρμόζοντας τεχνολογίες που ωφελούν τόσο την οικονομία όσο και τις επόμενες γενιές. Με τις καινοτόμες λύσεις που προωθεί, όχι μόνο προστατεύει το περιβάλλον, αλλά βοηθά την Ελλάδα να πρωτοστατεί στην πράσινη ανάπτυξη και την οικονομική ευημερία, βάζοντας την στο χάρτη των πράσινων περιοχών της Ευρώπης. ΕΚΟ-Ελλάς. Πράσινο παρόν, καθαρό μέλλον. Πόση ενέργεια χρειάζεσαι για να αντιμετωπίζεις προκλήσεις και να κάνεις άλματα? Πόση ισχύς απαιτείται για σπουδαία κατορθώματα? Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Τέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα. Με πρωτοποριακά έργα για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες, στον αγώνα κατά των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής αλλαγής, υλοποιούμε μεγάλες επενδύσεις που προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και κάνουν καλύτερη την καθημερινότητα όλων μας. Χτίζουμε στενούς ανθρώπινους δεσμούς με έργα που μας δένουν με τις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική πρόοδο. Ενισχύουμε την ανάπτυξη και την οικονομία της Ελλάδας, δημιουργώντας χιλιάδες θέσεις εργασίας. Συνεισφέρουμε στον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό και την ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία της χώρας μας, αποτελώντας τον κορυφαίο Έλληνα επενδυτή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Και είμαστε ακόμα στην αρχή. Τέρνα Ενεργειακή. Ηγέτης στην καθαρή ενέργεια.
Dear friends, we are entering the last second part of the day. We'd like to stick to the time based on our schedule. The last session, the development of challenges and the perspectives. There is high interest for the companies in neighboring countries that are already there. And this is, so to speak, an opportunity over a specific investment time frame to keep companies working based on the same potential and employing their staff. There was this demand from the Greek sector to hold this last session. We will now talk about offshore area systems, session 10. There are significant developments, not only in our country, but also in Europe. And I believe that this is one of the great challenges in the energy transition field. The panel will be moderated by Ms. Sofia Georgi, an executive of the Metaxas & Associates law firm and senior research fellow at the Hellenic Institute of Energy Regulation, Flora Karathanasis, Takis Javieropoulos, who is the wind expert at the Hellenic Wind Energy Association, on taking part in this panel, in this session. Mr. Michalis Hadzigakis, CEO at Hexicon Power. You are aware of him due to his participation over the last 2 years, as well as Ioannis Skarakis, director of the Park Wind Greece, who will be joining us online. If the panelists are ready, I would like to welcome Ms. Sofia Georgi, our moderator. I would like to thank her for moderating this session. Ms. Karathanasi, Mr. Javieropoulos, Mr. Hadzigakis, and Mr. Skarakis, who has joined us online, as said. Please take a seat. Thank you. And you have the floor, Ms. Georgi. Hello. Hopefully you can hear us well. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude to Energy Press for this initiative. I'm very pleased and delighted to have the opportunity to moderate this panel. Offshore RES technologies are one of the key buzzwords in the energy sector and beyond the energy sector. Before we start, I would like to invite dear speakers to introduce themselves. Of course, Mr. Panagopoulos has briefly introduced them. Perhaps you would like to say a couple of words, starting on the right with Ms. Karathanasi. Would you like to introduce yourself? And then we can move on to the questions. Well, thank you. Hello, my name is Flora Karathanasis, and I work at the Hellenic Hydrocarbon Resources Management, HEREMA, as offshore wind development consultant. And today we will talk about the latest developments in this field and look at the next steps. Hello, Takis Javieropoulos is my name. I'm here under two hats. I am the coordinator of the offshore working group of the HWEA and the renewables company director that is really active in offshore wind farms. Hello, my name is Mikalis Hadzigakis. We're running the Hexicon Power segment in Greece. Previously, I was CEO at Turkish Energy, and before that, I was with Boston Consulting in the energy finance segment. Mr. Skarakis, who has joined us online. Hello. My name is Yannis Skarakis. I'm country manager of Parkwind Greece. Responsible for our activities in the Greek market. We have 10 years of presence in the offshore wind field. I would be happy to share the experience of our company in this field, and looking forward to the discussion. Well, thank you. The EU has set itself the target that offshore RES will contribute to achieving its ambitious environment and climate targets until 2030 and until 2050, a technology that we believe, and based on all the research done, will play a substantial role in decarbonization and part of the energy mix, but can also create jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs, they say, until 2050, concerning not only energy but also the supply chain. And there is high ambition of all EU member states, talking about 110 gigawatts until 2030 being generated through offshore RES. Nevertheless, other regions are actually on the lead. It's not us, it's not Greece, although we are making progress. We're in the course of expanding and developing this technology. I would like to start off with Mr. Skarakis. In reverse order. Before discussing Greece, would you like Mr. Skarakis to contribute in this to this discussion the example of the north of Belgium, for example, the first offshore wind farm in the year 1991 worldwide was installed in Denmark, and it all started from that geographical region. I was wondering whether you would like to share the benefits and the lessons learned based on your experience in connection with endeavors in the northern part of Europe. Thank you for the question. It's an interesting question indeed. Based on the experience over the last years where I've been working in Belgium, offshore wind is a 15-year-old market. The first projects started in 2009, 2010. It was a big ambition of the government in the context of decarbonization to expand to offshore and carry out the first offshore wind projects. Belgium is a rather small project. There is a scarcity of space, so to speak, in terms of onshore or offshore PVs. This helped opening up this market in the Northern Sea. Of course, at the time, know-how was not there. Many constructing and consulting companies, the first developers, among them us as well, ourselves, have undertaken the initiative to develop, also in combination with marine contractors, to build new ship vessels, new vessels to support the construction of such projects, such as undersea cable laying, installing infrastructure and wind turbines. The whole market was coordinated through all tier players in order to build up an ecosystem that was not there in the first place. The benefits of the market, obviously, were the creation of a new supply chain which supported the first projects and the follow-up projects in Belgium. And in addition to that, the companies have earned an expertise which in turn they used in order to build projects in Belgium. And when in the year 2021-2023, 2.3 gigawatts congested the grid space in Belgium, those companies utilized the experience as a commodity, as a product, exporting it in other countries. One of the most significant benefits in Belgium was the creation of a new product. Besides the added value to the local economy, billions of euros. Other benefits have to do with the fact that many research centers and universities have been dealing with the offshore wind segment throughout this period. Many research projects in marine ecology, biodiversity, or other thematic areas. Hence, a new market was built, a new expertise was acquired, and a part of that, those projects have also played a role in decarbonizing and greening the energy mix. 2.3 gigawatts currently in operation provide 8 terawatt hours per year, which corresponds to 10% of the energy mix. These projects apparently are not the only ones currently in Belgium. A tender will take place over the next years, 3.5 gigawatts in addition on top of that, and extra benefits for the energy mix. I mean, Belgium is a small country, 62 kilometers of a coastline. Nevertheless, a new market was opened up and their expertise was exported as a commodity. On the other hand, there have been difficulties. Offshore wind was rather expensive in 2013. Cost reduction until 2021 was significant, but nevertheless, from then on, there has been pressure on the supply chain. This is closely linked to the ambitious targets of the European Union. There is high pressure on member states to align themselves with these targets. The supply chain is not ready, though, to keep pace with those ambitious targets. At the same time, there are problems that have to do with increased price of commodities, fluctuation costs. Investors are not numerous in order to support the pipeline of projects. But to sum up, in a positive way, I'd say that based on the examples of Belgium, Greece can benefit significantly. Ellinika, Kaloddia and other companies that are doing business in offshore wind will help benefit other companies as well once offshore wind projects are being implemented, exporting also their expertise in the region and in other places worldwide. Well, thank you very much for your experience. Mr. Hatzigakis, it becomes quite clear. Northern Europe set the pace at the time. We're not currently leading the pace in offshore wind here in Greece. I'm reading based on the announcement of the European Commission in 2023 that offshore platforms, floating platforms, are priority, since this technology is key in order to harness the wave potential, similarly to the Mediterranean region. What is the benefit to our country? What is the advantage in Greece? Why is Greece actually a good place to invest? First of all, let me thank Energy Press for the invitation. It is the third time in a row that we are participating for a sixth consecutive time in this conference. Congratulations. We are optimistic. There are problems and hurdles that we need to address, but we remain reserved with a reserved optimism. Let me start by explaining who we are. Hexicon is a Swedish company, a project development and a technology provider. We have our own technology patent, whereby we place 2 wind turbines on one floating platform, and which is beneficial in terms of cost and energy production. We're doing business in Greece since 2 years because we believe in Greece. It has the advantage, it has the potential to become a hub in the in Europe. But you know, there are of course also hurdles. It's gonna be a difficult way ahead. There are issues within Greece as well as abroad. We are aware of the domestic challenges, high rates, high interest rates, and especially in offshore wind farms, which are very capital intensive. We have to deal with inflation and a series of shortcomings. I would nevertheless like to address also domestic issues, such as that we have not completed the regulatory framework so far. The national plan has been announced since 1 year. We have lost momentum, but I remain optimistic that we'll be able to regain momentum. Ms. Karathanasi will help in this discussion. You know, it's very important because she has undertaken the entire planning. She's doing a great job. It is very important to have the program running. A year ago, the archaeological site and the ministry took 2 sites off the schedule, and a large part of the whole endeavor would go out of tracks, out of plan. The competent authorities and the Ministry of Environment took initiatives and could actually overcome that. My question is, how many hurdles should we overcome until 2027? So the first thing is quick implementation, and there are challenges in the regulatory framework. And there's a technical issue as well. The depth of the Greek seas that we were assessing will be the depths that we actually were able to identify. Another significant challenge that has been identified as well, Mr. Javieropoulos will talk about that later on, is the supply chain. Building a supply chain takes a lot of effort. It is very important to rapidly build up a supply chain. If this is done with a delay, part of the program will lag behind. It is also important in order to keep an advantage vis-à-vis our neighbors. Take Turkey, for example. Turkey took action after we did, but is taking a leap in putting in place its supply chain. What happens if Turkey is able to provide services cheaper and earlier than we will do? Part of the discussion, part of the debate will be over before it even starts. But Turkey is outside the European Union. In terms of interconnection, this might play a role, perhaps. But this is something we need to take action on early on. And there is another challenge, the awareness deficit, information deficit. So far, there is not that the reactions of the local communities are not that harsh. It is very important to have a correct storytelling about offshore wind projects and be able to win the bet of awareness raising. We should not let misconceptions being established. We have to win the bet right now. This is a rocky road ahead, but nevertheless, I believe that Greece has a unique opportunity in terms of offshore winds. It can build up a new ecosystem, create thousands of jobs, added value to the Greek economy and local communities. And this is the big bet, to create and develop the value chain, the supply chain. We have exceptional cable companies, steel companies, we have shipyards, and what we need is the correct incentives to make use of this potential. Let me just keep this optimism as a takeaway, and we will discuss the problems and challenges further on in the discussion. It was an optimistic signal you gave us that inflation is decreasing. Wait and see.
Mr. Javieropoulos, building on what Mr. Hatzidakis has said, and talking about offshore wind, they will account for a large part of the NECP targets. And I understand that there are 2 gigawatts to be commissioned in Greece until 2030. So what is the role of technology to achieve the goals for the climate in our NECP? Let me also start by thanking Energy Press for this well-organized event. We do have the National Energy and Climate Plan that provides for 2 gigawatts until 2030 and a larger uptake for later. Now Greece needs to implement these projects with as much added value as possible, meaning that the equipment should not be imported from Turkey or elsewhere. So we need to see how to achieve this added value. There are 3 axles that I'd like to highlight. For me, these are the prerequisites to achieve these targets. The first is for Greece to create a strong technological basis, and that will also take into account the particularities of Greece. The second axle is the supply chain that has already been mentioned, and there's a third axle that concerns the human resources, the technical experts that are needed for the installations to be built and for the maintenance later on. We can build our know-how based on the Greek particularity. Greek particularity meaning that we have a good wind potential. I would not say perfect, but it's good in the Mediterranean Sea. And we have a low wave potential, meaning that the waves, the 50-year peak waves, are half of what they are in the Northern Sea. And since we're talking about floating engines, floating motors, they can be much more affordable than that equipment that is built for rougher seas. In this area, we have taken specific steps. We have 2 joint industry projects. These are studies that are commissioned by private persons, and in the first project we had almost all stakeholders for the national offshore wind farms program participate. What we are trying to find is how to design the floating platforms that will be adapted for the Greek seas. And the same goes also for the anchorage, the mooring lines to be adapted to the Greek seas. Now we need very soon to have a pilot turbine, a demonstration wind turbine. Apart from the technological aspect, we have the supply chain, and there, indeed, things are tough. But still, I can draw some optimism. ELETAEN, the Hellenic Wind Energy Association, in collaboration with the Norwegian cluster that represents the industry there, organized a workshop in 2023. And we tried to bring stakeholders together from port authorities, shipyards, etc. That event was supported by 2 technical studies that examined what exact equipment and prerequisites are needed. The second study was conducted by Metaxas and Associates, and it involved all these stakeholders working together. So we need to have this supply chain close to us because it requires certain steps that need to be taken soon. For example, if a port is going to make a digging operation in order to deepen the port waters, this requires a study beforehand. So these are the initiatives that we try to promote. Thank you, Mr. Javieropoulos. I will agree with you that in a well-regulated country such as ours, we need to have the right regulatory framework. It may have some delays, but still it's necessary. Now, the EU legislator, the Greek legislator, and all the stakeholders can see that we have started with the law 6944 of 2022. We now are waiting for the approval of environmental impact assessments. Now I will turn to Mrs. Karathanasi to tell us what has happened, especially during the last year, with regard to the licensing framework. Thank you for this question, and also thank you to Energy Press for this invitation and for this event. To answer this question, I would like to give you an overview. A year ago, we announced the program for the development of offshore wind. Let me remind you, we heard from Mr. Stefatos, the CEO of HEREMA, yesterday that we have the approval of environmental terms. So now we can go on to create the legislative shield of this program. 9 ministries are involved altogether. All this time, the program has been accepted largely by the industry, both in Greece and in the EU. And I also can tell you that the highlight was at COP28 by Mr. Lars Dixon, whom we had with us today. He said that the national plan of Greece for offshore wind maybe is the best that has been developed at EU level. Having said that, and let me also say that we have had some consultation process with other stakeholders. You understand that this process needs some time to prepare all the answers. Mr. Hadzidakis talked also about what happened in the last months with the Archaeological Council. Still, the differences with the objections of the Archaeological Council have been overcome. There are models designed for the offshore wind parks in Crete and Yaros. We have proved that it is feasible, it can go on and be designed, and this has been accepted by all other stakeholders. So this would be a big success for us, because without those regions, the national plan would have been at risk. Now, in the year 2023, there were some changes, legal changes, and we approved exploration studies. So the exploration studies have now started, wind studies that are needed. They are advancing. And another important aspect, I forgot, it says the speaker, but I might remember later. Maybe I'll come back to that later. Since Mr. Javieropoulos asked about it, can you tell us about the SPV? Yes, so during all this time that we have been awaiting the approval of the national program, there are some preliminary studies carried out to mature the collection of data. We want to have central planning for that. As an example, we have carried out a study for the collection of meteorological data. The same will be for geophysical data. So we are advancing so that once the SPV will be ready, we will be able to carry out the tender for the companies that will undertake the measurements. Thank you. Mr. Javieropoulos, as a scientist, do you believe that all this is sufficient? Look, the company has never disappointed us. So we understand that there will be an informal consultation process with the stakeholders at some point. So at the end of the day, the result will be quite good. Mr. Skarakis, we have not forgotten you, although you are online. I hope that you are following our discussion. We're talking now about the regulatory and legislative aspects, and Mr. Hadzidakis has expressed his concerns in this regard. So I'd like to go back to you for you to share us your experience from the north. I understand that already in 2020 there were floating offshore wind farms in Belgium. So what do you feel about all this? Are we lagging behind? I'd like to contribute to this discussion because it is true that, as Mr. Javieropoulos has said, HEREMA has done a very good job. They have a very difficult mission, and it is very complicated right now in terms of regulation of tenders and studies. There are different models in Europe. In Britain, they have the decentralized model. On the other hand, there are countries such as the Netherlands that have a centralized system where RVO, the government, undertakes the studies and the developer does not have to risk anything in that regard. And once the government has concluded all those studies, then the tender can be carried out. There were these support schemes, the bidding tenders, that is, but with time they went on to develop a more qualitative system. So what I'm trying to say is that the Netherlands have this centralized system. They have now a core group of 100 people, but it took them many years to end up with this system. So surely in the early years, they had to overcome certain difficulties. So the stakeholder management scheme is a very difficult one because you have different stakeholders participating, such as the Crete example where we had objections, was mentioned before. We need to help this process. We need to stand by their side. Sometimes it is wise to take more slow steps ahead. That's right. And I was talking about the centralized system. At Intracat, our associates, we supported this model because it creates a level playing field for everyone involved. You don't have the first-in shared approach. And as Mr. Stefato said in his paper, you have a lower carbon footprint. In a decentralized system, each developer would use their own vessel and their own crew to carry out the study, whereas now in the centralized system you have one or fewer vessels doing the job. So I think that we're moving towards the right direction, and we are expecting to see some new developments. Just one comment about the tender of 2027. If we want this time frame to be complied with, then we need to carry on with the studies. Thank you. Mr. Hatzidakis, do you agree with what we've heard? I agree. I understand that we are under some time pressure, and since the issue of technology in offshore wind was mentioned, I think that offshore wind will be the protagonists in the next decades, and floating offshore wind will be the next big thing. And if you allow me, you have 1 minute, says the moderator. Mr. Javieropoulos did touch upon the floating farms. Well, the further away you move from the coast, the higher speed of wind you are faced with. And there's the capacity factor here. It is about 60% at floating platforms, whereas it's 40 for fixed bottom and 30 on onshore. So 20, 30, 40. As much as we advance towards zero carbon footprint, there will be more demand for that. Now we have 50 meters or even 60 meters depth. We do have large depths in Greece, which is a big advantage, and one more advantage is linked to the environment. Floating platforms have a very low, floaters have a very low footprint, environmental footprint, and we actually have a positive impact on the environment. And the further away you go from the coast, the less nuisance is caused to the eye. So all in all, I think that technological innovation will be the protagonist in the next years. Thank you. Mrs. Karathanasi, would you like to add anything? I'd like to, because I saw Mr. Loizos sitting among the in the audience, and the commitment of electrical space at 2 gigawatts was one important achievement of the ministry and the competent committee that managed this. I just wanted to mention it. Time is running out, unfortunately, for our panel. Let me just ask Mr. Javieropoulos. Well, what I had to say, I've said it. You have been very concise. If nobody else would like to add anything, I think that we can close this panel. If you allow me, we understand that the market has a lot of expectations from SPV, and we participated in an event of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association that also touched upon this issue. So very soon there will be an invitation for market sounding for the measurements. What exactly is this soon? Well, the invitation will come even next week to save the date for the workshop. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Skarakis, too.
Ο κόσμος αλλάζει με ενέργεια από τη φύση. Ο κόσμος μας αλλάζει ραγδαία και η ανάγκη για καθαρότερο περιβάλλον είναι πλέον επιτακτική. Φανταστείτε μια οικονομία, μια κοινωνία όπου τα οργανικά απόβλητα από αγροτικές, κτηνοτροφικές και βιομηχανικές δραστηριότητες μετατρέπονται σε καθαρή ενέργεια. Η μετατροπή οργανικών αποβλήτων σε ενέργεια συμβάλλει στη μείωση των ρήπων και ενισχύει την κυκλική οικονομία της χώρας. Παράλληλα, με τη χρήση φωτοβολταϊκών συστημάτων και μονάδων αποθήκευσης ενέργειας, η Ελλάδα μειώνει την εξάρτησή της από τα ορυκτά καύσιμα και επιτυγχάνει ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία. Η ΕΚΟ-Ελλάς συμβάλλει στην οικοδόμηση ενός καλύτερου και καθαρότερου μέλλοντος, εφαρμόζοντας τεχνολογίες που ωφελούν τόσο την οικονομία όσο και τις επόμενες γενιές. Με τις καινοτόμες λύσεις που προωθεί, όχι μόνο προστατεύει το περιβάλλον, αλλά βοηθά την Ελλάδα να πρωτοστατεί στην πράσινη ανάπτυξη και την οικονομική ευημερία, βάζοντας την στο χάρτη των πράσινων περιοχών της Ευρώπης. ΕΚΟ-Ελλάς. Πράσινο παρόν, καθαρό μέλλον.
Κυρία Μπαϊράμι.
Dear Miss Bayrami, I was looking at the video and I was thinking of our site visit in Crete and the first projects being implemented, biogas projects. This is part, of course, of the next session. Mr. Yannis Vouglioukakis will be moderating this panel. We're very happy to have him. He's a Senior Director of Energy Industry Strategy at PwC Greece, moderating a panel titled Hydrogen, Biogas, Green Gases and CCUS, Projects, Infrastructure and Timelines. Mr. Vouglioukakis, you have the floor. We're very pleased to welcome to this panel friends, allow me to say, and colleagues with the long presence in this sector and many initiatives showcasing innovation and the vigilance we need during this transition phase. The transition has started many years now and will not happen overnight. I'm very delighted to welcome Michalis Thomadakis, Director of Strategy and Development at DESFA, as well as Konstantinos Hatzifotis, who is the Director of European Affairs at the Motorola Group, and Ms. Eleni Bayrami, Chairwoman and CEO of ECO-Hellas. Welcome. Let's start our discussion. Michalis, with you, would you like to share DESFA's initiatives and the projects you have been focusing during this first phase of the transition into new sectors such as CCUS and the transport of CO2, and how you as a group regard the energy transition issues. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having us here today. We're delighted to participate in the Renewable and Storage forums among friends. It's always a pleasure. What is missing here is natural gas. So natural gas projects are core business. Hydrogen projects, whatever we are building right now, are hydrogen-based projects. They're used provisionally for natural gas, for which demand remains high based on our analysis, and the system development analysis we will publish over the next days will stay strong, with a strong presence in the Balkan region. We have modern natural gas based electricity production plants that are very critical for the Balkan region. What in Greece is happening regarding the penetration of RES, wind and solar, will also have a spillover effect to the Balkan region, and there Greece can play a significant role. We are well aware of that, and this is a big bet for us. Considering also the pressure from those that want to send natural gas to the Balkans, we're preparing ourselves also for other endeavors. Natural gas is a core business, as said, and it's very interesting when you're dealing with a core business that has to do with the chicken and egg problem. It is an environmentally friendly fuel, but infrastructure will actually determine its trend. Germany is leading here the pace, the race. We have designed the hydrogen backbone together with Bulgaria, and this pipeline is being expanded to Germany with the collaboration of all operators up to Germany. We're looking also to the direction of Italy. We're working together with the northern part and with the Italian operators, so that whatever project is interconnected to Europe, not only targeting Germany, but the rest of the Balkan region as well, there is great interest from all parties being here in this room. There is interest from potential hydrogen producers, and I'm saying hydrogen because there are just a few projects that are near the implementation phase. Within our 10-year development plan, which we are going to submit formally to RAE, we have a hydrogen pipeline project, and hopefully it will be approved, looking to the right, and hopefully we can build the preconditions and the conditions for the hydrogen. We have fruitful discussions with the Germans. There is a common working group that will try to bring into contact suppliers and off-takers in Germany and Greece. We have a financing application, a project that will be in the tune of 1 billion euros. We're also in discussions, we're holding discussions with our Italian colleagues in order to submit a new PCI project, which is rooted towards Italy and be tied to the backbone project there. As you know, there are cross-border agreements, Germany, Italy, and further on to southern Africa, and we are hoping that this will bear fruit. Yanis, you also mentioned the carbon capture. We, of course, we produce emissions, but we're not among those that are interested in collecting them. And, we will discuss it later on. We are developing the Apollo project, which is essentially a pipeline collecting emissions from big emitters in Revithoussa. It will be liquefied there. Carbon dioxide will be liquefied and then transported to Prinos and other storage facilities. Unluckily, storage is the big issue with carbon storage, not only in Greece, but also European-wide. We were last week in Egypt. We have closed a deal to look into how CO2 can be stored there together with Energian. We're working on the Prinos PCI project, for which again we have submitted a funding application last week again, and we are on the lookout for possibilities in Italy. We are working together with emitters as well, but we will be lagging behind unless there is enough space to store CO2. This will always be a bottleneck for implementing and deploying the supply chain. And last but not least, we have biomethane. There are huge challenges there. We are at point zero. Well, not point zero, since we have biogas. Nevertheless, biomethane, if developed in Greece, can be a very simple and efficient energy transition carrier, considering that it is triple stripping, CO2 stripping. You capture it, you use it, you utilize it, and can permanently store it. Of course, we are awaiting the regulatory framework for all that. Crucial in terms of biomethane is biomethane producers to have access to the market. Access to the market, in my view, is a national natural gas biogas national biogas system, which has to be regulated by the state. Thank you, Michalis. I guess in the second round of questions we will be able to address issues you have talked about. Konstantinos and Eleni, I guess Michalis has set the context in terms of development and infrastructure. Would you like Konstantinos to tell us more? You have two hats. You are a producer and off-taker. So would you like to share a couple of initiatives and projects you are currently implementing? And then we can discuss further on how to further develop the market exceptionally. Let me step onto the podium. I have a presentation I would like to show relating to KPIs from European projects we need to adhere to. This presentation aligns with our obligations. Let me start by congratulating you for this event. It's Friday afternoon, and after lunch you're still here. This shows how strong the interest is concerning what we have been discussing over the last 2 days. Let me briefly present Motor Oil's business. We are currently implementing a large energy transition project, 4 billion euros strong until 2030, has two parts. One is maintenance and resilience of infrastructure, and the second part, the second component, is growth and energy transition. The four main pillars on which this plan is based is refining, supply and trading, mobility. We are developing the largest electrification e-mobility charging network in the region. Over the next 5 years we would like to reach 4,000 charging points. Our third pillar is renewables, 400 megawatts. We'd like to reach 2,000 gigawatts until the end of the decade. And the fourth pillar, alternative fuels and circular economy, including hydrogen, biofuels, and all components where the circular economy technologies can help us turn into energy. BlueMed is an ambitious project we kickstarted in 2021. At the time, we submitted an application for the hydrogen IPCI. We're still in negotiations with the European Commission. This is a first challenge. The state aid rules process. We have exchanged 8 rounds of questions and answers with the DG.com, and at some point, hopefully, we will reach an end. We have 2 pillars: hydrogen production through electrolysis based on green energy, and blue hydrogen based on CCS of the steam reformer. There are 2 ways to get hydrogen through pipelines to the end user, be it hydrogen refueling stations or other users, and going forward we're looking forward to the existing pipeline or future pipelines to be able to inject into the system. And users, off-takers are the industry itself, the transport sector, and last but not least, sustainable aviation fuels and synthetic methanol, that is maritime sector and aviation. You can have an idea here of how we support with our 3 projects. The EFIRA project, funded through the Horizon Europe Clean Hydrogen project. We have already announced that. We have received an FID to proceed with the construction of a 30 megawatt strong electrolyzer in our factory. This is a prototype, since the electrolyzer will be built in the refinery, will cohabitate with other functions. We will providing LPC, our company, with energy in order to become even more greener. We'll be using a little bit of hydrogen within the refinery, and going forward we would like to inject it into a pipeline, and we're going to use it also to produce advanced biofuels. Now the good news on the good news. As of January 2025, we'll have the first commercial hydrogen refueling station at Agi Theodori, based on the IRIS project, where many private and public authorities are participating. They have applied for the first hydrogen-fueled car in Greece that can be refueled in the hydrogen RFS. And we are looking forward to more customers there as well. We have an application for a hydrogen RFS at the Akrata Auto Station, and there are other pilot projects. One of them is the railway, the bus company that will buy 2 or 3 hydrogen buses based on the announcements of OSI, of the bus organization, and the ministry. They will renew their fleet using more hydrogen fueled buses. Let me say here that we have used most of the European programs that are currently available in the EU. Innovation Fund, as you know, is a rather competitive, highly competitive process. Horizon Europe, Clean Hydrogen Partnership in particular, where competition is very strong. We have tapped into the connecting facility, and we have an EIB partnership in order to support these projects. Let me tell you that what I'm saying are not just on paper. We have the first visible outcomes. We have acquired 4 hydrogen gas containers. One will be used for refueling a hydrogen bus we were able to bring to Greece, together with the hydrogen with the GIV bus. And the gas container could refuel vehicles underway to Greece. Within 2026, we will be able to produce green hydrogen, blue hydrogen in our motor oil refinery at Agi Theodori. Together with the contractor, we have signed the preliminary technical study for the CCUS project. We are going to implement at the refinery, and the refueling station construction works have started. Provided that the regulatory framework is also in place, it can start operation as of early 2025. I'll thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Konstantinos. I think you have set the tone for many issues to be discussed. What I would like to point out is that indeed, recently the European Commission has put in place many financing instruments that are competitive. Many Greek companies, nevertheless, have been able to acquire funding, and we're looking forward also to more aggressive funding instruments on the side of the European Commission that could be necessary in order to cover for this deficit at the beginning, talking about the chicken and egg problem, in order to bring this added value to the supply chain for such projects to be developed. Particularly in CCUS, Greece is indeed a pioneer in the European Union. The three largest emitters have, well, here we have shown indeed that we are open as a country. We're open to new technologies, and we can be pioneer. This is, of course, remarkable. For all this to work, you need to close the loop. The regulation, the market issues, everything has to be settled, because all that will boil down to agreements and implementation. Just a brief remark. I think we can identify the chicken. We know what the chicken will be. And secondly, without regulation, we won't be able to move forward. And the first one that goes forward is the one that is the first one that is faced with the difficulties. And, well, Eleni, let me turn to you now. This is a dynamic market. National targets are set in technologies that went under the radar until now. Biomethane, biogas, and biofuels in general, targets are there. And your projects showcase applications at a local level that also exhibit an added value, and this has a multiplying effect. Would you like to share your experience in developing such projects and the market outlook in our country? Let me start by thanking you for having me here. I would like to thank Energy Press for an excellent organization, excellent event, an event that is becoming bigger and bigger year by year. Indeed, we are focusing on waste-to-energy projects, and in particular on biogas. That is part of our panel discussion today. Well, the trend is biomethane, that is a byproduct of biogas. Networks are congested. Gas might not account for many megawatts, but still it is congested. It is a flexible energy carrier and can be translated into bio-LNG. Biomethane can by nature be stored easily. It is pure gas. Our experience from other European countries as well, and owing to RED II, we think that we are ready to embark on biomethane. Looking at the NECP, the revised NECP, one can tell that it supports biomethane deployment. As the previous speakers said already, everything points towards this direction. Developing this market, the biomethane market, but also biogas market, in order to be sustainable over time. Do you see here any challenges, any options? An methane support scheme will be presented soon, and an aid scheme will be put in place. Where would you focus based on your experience? What will the challenges be? I think that the new plan has taken account of all problems. For example, feedstock, distance to the biogas network. Not all existing plants can be sited. They are where they are. They can be connected to a natural gas pipeline if they are near, or they can be relocated. There is a transfer. New biomethane plants can be built. Awareness-raising campaigns are provided in order of the benefits of biomethane, as well as what a soil improver is. That is the residue of biomethane. Many thought it is dangerous for their crops. The national plan has many provisions, and this is very positive. It favors the market, it boosts the pace at an EU level as well. We're very positive. You seem indeed optimistic. The market will develop, but do you see that at a local scale, at a small scale, or do you consider also synergies? We're still waiting for the regulatory framework. This will be the basis. The national plan, the NECP, talks about supporting funds during implementation and an annual operating aid. Based on that, we will be able to see whether plans are sustainable or not. And we can examine whether 500 megawatts, 1 gigawatt, is sustainable or not. The costs, the compression costs in order to inject into DESFA are rather high. We are awaiting for the operating aid scheme to be formulated in order to know how we can go forward. I think the whole market, the operator, you as a developer, as producer, indeed look forward to the formulation of this plan. A positive aspect is that because of the curtailment of head-nose network, we now have flexibility. There are areas where there is a large problem with the waste. Since we have the relocation scheme or bio-LNG, we can enter areas and develop units which could not be developed in the past.
Konstantine, you talked about a number of challenges. How can we be proactive? How can we advance faster and address these challenges? And you focused on regulatory issues. A regulatory framework for new fuels, novel fuels. Would you like to delve on this? I would like to separate between the challenges. We have the challenges that are related to climate change, as we saw what happened in Spain. The second issue is energy security. We may not be aware of the fact that it's not over, that there will be again a time that we'll need natural gas because we may have problems with the supply of natural gas to Greece. The US elections are going to take place very soon. We may have problems with LNG supply. The prices may be burdened even more. And the last issue is differentiation. We cannot foresee which form of energy will prevail in the future, and it may not be one form. Now, hydrogen is a hype. We have had, even in Greece, many promising a lot, and only few projects are advancing. On the other hand, we do need to have a rational market. The first NECP talked about 1.7 gigawatt. Now it has, of course, reduced the target, which is more realistic. Now, the NECP is showing where we are headed. Now, we are building a hydrogen RFS, but the hard thing is to find the funding, to use your own capex, and then you have to wait for some legal amendments for all of this to work. As far as CCS is concerned, I will agree with Michalis. Ravenna and Brno are very limited in terms of capacity for Europe. So we will need more as Europe, and we say that Europe should be more open and see that things are changing. We're not like the north of Europe. The use of carbon sequestration should be allowed after 2030. And instead of putting it into the ground, we should use it. Those of us who followed the process of the delegated act, this is a very sensitive chord that you're touching upon. The delegated acts were prior to the development of the market. Everyone, including the European Commission, were taken by surprise. With time, we see things becoming more rational, and this includes also the regulatory framework. But let me now turn to Michalis. From your planning, you seem to have a good degree of readiness. So in this framework that is being formed, you are open to new fuels, and you're trying to have a rational placement as much as possible. This is in the medium and long term. But what are the short-term challenges that you identify based on your personal experience, but also the experience of the Hellenic gas system operator? Konstantinos touched upon a few issues about the CCS chain. Eleni talked about biomethane, also the regulatory framework. What is your take? What are the priorities for the next period? In all these years that I have been involved in energy issues, I have found that you need to be realistic. And we, as a gas system operator, we try to facilitate the market. And let me tell you at this point that I invite you all to go online and check the DESPA website. For those who want to consume hydrogen in Greece and in Bulgaria, there is a questionnaire that you can fill in. And please, I invite you to fill in this questionnaire. So we try to see what the market is asking for and address those needs. We are not careless anymore in the terms of the infrastructure that we build, because the cost of energy is significant. An important thing we have achieved is that the infrastructure that we design is for the day after. If parts of our system cannot be used for natural gas, we are creating hydrogen pipelines for the future, Amindeo. This is for the immediate future. By 2027, this system should go into operation. So we try to be efficient in designing and implementing our infrastructure. At the same time, we are undergoing internal restructuring. Although we have 2.7 billion worth of projects at the moment, we are designing what we call the multi-gas business plan, which is a business plan that includes all the types of gas, including biomethane. We want to see how we can facilitate the generation of biomethane as gas system operator, and we believe that we can make it there. And of course, we are in constant contact with the industry, because those who want to produce or consume hydrogen need to know whom to address. And also, we are in constant contact with the administration, with the government, because there are issues that go beyond our frontiers. I think that it is indeed a complicated issue, but I understand that there is a need for extroversion, meaning openness. You are open to each other, you talk to each other, and since all this is on the table, this will maybe facilitate planning. Of course, after planning, we need to go into the implementation phase that will create the dynamics for all these projects to be developed. And you will also see that the licensing and the implementation will be able to respond to the needs. One last comment. All the stakeholders that we talk to are ready to convert the challenge to turn it into an opportunity. Since this forum is focused on this issue, I'd like to add that hydrogen is basically energy storage, but also it is linked to, it's an energy carrier. Now, I am a lawyer. Since yesterday, we have been talking about the curtailments. 70% of hydrogen costs is related to its production. If we could use those curtailments at a cost that would be slightly lower, that would be a win-win situation. This issue is now mature. I think that we have certain proposals, and let's hope that next year, at this panel, we will be able to present some practical examples. Thank you, Eleni Konstantinos Michalis, for this discussion.
Έχουμε λίγο ξεφύγει από τον χρόνο.
We have exceeded our time frame by some minutes. Gerasimos Takis Deftereos is now next. He's going to use the next 10 minutes to talk about the balancing market.
Καλησπέρα. Εύχομαι οι μπαταρίες σας να είναι...
Good afternoon. I hope your batteries are full for the next 10 minutes so as to talk about this topic. And we would like to present the work that we have been involved in for the last months. I would like to start with some questions. What would you do If you had to operate a multi-million asset in energy markets, what would you do if we told you that that asset has technical constraints in its consumption and its production? And if we told you that there are no humans to manage those assets? These are the questions that we asked ourselves 2 years ago. And before we show you our work, let me lay the foundations for batteries. Batteries can be present in wholesale markets up to ancillary services. Our participation in these markets is linked to the hedge of batteries. Let me explain what I mean. We know that the lignite plants will be decommissioned in the next years, and more RES will be added to the system. This provides more flexibility. Now, RES plants have an issue in terms of predictability. So intraday market volumes will increase. We believe that the participation of these assets in different energy markets will will optimize the financial outcome. Not by selling highly at the wholesale market, but also by participating in ADMIE procedures. It is what is called cross-market optimization. Now, let us look at some advantages linked to the different products on the market. This helps us address the technical constraints with regard to degradation management, etc. So the first aspect is FCR. We have a permanent activation within a medial SOC range. Wholesale markets, on the other hand, has high volumes, there is arbitrage, trading, low restrictions, and rising market volumes. AFRR is a larger market. It is relatively big compared to FCR. It has separated capacity and energy market, cycle-saving strategies, and SOC management optimization. All this may seem very interesting, but in practice it is rather complex. The complexity of cross-market optimization is very high, and from what we see from this diagram, we try to predict future energy prices on the market. Now, imagine this complexity involving several markets. So for one single unit, you have the day-ahead market, the 3 auctions, the balancing market products of ADMIE, and then the pay-as-bid, ex-bid market, which is whatever price you find at that moment. So you have thousands of price scenarios. In order to train algorithms to make the necessary predictions, you require a very complicated system. But for us, this is a challenge and an opportunity for a better P&L for batteries. And this can also help us address any cannibalization on the balancing market. It helps us have a more efficient SOC management. Now, let us look at an example to understand the complexity of this venture. We have here the algorithm that hits on the first spreads. The prices of energy are low, and in the afternoon it sells when the prices are higher. But earlier in the day, from the first auction, you have a lower price. It is the intraday one. Our algorithm decides to sell, and then later in the afternoon, it decides to buy so as to sell later on. I'm talking about a 2-hour battery. And on the right hand side, you can see the state of charge of the battery. Now, from the ancillary services, and we need to have an MCR commitment for ADMIE. The prices of ADMIE will be too high at the given moment. This schedule cannot be fully satisfied because our battery is fully charged and it cannot provide a symmetrical FCR. So around 2 a.m., the algorithm will close the position that it opened in the morning with the day ahead price to provide an FCR. But these activations create the need later for it to buy energy in order to participate in other commitments it has undertaken. This example was for a certain hour of the day, so you can imagine within a full day how complicated this process is and how many options our battery has. Now, from theory to practice, how to achieve this? Again, we have a very high level of complexity, but this operation is just an ancillary package that goes with the packages we already provide. Our assets, PV and wind, are connected to the company together with the optimization module. The batteries can be optimized so we can reach a cross-market optimization. We are hoping to put it on the market. Apart from the classical optimizations, we need to feed data and analysis and past data to these algorithms. However, the bid execution is also very important, and you need it to be automated and fast. This cannot be achieved by man, because a human cannot react so fast. So we need this to be done at the same time by algorithms and being surveyed by people. All these bids need to be stored for clearing and risk management purposes. So, to come to a conclusion, we will have to talk with you about merchant battery management. And you will have to make a decision. A merchant asset will have an exposure on the market for you and a share profit that we will share. If someone provides 10 or 15%, you have to assess on which basis. It is 100,000 per megawatt. If it is 80, then you have a lower outcome. I can explain why we have a comparative advantage vis-à-vis the competition right now. First of all, we believe that the implementation of cross-market optimization is a game changer on the market. Internationally, it has shown that it is the optimum practice for batteries. Secondly, we respect asset constraints, and we consider BESS degradation in our optimization. We have experience, we have the most volumes in the intraday continuous market in Greece, and this is a market that will have the most opportunities in the future. In terms of transparency, we are talking about the hundreds of thousands of positions that open in one market and close in another. So the transparency aspect is very important for you to know about the performance of your optimizer and on which basis revenues will be distributed. Fifth, for those who know us, they know us for our customer centricity. So we continuously discuss with you to identify improvements on our strategy. And finally, we are tech savvies. We use algorithms and automations in most of our processes. They are a must. And I think that this will give us a lot of dynamics as of next year when we have batteries in the energy sector. Thank you.
Let's continue now. We'd like to have 40 minutes time for this session. I don't know if you have heard of that, of what people are chanting in demonstrations. There is one motto that unites us all, and RES unite us all here. The big problem that has arisen now, wherever RES plants are to be built, wind turbines, but also PVs and small RES plants, there is reaction. Local communities regard renewables as a toxic residue. It needs not to be in our backyard. This is not a Greek particularity. Nevertheless, it has taken up in intensity over the last recently, and perhaps it's even more evident here rather than in other communities. I'm very pleased to be joined for this session with Mr. Efthimios Bakoyannis, Secretary General of Spatial Planning and Urban Environment at the Ministry of Environment and Energy, who has made this honor, was honored us with being here today. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Would like to welcome Sokratis Konstantinidis, Secretary General of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association, Thalia Valkouma, President CEO of Faria Renewables, Vasilis Orfanos, and the President of Envisionist. As you might be aware, they have developed a technology product in an effort to resolve one of the two problems. The first one is the siting problem, and the second one is problem associated with the protection of animals, of birds. And I would also like to welcome Victoria Alexandratou, who is the chairwoman and CEO of the WRE Group, one of the companies, and many might not be aware of that, is one of the first companies, together with the large players, Terna, PPC, etc., who had installed renewable plants in Greece. Thank you for being here. I would like to start with the Secretary General, because as said, reactions point towards the absence of a land planning and the argument that everybody is installing RES projects everywhere. Mountains are stacked with wind turbines. We have the new framework. Would you like to talk about that? I would like to thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon. It's very important for me to be here among you, and it is rather keen interest when I see that the room is almost full on a Friday afternoon. The spatial planning is a political exercise, first of all, on which certainly everyone has an opinion. If you look at it from a development, an environment, social or economic point of view, then everybody can say something looking at a map which shows where renewables can be prioritized and where not. Allow me to start by saying this, asking ourselves why reactions are there. Primarily and first and foremost, as the state, as administration, as industry and as players, we have lost the game of awareness raising and informing the civic society and the local communities. I'm saying this because although we all very well know what the beneficial advantages of renewables are, this has not been demonstrated to local communities. Everybody wants renewables, but nobody wants it at their backyard or near them. And another critical aspect I have been dealing with lately is the fact that if you're positive about the planning, then you belong to a category of non-negotiation. If you're positive, then you are actually not being taken into consideration unless you react. When you react, when you express a different opinion, then you belong to the stakeholders panel. If you want your opinion to be heard, this means you should, in principle, express a negative or rather a reaction. a reaction-like attitude. Let me get back to the spatial planning. The terrorism spatial planning is put to consultation, which is closely linked to the renewables planning. Both the renewables planning as well as the fossil fuel land planning are ready in terms of adequacy, are ready to be put to consultation, and the due diligence has been completed in terms of the impact of the spatial planning in Natura sensitive areas. The due diligence will be put out as well, which is a precondition based on the Council of States jurisprudence. Once it is put out to consultation, a time cycle will start depending on how strong reaction will be, what conflicts will arise, and the political maturity on the side of the political administration, ranging from 2-3 months up to 2-3 years. You cannot tell, well, depending on the acceptance of such a plan. I'm saying this because currently there is a spatial plan for renewables in force. Updating it based on current data serves modernizing the plan and making attractive for investors as well as for the authorities that provide their opinion on when examining a application, when examining the application for environmental impact assessment studies. We have data on the exclusion areas or areas that are sensitive. We have a lot of such data. The currently established spatial planning builds on a minimum of data, and services, the competent authorities could not even find data. Currently, we have a broad range of information through administration streams, through archaeological site streams, traditional areas, Natura areas, or other areas that have no roads. This information is there. What an updated spatial planning will do is set certain criteria which are already included in the current spatial planning and will actually elaborate on them, and a considerable particularity based on the European Commission's guidelines. It will determine certain go-to areas which, to my understanding, are hard to be determined based on a map. Why? Because once a map with 10 go-to areas is published, the go-to areas communities will stand up. Regardless of whether this area becomes populated with wind turbines, people, depending on an area, on a go-to area, regard it as a red flag. We have to be very cautious when it comes to the mapping and the rendering of the areas. Let me add this. Apart from the RES spatial planning, there are a set of other plans which provide detail for the renewable energy sources siting. Apart from southern Aegean, the southern Aegean region, which is crucial, primarily in terms of terrorism, we have special spatial plans that have produced polygons that are indicative of where one can go and where not. We had urban planning in the past that could also provide information as to where renewables could be developed. Currently, an urban planning reform project is underway in order to update the land use plan provided for in the general urban plans. I believe that the parts that besides the besides the consultation process of the revisited spatial planning, which is not going to be reinventing the wheel. It will not reinvent the wheel, it will just update the criteria based on which the priority areas are identified and the priorities based on which areas eligible for RES development are indicated, and this applies to wind turbines, to PVs, to small hydroelectric plants, biomass, biogas. All forms of renewables are part of the new spatial plan. Mr. Secretary General, there is a conception that the regional spatial plans have incorporated the pressure exercised by local communities in the eyes of investors, of potential investors. This might also send a signal, a fear signal, that the spatial plan you will put to consultation will be restrictive, in the sense that for political reasons they will bend to a pressure that is not based, that is not scientifically based. I cannot argue that spatial plans are not taken into consideration. They are regulated, but they're not binding. As you said, obviously, one cannot plan and cannot have any lack against local communities. The most critical opinions in the context of the tourism spatial planning is the opinion of the regional councils rather than local councils, because local councils are in close contact to the local communities and therefore are susceptible to pressure from particular interests of the local community. The regional council instead, because of its formation, is based on the European Union's directive on the environmental impact assessment studies, can provide the direction and the guidelines needed. Apparently, when the regions provide the negative opinion, this will be taken into consideration before the Council of State. We have to be very cautious to avoid any formal mistakes. The Council of State pays great importance to that. And secondly, the methodology and scientific criteria the spatial planning takes into consideration should be robust in terms of the carrying capacity, in terms of the change of a wind turbine, of the wingspan, or the coverage of PVs, and the shape, the formation, and any change to the landscape that might arise. We do have a scientific background for identifying criteria for eligibility and rejection. Once the plan is put to consultation, you do understand that it cannot meet the satisfaction, it cannot be satisfactory to all stakeholders. Nevertheless, we think that we can strike a golden rule. Thank you for this initial intervention. It is very useful for the course of the discussion. I would like to ask Mr. Konstantinidis, for Secretary General of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association, for a short intervention.
Good evening. Thank you for this invitation to a conference that has proven to be to be a very important one. I will try to be as concise and brief as possible. Since we have the Secretary General with us, our position is that the revision of the spatial plan should not make it stricter, and the special environmental assessments need to be revised. There are some technical data that are unneeded, such as the 2.5D between the wind turbines. On the other hand, the targets of the NECP need to be considered, since the spatial plan should be an instrument to serve the implementation of the NECP. So we need to have the presidential decrees for the implementation of the spatial plans. We should not send the message that wind farms are incompatible with tourism. And also, the go-to regions in the sea and on shore should be promoted at the right height and by opening new forest roads. For us, the transitional provisions are important. So the amendment of environmental assessments should not be taken into consideration. Now, talking about the development of renewables and the environment, we have the regulation of the European Council, according to which renewables projects are in the interest of the public. So a project should be rejected based on scientific data only if it causes irreversible harm to a region that cannot be recovered. Now, other studies, such as the environmental impact assessment, cannot determine large zones of exclusion. These regions can accommodate wind terms. 27% of wind turbines are within Natura regions. There is pollution of the environment and many other factors that cause harm before the wind turbines. But there is an effort to completely exclude Natura regions. Also, there are some negative opinions to licensing, as if projects are new, whereas they involve only changes of terms and reducing the footprint. A few words about the reactions of local communities. So, as in other countries, we have the NIMBY phenomenon in Greece too. It is related to the lack of awareness about the benefits of such projects and farms. The government is responsible for the implementation of the environmental and climate plan. Misinformation and the spread of fake news should be addressed by the government. For example, there is this misconception about wind turbines being linked to forest fires. On the other hand, 3% contribution that goes to the local communities, 62 million, that is, these funds are used to implement, or should be used to implement, local projects in the interest of the local communities. And these projects should be also labeled as such. And 87% of these funds are related to wind farms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kostadinidis. You have established the context on the part of the renewables and wind energy. I would like to turn to Mr. Orfanos, who, as introductorily said, represents a company many of you know has introduced the technology to reduce risks against birds in wind turbines. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting us here, because indeed there is a problem with biodiversity. It is an existent problem, and we're here to deliver solutions. We often say we deliver solutions, but many argue, you know, who are you to give the solution? With the most being that are currently here, we have discussed, they know who we are, but for me to reach the conclusion I would like to reach, I need to present to you a couple of slides. Very briefly, let me tell you why you need to wait until the end of the presentation. It is not about the solution, but why is there a solution? What is the company that is providing a solution? Let me showcase how this company is a renowned company worldwide. And as our friend Giles Dixon said this morning, Greece is taking huge leaps in the wind energy sector. And this applies to our company as well. A company that was established in 2021. Established in the green energy sector. Currently, within 3.5 years, we have taken huge leaps. In three and a half years in, we have a very strong team dealing with artificial intelligence and computer vision. This is state-of-the-art in the industry, protecting not only biodiversity, but other systems as well. Over these 3.5 years, and despite recognition, wide recognition, we have PPC in our portfolio right now, and this has invested in PPC has invested in Envisionist. I will go through the slides to give you a brief overview of what we've done. 2021, 2022, 2023. A technology workshop of Wind Europe that we have participated in all technology workshops with award-winning papers. Among the 3 top-performing papers, we are recognized by the United Nations as a member of the Global Compact. 2022, we were awarded 2021-2022 the WITSA Award, first award for onshore, and then 2022 for offshore We are the only company worldwide that has been awarded 2 back-to-back awards. 2023, the second most innovative company in Europe, announced by the European Investment Bank, and we were announced by Digital Europe as among the top 10 shortlisted nominees for 2024 in terms of the Future Unicorn Awards. And third place and bronze medal at the WITSA World Cup Tech Scale Labs. We competed with 38 companies from the US, from Great Britain. Third place at the scale up, as a scale up. This shows that the Greek company waves the Greek flag high in the sky and is recognizable worldwide. Throughout these conferences, we have been showcasing ENG, that is a solution for biodiversity. We have 9 ISOs in place. We focus on quality and, of course, our clients. You know our systems. I don't want to go into detail. Let me talk about acceptance in the market. There are systems operating in Germany, Spain, Italy, in Southern Africa, in Japan, in Greece, and now in Japan. Toyota, after 4 visits to Greece and 4 business visits, they stayed 4 days on the mountain to learn how our systems works, and we are their partner for systems to be established and introduced in Japan. And ENG, of course, is not present in wind farms, but also in airports. We have built also the ENVI Fire Pro. This is an EEG and focuses on mega fires. Although we started off as a green tech innovation company, we have now business in the, of course, first of all in the ENVI segment to provide solutions to the wind energy, and there are other segments as well, 2 global products addressing ESG needs. Let's get to the bottom line. There's a picture is 1,000 words worth. This gentleman is now the King of Denmark. And in 2023, he was a prince, representing the family, the royal family, among 600 companies in Wing Europe. They chose 2 companies. He joined us. For 20 minutes, instead of 20 minutes, he stayed 40 minutes, and he left carrying the ENVI logo in his hands. This is the bottom line. This is January 1st, 2024 until 31st of October 2024. 76,000 detections, that is birds approaching wind turbines, of which 24,000 were deterrent. There were deterrence measures in place. 24% were in a collision course with the wind turbines, and we were able to deter them. How many have we saved? We don't know, but none of them died because of a wind turbine. 306 times we had to shut down wind turbines, and generators, producers are here. The problem lies between producers and the bird scientists, the bird researchers. Technology gives a solution. I'm saying all this because we're not just another company talking about a system we've built. We've built an award-winning system, an internationally recognized system, and this is what shows that technology can help wind energy thrive. And I'll leave it here.
Thank you very much. Could we have this infrastructure required? That is, a wind farm should also be equipped with this technology? Yes, we could include it as a requirement. I cannot give you an exact answer right now. I know that there are some requirements. So what we're considering, a special plan is about to be issued that will map the situation in Greece as is. And this spatial plan will have a validity of 15 years, but within 15 years, circumstances change. So what we are trying to do is to create a spatial plan that once circumstances have changed, to be the carrying capacity. If that changes, we could adapt to that. So if there is a technology to improve the impact on ecosystems, then automatically, without having to change the spatial plan, this technology could be envisaged. So this is what we're talking about with the Ministry. Mr. Konstantinidis, already the studies that are being carried out set the requirement for systems to deter impact to be installed. This is already used. Indeed, I have seen this system of Mr. Orfanos in operation, and it is very impressive. You can shut down the wind turbines for just a few hours. However, our lady guests will now take the floor. Mrs. Valkouma first. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and for having me participating in this panel. And I'd also like to congratulate you for gathering all the important stakeholders in this event every year, this two-day event. We share optimistic, pessimistic scenario, but I believe that we all leave this conference with new input and with a satisfaction that new solutions to the problems are being considered. Mrs. Valkouma, please, a bit louder.
Λοιπόν, όλα όσα ακούστηκαν μέχρι τώρα.
I think we have a picture of the situation as it is currently. And as you said, many people are against renewables altogether. We see PV finding objection, and I think that once batteries will be further developed, they will also be targeted by objecting parties. I'd like us to exercise some self-criticism and add to the discussion 3 items that could have been considered more. It is not too late, although it is better to be proactive, but still we could consider these items. One of the main reasons for the objections is that from the start, that is many years ago, we did not have the right organization and coordination of renewables spatial planning. I look at the map and I see, say some, wind turbines everywhere in Greece. So maybe this should have been handled in a better way many years ago. The second item is the better consultation and contact with local communities. When you have well-informed citizens, when they have been informed by all the stakeholders, then you can lower the degree of objection. So I believe that we should make the local communities more wise. And one more parameter is the training of all the people in licensing authorities. They too, especially when newer technologies are concerned, need to be well trained, because they will have to contribute with their own opinion at the different licensing phases. And the same goes with batteries, because at the different authorities, at the building authorities, and at other authorities, you have people working that are not aware of technology. So they are called upon to give the green light, but they may not have the right background for that. In Greece, however, we have a very good practice. And this is all the process of the offshore wind parks. There, strong effort was made for synergies between the different stakeholders. And this was before the law was enacted. And the regions that were selected, or in those regions, all the objections and the red flags had been taken into consideration. We cannot say that we have resolved all the issues, but surely it was a high percentage. And we saw that there were specific objections by the Ministry of Culture that afterwards were resolved. You can imagine what would have happened with offshore wind parks if this process, this synergy had not taken place. Now with the new spatial plan, which is optimizing the current one, and the go-to areas based on RED 2, these procedures will be very helpful as well. Our particular proposal is we should go hand in hand with local communities. Local communities should understand that projects are not being implemented for the producers themselves, but also for them. It is in their interest. They should understand why projects are carried out. And that is why we at Faria Renewables go hand in hand with the local communities. I had prepared a picture to show you. It shows a sheep and a PV farm. A PV farm can coexist with with sheep, with beekeeping, with many other agricultural activities. You can even have artificial nests being created for pollinators. And so they can coexist with small animals or birds. In other words, they do not exclude other activities. And I like what you said, that a picture is 1,000 words. We as company like to show such pictures as much as possible. This will give local communities the possibility to reduce their objections and participate more. And I will close here. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive intervention of yours. Let me go to Mrs. Alexandratou. You have long-standing experience. Can you share with us the problems that you may have been confronted with? How can one deal with such problems?
I would like to thank you for the invitation, first of all. I would like to speak the truth, tell you the truth and the truth only. There are no reactions from local communities. Reactions are instrumentalized. I have been working since 1997. RWE was established in 1997, one of the first projects of the company. We started that with friends and colleagues in 1996. A small wind park at the municipality of Monemvasia in Laconia. Let me share a slide. This is a wind park, a wind farm we were able to build after 25 years. It took us 25 years to build it. In the renewable sector, projects of national interest, one should live long to be able to see a project being implemented. We submitted the first application in 1996, September. This was the starting point for establishing the company. A main stakeholders was the Swedish company RBB, that is a listed company. I was an employee and the CEO, running in boots to the mountains to build the project, together with other colleagues. Reactions and the initiative Renewables are instrumentalized by ambitious local politicians. They use renewables because these are large-scale investments for small communities, and what they try to do is gain votes. The Secretary General said that. I will build on what the Secretary General said and what Socrates Konstantinidis also shared. The truth is that what we indefinitely say that the local community is, it is actually the individuals instrumentalizing the PV or the wind farm for their career. They tell people incredible stories, and among the companies in cafes, in local communities, they create, this stories that sheep become gay, they do not give birth, that catastrophe is ahead. There is no well-founded suggestion how these renewables destroy the environment. This is the ugly truth and the only truth. You can look here at the images I come across, at what I come across on the mountains. This is Megalopoli. No wind farm would ever be licensed near this monument. The PPC plant meets no environmental terms. Nobody is demonstrating about that. Let me tell you the story of Laconia. We're blessed since 1996 to build another 5 wind farms Greece-wide. The local community is actually initially the mayor and the local council and those aspiring to become mayors. They issued a positive opinion. The Monemvasia Municipality Council opinionated in favor in the year 2000, when once they understood that this is a 10 million euro strong investment, the first question that came to their mind is, what is there in it for me? I was blackmailed. Somebody wanted 3 million and somebody else wanted just 3 million, and on top of that, date me. You know, they tried to do everything they could in order to take money off the investor in order to allow them to establish. In the Laconia region, this is 2000, a series of companies. None of them is now in Greece. They quit. National economy has lost millions of euros. The citizens, the national economy, the kids of those citizens, they wouldn't have to go abroad to leave Greece. As engineers, we had to leave Greece. This talent crunch is owing to the fact that this local community, so to speak, and through fake news, these mayors instrumentalizing renewables, wind and solar energy. And then we have this, what the minister said, where should I put the new projects should I cite them on my head? Because even in the parliament, you have careers being built on the deterrence of the exploitation and utilization of national wealth. We are the only galactic village that will not implement renewables. The whole planet is confronted with a climate crisis. Climate crisis will not be just in one region. As members of the European community, we have to respect the directives. Mr. Konstantinidis identified them. We have to respect the 17 rules of the United Nations on sustainability. And what is more, once flooding comes, the local community reaches out to the European Commission for help. The European Commission, if they discover what happens in Greece, they will stop providing aid because there is no democracy in that. Here, the municipality of Monemvasia. This is a public document. The mayor says that they use it as a blackmailing weapon, and he also is not reluctant writing it down. Myself, with the mayor, applied for, objected in order to gain benefits from the companies. Once we gain benefits, we will withdraw our objections. Unless we gain something, we won't back down. The state should look into that, look into the root cause of all those issues. This is a state document. You can see the document number if you're interested in finding that document. This is circulated, and you know, spreading fake news is illegal, and we let it being circulated. This history of reactions. There are no reactions from the individuals. It's just benefits that the local communities can gain near the communities, especially are the ones that had to survive the high energy costs. I come from Kefalonia. My aunt wouldn't be able to survive unless she was compensated through the wind farm, which distributes 1% to the consumers. If you can read this one, me and my partners, 2 engineers, 2 working women, we dared to ask to support our rights to produce green energy, not sell weapons or drugs. See how they characterize us. We're not whining, we're not SLUTSs, we're engineers, we're doing our work, and it is unacceptable that the state itself allows such allegations to be circulated. These people spread these comments online. This is a 2016 post that is still in circulation. These are the ones that provoke local reactions through such attitudes. Would you like to sum it up, wrap it up? Look at that. The Vice Mayor sent to the prosecutor a paper arguing that he has been, that since 1999, after 15 years after a final decision was issued. But you know, these chaps in the local community, they do not accept the decisions of the courts. The state, the judge, has no word here. Once the Council of State opinionated that this is illegal, he alleged that we have illegal actions. 1999. I am after this paper, and I will stop it and I will stop here in any way. This is the content of this paper. This is a rather illustrative intervention demonstrating the concern and the agony of an individual striving to promote projects. There are similar examples in many companies, and this is an outcry. Of course, my company left Greece, and what they say is that that not even Christ can win over the corruption in Greece. Thank you very much for this illustrative experience on a Friday evening. Let me say that Ms. Alexandratou is a candidate at the EVA with Mr. Bratakos. You can experience how what a spirit she can bring in. Mr. Secretary General.
This has been very interesting, what we heard. I believe that there are cases such as the ones mentioned, but I also think there is a more general view that has been formed also through these posts that were made. In other words, there is a lot of negative publicity that is reproduced in no time. Everyone reproduces these messages without filtering them out. And the real message remains practically invisible. This is something that we have identified. We will make efforts to address it, but also the business sector should also carry out relevant campaigns. We have had representatives of the business world identify this. It took them time to address this issue of negative publicity. Mr. Orfanos, you wanted to add something more? All these instances you have mentioned may sound extreme, but you have certain problems that can be addressed. For example, biodiversity. diversity can be addressed. So you have had these experiences, but if the spatial plan had been resolved, the spatial plan is not there to solve environmental issues. Thank you very much for all this input. We will have many more opportunities to discuss. We will go on to the last session about the opportunities and developments in the Balkan countries. Mr. Stavros Skarlis is going to make a presentation, and he is hosting two representatives from Romania and Bulgaria. Mr. Skarlis.
Μου δώστε μόνο το μικρόφωνο έχω, δεν έχω το pointer όμως. Ξεκινάμε. Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good evening. Stavros Skarlis. I am Senior Associate at Aurora Energy Research. I know that it is Friday evening. In this last session, however, I would like to speak about the outlook in the Balkans power markets, talk about opportunities and risks for this market. I have the pleasure to present and discuss here together with two important representatives, Mrs. Mariana Yaneva, Vice Chair of the Association for Production, Storage and Trading of Electricity Upstairs in Bulgaria, and Mrs. Irene Hai, Policy Officer in Romania for PV. And I will now turn to English.
Before starting this live panel discussion, I would like to shortly provide some context for this discussion through a short presentation. So if we can go back to the PPT for a second. And I will kick it off directly by discussing regarding the potential of renewables in Balkans. So the growth of renewables in Balkans, in major power markets of Balkans, like Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania, is expected to be significant in the upcoming years. And as you can see in this slide, according to Aurora's central scenario, we expect a quite significant growth, which will total around 40 gigawatts combined for Greece, Romania, and Bulgaria by 2030. As you can see from this graph, Greece leads this growth in renewables, whereas Romania and Bulgaria follows. Second important takeaway from this slide is that the vast majority of the new capacity to come online will actually originate from solar projects. And if we look into the respective regions, one may consider three main factors, drivers for this fast renewables growth in these major Balkan power markets. The first is policy. The second is auctions for renewables. And the third one, which is quite important, is the quite favorable economics for merchant renewables. Starting with the policy from the left to the right side of this graph, of this slide, you will notice that according to the NCP, the amended NCP for Bulgaria and Greece, as well as the updated national energy strategy for Romania, The prescribed targets for renewables, and particularly the share of renewables in the national capacity mix, is quite ambitious. Second, we observe that in these power markets, there are auctions planned for renewables, onshore wind and solar. And let me also highlight here that, most importantly, what we also see in these markets is that, for the first time, tenders for batteries are introduced. And batteries are very important in a power system to promote further deployment of renewables. Last but not least, please also focus in the merchant economics of renewables in these major Balkan power markets. So, as you can see, according again to Aurora's central forecast, the capture price for both wind and solar is higher compared to the levelized cost of electricity, meaning that at least towards the end of the decade, the merchant economics of renewables are quite attractive. Of course, one should also consider a few risks down the road. Inevitably, the rapid growth of renewables and the rapid penetration in the power markets, in these power markets, will drive capture prices downwards due to the so-called cannibalization effect of prices, which can be both domestic but also cross-border. And in numbers, to quantify this drop of prices, in this slide, we provide the discount between the solar and the onshore wind capture price with respect to the baseload price for 2030 and 2050. In this respect, one should carefully monitor the evolution of LCOE over time versus the drop of the capture price for the upcoming years to properly assess investments in renewable projects. And last but not least, the imbalance cost for renewables should not be overlooked. As a matter of fact, the imbalance cost for renewables in Southeastern Europe is quite higher compared to the European average, as you can see, for both solar and wind. So this is currently a risk, but down the road, in a few years, we expect that this risk will be mitigated because the power markets in the region are going to become more liquid. In this respect, the integration of the balancing markets through the Picasso and Mari platforms pivotal role towards mitigating this high, currently at least, imbalance costs. With that, and for the interest of time, I would like to stop the presentation and welcome in this discussion also my colleagues, Mariana and Irene. Good afternoon, both of you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And welcome to this discussion. Many thanks for waiting until almost 6 o'clock for this last panel discussion. Let me go directly to the questions so that we can kick off the conversation around the topic. And I would like to start with Mariana for the first one. So, as you have seen in the previous slides, for Bulgaria, we do expect that the NCP targets for 2030 can be attainable. Could you please comment also on your view on behalf of APSTE regarding the potential of reaching these targets? And maybe, Mariana, can you also provide a few comments regarding potential risks and opportunities towards meeting actually these targets?
First of all, thank you, Stavros, for the kind invitation to be here tonight. Good evening, and thank you for all the patience to all the attendees that stayed through the end. Indeed, I believe your presentation showed quite beautifully the tendencies and the market trends of developing in our countries. Specifically for Bulgaria and the revised NECP, it's, I believe, not only attainable, it's already behind what is happening on the ground, because we expect to close this year with more than 4 gigawatt installed capacity of solar PV, which is close to the target that the NECP sets for 2030. So on the solar side, it's sunnier than envisaged by the government. It's not so much on wind, since we do not have any new wind projects in Bulgaria installed since 20 12, I would say, and the first new projects are expected to be installed not earlier than 2026 or 2027 due to the really long permitting uh, path that they need to take and bird monitoring, environmental impact assessment, and everything else related to stakeholder engagement. Regarding the challenges that projects face in Bulgaria, I really listened with interest to the previous discussion panel because wind energy in particular faces the same problems in Bulgaria with a few but very vocal opposition NGOs or parties being not in favor of development of these projects and obstructing them very actively with local communities, which is a little bit sad, I would believe, because these projects bring a lot of benefits exactly to local communities in terms of not only power generation, but also different projects that investors willing to engage with the local stakeholders are holding together with the local communities, and the economic development that it brings in usually remote regions that do not have many other economic opportunities. So that's one of the risks, a lot of the misinformation being out there, especially in social networks for renewable energy projects. And the other risk was also well underlined in your presentation regarding the strong growth in the solar sector and the risk of lower capture prices, especially given the fact that all markets regionally are not that liquid and off-takers for PPAs are difficult to find for most of these projects, although in Bulgaria, in Romania, in Greece, I think a few flagship examples of PPAs concluded between large industrial consumers and long-term contracting on behalf of renewable energy producers already visible. And the pace is increasing over time. I think that's one of the good strengths to underline, that long-term contracting of renewable energy is no longer something exotic. More risks are understood by both sides, so negotiation can take place freely.
Thank you very much. And if I may recap quickly a few important points from what you discussed. You identify the permitting, environmental also approvals, and I would also assume grid access as kind of pain points for renewables further growth, and the risk of cannibalization as a factor that can somehow decelerate, let's say, the growth of renewables that are going to have to come online later. Though, and that's a great point you mentioned about PPAs, when we talk about merchant deployment, that we also discussed before, indeed, PPAs is part of renewables merchant deployment, and the flourish of PPAs is a critical element towards the further, actually, growth of renewable energy in Southeastern Europe. Thank you for mentioning that, because it's really critical. I would like to ask the same question also to Irene, but from another angle. For Romania, we've seen that essentially the NCP targets, which are more or less the same in the updated national energy strategy, are somehow more ambitious compared to what we project, which is based actually on the CFD tenders and the merchant landscape in the country, including PPAs. So similarly to what I asked to Mariana, can you comment also on your outlook regarding the further growth of renewables in Romania? And also if you can identify a few opportunities and risks in this power market. For your information, we have in the room a few developers from Romania, so your opinion is quite important.
First, I would like to introduce Mariana. Thanks for inviting us, and I'm happy to hear that we also have Romanian developers here. So let me try. I'm hearing myself in the next. I don't know if it's an issue on my part or not.
We hear you with some interruptions, maybe.
Yeah, I don't. It's still with an echo, and it's not from my system. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now, yes.
Okay, I will try to do it that. So let me track back to the targets that Romania set in 2030. We increased considerably the ambition. We went from 30.7 to 38.3 by 2030 of renewables. And that for solar means around 2 gigawatts, out of which 6.4 in utility projects and around 3.5 in coastal PV. So I would say that projection for Romania is even better than we forecasted and you expected. The level of ambition is what we expected, and the market is developing. And aside from that has this 5 gigawatt, which 2.5 gigawatt solar and 2.5 wind, also have other factors that are the development of solar in Romania, and that would be first of all, the national recovery and facility, also other types of funding that we have available. For the context, Romania is at the point in time when it has the biggest funding available for renewables, and that contributes to the projects materializing compared to other development periods. In terms of the challenges that we face, I would say the production is the most present one, in the sense that the main is moving toward maturity, and we are changing our system from the first come first served basis to the tenders, grid allocation tenders, and that will change a bit how connection happens and how Romania tackles the issue that it faces. And aside from that, in terms of the permitting, I would say that we managed to solve part of the problems that we had. The only Can you hear me all right?
With a lot of interruptions, though, but yes, we can follow somehow, yeah.
I'm really sorry what's happening. Let me just finish my idea. So I would say that we managed to solve quite a lot of issues that we had in terms of permitting. It's now faster and easier to reach the ATR stage and to connect to the grid, even though we have these delays. Most of the problems that we now face are related to delays in obtaining the permit necessary, but it's not something that is statewide. It's just something that happens depending on the region where you are at. So in terms of the framework, I would say that we are pretty fine. In terms of funding, we are also pretty well. In terms of targets, very ambitious compared to what we had and to what we expected to some degree. And I would say that we are very well posed to be the leading markets in the region.
We can wrap up. Allow me a last comment to close this session. I think what is relevant for Greece as well are the so-called negative and zero prices in the wholesale market. An issue that is relevant for Greece, Bulgaria and Romania as well. Over the last year, we have been experiencing zero and negative prices considerably, which risks, of course, renewable investments and is of concern for producers and investors as well. What we say here as Aurora in the as far as negative and zero prices are concerned, it is a matter of importance and might even increase as more renewables will be injected. Half of the truth. The Greek market, as well as the Romanian and Bulgarian market, will see batteries being introduced. We have battery tenders in Greece, same as in Romania and Bulgaria. These batteries can, in essence, absorb the surplus of the energy during the midday and then re-inject it into the network in the evening hours. Technically wise, and there is a research, I am not presenting it today for obvious reasons, The negative and zero prices will remain as a reality, but will be mitigated through flexible demand, batteries, electrolysis, and other technologies. Technically wise, as well as in terms of maths, the penetration rate of batteries vis-a-vis penetration of RES will determine whether this negative or zero prices will be reduced. This is evident in Romania and Bulgaria as well, two big markets in the Balkan region in southeastern Europe, and we're awaiting the curve to be flattened over the next years. I really wished we could we have our speakers here.
Sorry for that. I was discussing briefly here Aurora's view regarding zero and negative prices, which is one of the hottest topics currently in Southeastern Europe. We have 8 minutes left. I would ask again from Mariana to share her thoughts regarding zero and negative prices evolution in the Bulgarian market and possible mitigation factors. Irene, the same question then for you, for Romania.
Thank you for that question. I think it's very timely for how the market is developing in Bulgaria. I already said that we managed to kind of triple the installed capacity on the solar side over the last 2 years. So now most of the projects that have merchant exposure are facing maybe not zero prices, but close, lower prices at noontime and a very high peak in the evening hours. So the typical solar duck, solar canyon curve that we have on power markets, it's quite visible if you go to the power exchange. So nothing special, I would say. It's very expected on all markets that have a strong solar generation profile in their system electricity mix. And this is happening in Bulgaria already, although the situation, the war in Ukraine and the export that the whole Southeast region does on electricity to Ukraine right now is holding up prices a bit higher than it should be if we did not have that export. But more and more capacity is being added to least 1 gigawatt more added to the grid on the solar side, and this will reflect on power prices inevitably. Kind of tame market prices and help co-located solar capture better prices on the market. It also helps to balance the system on the side of the grid operation and keeping the energy system secure. Batteries have a much faster reaction time to frequency regulation compared to conventional generation. And I think that this is the way to go when we have higher and higher variable renewable energy sources on the grid. One other mitigation that I see for Bulgarian market in particular is for the wind sector to catch up a little bit on the growth, because that will also contribute to kind of smoothing the profiles, the generation profiles in the system as a whole.
Thank you very much, Mariana, and thank you for also highlighting the contribution of co-location of batteries with renewables. This is also what we expect based on our forecast. And we have seen that this year with the tenders on batteries and renewables co-located in the country, step by step, this situation with low prices will be smoothed out. Not fully eliminated, of course, but still somehow mitigated. And of course, yes, the balanced development of solar and wind is another factor indeed for somehow stabilizing the situation. Thank you very much. Irene, your comment on that?
In Romania, it's a pretty similar situation as in Bulgaria. I wouldn't say that we have had a long period of negative prices. There were some peak days where we had these negative prices and one day was on Easter actually, but we don't see many news about it. So I wouldn't say that it is a big problem for the moment, but I agree with Mariana that storage is one of the solutions, and we see that implemented in Romania more and more. You mentioned that we have this tender for 240 40 gigawatts or megawatts, sorry, for batteries, but in actuality, the applicants reach 1.5 gigawatts. According to the studies done by the TSO, we would need 4 gigawatts in order to meet all the needs, both in terms of balancing, in terms of flexibility, of grid enhancement. So we are on good track on storage as well. And aside from that, I would also mention interconnections between the different countries that we have. So as you mentioned, we deliver to Ukraine, but we also deliver to Moldova, and that contributes to the prices. And aside from it, I would say technological innovation. It's another factor. We need to also develop our grids in relation to our needs. So aside from storage, these are my main points: interconnections, technical and technological innovation, and of course, grid enhancement.
Thank you very much. And also, you mentioned this golden number, 1.5 gigawatt of applications. I think also Transelectric has published that there is need in the country to reach this level of storage, of battery energy storage, of storage, pumped hydro plus batteries, to be able actually to accommodate all this intermittent renewables penetration. So yes, that's a very strong point. Maybe for Romania only, because we have seen recently that during the summertime, because of the very high price in the balancing market, ANRE intervened. And now they discuss kind of capping the price in the balancing market in a way to protect somehow renewables developers. Do you expect also any intervention from ANRE or any other authority to somehow hold these zero or negative prices in Romania? In Greece, we do some stuff, or we plan some stuff for that.
Well, yes, first of all, let's look back at what happened in summer in Romania. I think it's not only Romania, but the whole region when we had these extreme temperatures, which affected the system as a whole and contributed to the crazy balancing prices that you saw. And indeed, ANRE intervened and kept the prices. It's important to also point out that in Romania, prices are still kept, so both for the end consumer and for the producer. And we are waiting to see what will happen starting March 2025 in order to understand a bit the dynamics in the market as well. So I don't have any long-term vision on whether they will do something regarding the negative prices. I think it's a better discussion starting April 2025 for everyone to understand the market.
Thank you very, very much. We are hitting actually the time for this session. It's quite late and there are only few in the room. I want to thank you very, very much for your participation, and apologies for this technical issue we had before and we had to interrupt for a few minutes. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και όλους σας σήμερα που μείνατε μέχρι τις...
Thank you all for staying with us until late on a Friday afternoon. Mr. Panagoulis, would you like to close?
Добре, мисля, че приключихме днес.
Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους.
Thank you all. The few of you, or rather the many of you who remained until the last moment of this second day of our conference. And I think that this last session has been extremely interesting and useful for those who would like to become active beyond the borders of the country. Several thousand people followed our conference also online, and you should be aware of this, that we have a lot of online participants. So even if the room may not be crowded right now, it does not mean that we do not have participants following us. So after 2 days, and after almost 19 hours of continuous input, I would like to thank all the speakers who enlightened us, who answered our questions. the questions that we put from the very beginning of this two-day conference. Energy Press organizes conferences that try to get into the depth of the issues at hand. So it is not a general conference about energy at large. It focuses on specific energy sectors. So at energy.gr, you can find more information. I know that you all trust our work, and this makes us aware of our responsibility. Because you know that what you can read in our website at Energy Press is well-founded. So we invite you to follow us on a daily basis. And in March, we will have the conference about the energy markets. And also, together with Helexpo in Thessaloniki, in March again, there will be an international fair about renewables equipment, renewable energy tech. The first year was last year, and next year is going to follow. And as you know, there will be one more conference in June that will be focused on hydrogen and green gases. Have a nice weekend and a nice evening.